Chapter 1196, Soulbind. Wicked eye domain. In the spiritual cage, the devil mind dark apparition turned lifeless. He was no longer as arrogant as before and couldn't even make any sounds. Only his pants of agony indicated that he was alive. The green flame was still twirling around Ukber, covering him entirely. It wouldn't kill him, but it allowed him to experience a living hell. Peggy and the others took a step back unconsciously. They saw another side of him. They didn't know how scary their boss was in the past. He was a devil. Although the enemy was a dark apparition and they didn't mind him dying, this wasn't something a normal person would do. The dark apparition wanted to plea for mercy a few times. However, Wang Tung misunderstood it and burned it 3 times. He didn't plan to let him off easily. They found it a little exhilarating. Evil should be tormented by evil. Fortunately, they weren't Wang Tang's enemy, or they might start doubting their lives after meeting him. Box and Oval. C0M, Wendell suddenly regretted provoking him. He felt his heart trembling upon witnessing the torture. This fellow wasn't a normal person. Wasn't he asking for trouble by making him his enemy? No, I will hide as far away as I can when I go back. I must meet him. Wendell was frightened. He admitted defeat instantly without any hesitation. No one knew what he was thinking, so he wasn't embarrassed. Wang Tung kept his emerald-glazed flame and flipped his hand. Upper disappeared. He was sucked into his devour space. The devour space made his life much easier. It could store anything, dead or alive. There was no restriction. If he didn't want to devour these items, the devour space would act like a normal storage space. Wendell frowned when he saw this scene. Where did he store the devil mind dark apparition? Wang Tung glanced around him and picked up the attribute bubbles dropped during the battle just now. The entire process of dealing with the devil mind dark apparition seemed long, but it only lasted for some time. Hence, the attribute bubbles were still fresh. Strength of Ultima * 3000 Constellation Force, Dark. * 15,000 Celestial Realm Spirit * 8,000 Wicked Eye Domain * 4,500 Soul Bind * 1,500 Constellation Force, Fire. * 8,000 Fire Ultima * 2,000. As the attribute bubbles merged into his body, his eyes started shining brightly, and he got excited. So many attribute bubbles. The attribute bubbles exploded in Wang Tung's body and turned into a large amount of pure force. It flowed through his limbs and gathered in the constellations above his sea of nihility. He received 15,000 points of Constellation Dark Force, allowing his Constellation Dark Force to increase greatly. Constellation Dark Force 50200/80,000, planetary stage 8th level, but it was still at the 8th level. There were also 8,000 points of Celestial Realm Spirit. Wang Tung was surprised at this number. 8,000 points. He had never received so many spirit attributes from a single living creature. In the past, he had to pick up many attribute bubbles to reach this number, as expected of the devil mind race that existed in a spiritual form. Normal dark apparitions wouldn't drop so many attributes. Another reason was that Wang Tung had burned it with his divine flame. He worked hard to get more bubbles. Wang Tung was filled with anticipation. He looked at his spirit attribute. Breakthrough. Breakthrough. He should rise to the cosmos realm now, after absorbing all these attributes, right? But to his disappointment, the breakthrough he was expecting didn't happen after these attributes turned into a stream of pure spirit and entered his consciousness. He was still in the celestial realm. F***K. Wang Tung cursed involuntarily. How infuriating. 8,000 points of attributes were gone to waste. Wasn't it infuriating? It looked like his spirit would only advance along with his forces. However, Wang Tung did realize that his spirit was pure. The difference from before was obvious. 8,000 points of spirit wasn't a small number. Along with the spirit attributes he received before this, he had probably accumulated 10,000 points. The result was finalized, so Wang Tung couldn't do anything. He turned to look at the other attributes. 3,000 points of Strength of Ultima. Wang Tung knew that the dark apparition possessed the Strength of Ultima during their battle, but he didn't expect it to drop 3,000 points of it. This was incredible. What would the other martial warriors feel if they knew that a dark apparition grasped the strength of Ultima and dropped so many attributes? Wang Teng felt that they should self-reflect. Wang Teng needed the strength of Ultima. This Ultima was stronger than the other Ultimas, so fewer martial warriors possessed it. It was rarely seen normally. The only place he picked up strength of Ultima from was the ancient god's corpse. The combination of the strength of Ultima and the ancient god's body could release a greater power. 3,000 points allowed Wang Teng's strength of Ultima to jump from the 4th to the 5th level. It was taking the lead among the Ultimas he had. Strength of Ultima, 1,500/5,000, 5th level. More knowledge and understanding regarding the strength of Ultima appeared in Wang Teng's mind. He digested them instantly and understood the essence of the 5th level strength of Ultima. Nodding in satisfaction, Wang Teng went forth to the next attribute bubble. For 1,500 points of Wicked Eye Domain. This was a domain attribute. Many memories gushed into his mind. His mastery of the Wicked Eye Domain rose exponentially. For 1,500 points of the attribute pushed this domain to the 3rd level. Wicked Eye Domain, 1,500/3,000, 3rd level. Wang Teng understood the secret behind the Wicked Eye Domain. The Devil Mind Dark Apparition had used this domain during their battle. To put it simply, dark force and spiritual power were merged to form numerous chaotic and evil pupils. These pupils could release spiritual attacks to destroy a person's mind. It sounded simple, but understanding it was another matter. Spiritual attacks were mysterious and hard to grasp. Wang Teng could execute it because his spirit was strong enough and he had domain power. If other martial warriors tried it, there was a high chance they would die. Their survival was all dependent on luck. Although the Wicked Eye Domain was useful, it was a dark element domain, so he wouldn't have many opportunities to execute it. What if I can merge it into my black metal domain? He touched his chin and wondered to himself. The black metal domain was a combination of spirit and metal domain, so it might be able to be stacked with the Wicked Eye Domain. Next was 1,500 points of Soulbind. Soulbind, the attribute bubble, seeped into his mind and turned into his enlightenment. This was a special skill, a skill that came from the Devil Mind Race's talent. Wang Teng's eyes shone brightly. He went through his memories and understood what it was. It allowed the Devil Mind Dark Apparitions to snatch other living creatures' bodies. Soulbind, as its name suggested, was the binding of their souls to the body of other living beings. Wang Teng was flabbergasted. This was an evil skill, but it was amazing too. With this skill in his hand, Wang Teng could snatch the bodies of other life forms, just like the Devil Mind Race. This skill was similar to Thief, but there was a major difference. Thief could allow you to control another life form's body entirely, but Soulbind wouldn't. It was more like killing the chicken to get its eggs. Why so? There was a con in this Soulbind skill. One couldn't control a body for too long. He needed to change host after a period because the body would die after it lost its vitality and original spirit. This was why the Devil Mind Dark Apparitions had to change hosts frequently. If they didn't, the host would be stained with the death aura and age gradually. A dead body was inconvenient to use. Of course, there were advantages. After executing the Soulbind, besides taking control of the body, one could snatch its enlightenment too. This was random. What you learned was based on luck. Upper Strength of Ultima was a skill he managed to snatch from another person's body. However, this wasn't important for Wang Teng. Picking up attribute bubbles was a better way to get more skills. Let me keep it. It might be useful in the future. Wang Teng thought to himself. Then, there were the attribute bubbles dropped by Wendell when he attacked. There were 8,000 points of Constellation Fire Force, which wasn't enough to increase Wang Teng's level. However, it was still a gain. His Fire Force was at the 8th level and needed some time to accumulate. Constellation Fire Force, 42500/80,000, Celestial Stage 8th level. The 2,000 points of Fire Ultima raised Wang Teng's Fire Ultima to the 4th level. Fire Ultima, 1300/4000, 4th level. New comprehension of the fire ultima floated into Wang Tung's mind. He learned many things. Actually, after grasping the power of the domain, his mastery of the fire force was already profound. But the domain and ultima were two different systems. Wang Tung was like a student who started learning high school knowledge before middle school skills. Moreover, he learned it quite well. He could use his high school knowledge to understand the middle school textbooks, but he didn't know how to use middle school knowledge to decipher the middle school problems. Thus, he still needed time to master the fire ultima, even though he had the blazing domain. The other ultimas worked the same way. For some reason, he felt like a person buying tickets after getting on the train. Wang Tung had a strange thought. Then, he shook his head and looked into the mist. He was thinking about something. Major Wang Tung, this place is a little strange, but since we have completed our mission, let's go back to the main base and report this matter to the higher authorities first, Peggy reminded him tactfully. You make sense. Let's go back. Wang Tung nodded. He didn't reject Peggy's suggestion. He stared at the mist and led everyone out of the mountains the same way they came in. All the devil vines were destroyed, so they left easily without any dangers. The dejected, raging wolf, Wendell, shamelessly followed behind Wendell with his team and left the mountain together. Wang Tung was caught between laughter and tears, but he didn't care. He boarded his battlecraft and hurried back to the main base. Thank you for reading on my box novel. Calm. Chapter 1197. It wasn't hard to accumulate military contributions in the main base. General Cameron's adjutant stood beside the parking spaces on the field and waited calmly. After some time, he blinked and looked up. A battlecraft landed from the sky and parked stably on the field. The cabin door opened and a group of people walked down. Adjutant Song went forward and saluted. With a smile, he said, Major Wang Tung, you've achieved military exploits again. Adjutant Song, why are you here? Wang Tung returned the salute and asked curiously. General Cameron knew you were coming back, so he asked me to welcome you and bring you over to meet him, Adjutant Song explained. It looks like General Cameron is even more impatient than me. Wang Tung smiled. This isn't a small matter after all, Adjutant Song said in a meaningful tone. As General Cameron's adjutant, he knew some insider information. Let's go over now. Please bring Colonel Di along. Mr. Veblen wants to check him. Adjutant Song nodded and added. Box and Oval. C0M all right. Wang Tung turned to Peggy and said, Bring Di along. Let's go. After Adjutant Song finished speaking, another battlecraft landed. Wendell alighted with his team members. They exchanged glances from afar. Wendell and his team were in a tragic state. They left hurriedly without saying a word. I think Colonel Wendell went for the same mission, Adjutant Song exclaimed in surprise when he saw their condition. It was the same mission, but Wang Tung completed it without any injury. On the other hand, the famous Raging Wolf in the military suffered heavy losses and came back miserably. It was unbelievable. He's probably unlucky, Wang Tung replied nonchalantly while looking at Wendell's back. Adjutant Song smiled and kept quiet. He didn't believe him. Missions never relied on luck. Luck was useless if one didn't have the capabilities. Wang Tung followed Adjutant Song to Veblen's laboratory. General Cameron was already waiting for him there. Wang Tung, I heard that you went on a mission again. Veblen stood there with his hands behind his back and chuckled. You look elated. Wang Tung rolled his eyes uncontrollably. Just a little, Veblen teased him. I brought back a rare breed for you. Do you know how tough it was? I'm saddened by your attitude. Wang Tung shook his head and sighed. Don't leave me hanging. Take it out immediately, Veblen urged him, not buying Wang Tung's acting. Wang Tung reported to General Cameron about the Devil Mind race. Since he brought him here, it meant that Veblen knew about it too. It looked like he was extremely interested in the Devil Mind race. Peggy and the others were amazed. Their boss didn't just meet Veblen a few times. They seemed quite familiar with each other. Mr. Veblen treated Wang Tung differently too. He spoke to him casually, as if he was a normal junior. Mind you, in the past, many people with high status looked for Veblen, but he ignored all of them. Yet, he treated Wang Tung differently. This was unimaginable. Put Di down. The rest can leave, General Cameron said. Yes, Peggy and the others replied quickly. They placed the unconscious Di Chi on a stretcher in the laboratory and saluted before leaving. Only Wang Tung, General Cameron, and Veblen were left in the laboratory. Wang Tung, take out the devil mind dark apparition you caught, General Cameron said in a stern voice. Wang Tung stopped fooling around. With a single thought, Upper appeared before them. Upper was extremely weak. He hadn't recovered from the divine flames burning. He got thrown into a dark space before this, so when he saw light and the evil human, fear swarmed into his heart. He screamed in terror, "Don't burn me! Don't burn me! I admit defeat." Wang Tung, General Cameron, Veblen. Upper suddenly noticed that his surroundings were eerily quiet. There were 3 pairs of eyes staring at him. "Young lad, what did you do to him? Why is he so terrified of you?" Veblen asked curiously with a weird expression. "Cough. I didn't do anything. He frightened himself." Wang Tung touched his nose. F***K. Upper felt like cursing. To hell with him scaring himself. He was from the devil mind race. He wasn't a coward. What a joke. This bastard didn't want to admit what he did. Shameless. Do you think we're stupid? Veblen asked angrily. That's not important. The main thing is, how do y'all plan to deal with this devil mind dark apparition? Wang Tung changed the topic. Give it to me. The devil mind race is a mysterious race, but you managed to capture one. I'm getting more and more curious about you. Veblen clicked his tongue. Wang Tung was speechless. This wasn't right. He brought the devil mind dark apparition back for Veblen to study because he wanted him to put his attention on the dark apparition. In the end, Veblen got more curious about him. What kind of logic was that? Did he shoot himself in the foot? This old man was outrageous. Why did he still want him when he had the devil mind dark apparition? All right, look at your expression. I won't do anything to you without your consent. I never force anyone. I like people who do it willingly. Veblen rolled his eyes and said, Willingly. Wang Tung heaved a sigh of relief. Then he scoffed. Who will be so stupid? Veblen ignored him. He was deeply attracted by the devil mind dark apparition and stared at him with an intense gaze as if he was some rare treasure. He looked as if he wanted to cut Upper up. Upper shuddered in fear. F***K. Did he enter a lion's den after leaving the wolf's lair? This old man's gaze is scary. I'll leave this fellow to you. Wang Tung winked at Veblen. I thought about you the moment I caught him. Aren't I a good friend? Yes, not bad. You do have some conscience, Veblen replied happily. The devil mind race. General Cameron's eyes shimmered. There was a hint of happiness on his stern face. This race is born to be a spy. When they use their strange survival method to invade our faction, we can't catch them. It's great that we caught one. We must study it carefully. Honestly, Wang Tung is your lucky star. Look, he has only been here for a while and has already made many military contributions. Veblen laughed. Wang Tung glanced at Veblen in surprise. This old man spoke up for him. This was interesting. You're right. Major Wang Tung is my lucky star. General Cameron looked at Wang Tung in delight and continued. Don't worry. You'll get what you deserve. I'll thank you first, Wang Tung said with a smile. This is what you deserve. General Cameron waved his hand. Wang Tung was elated. He earned another bunch of military contributions. It wasn't hard to accumulate military contributions. Oh, right. Can you secretly tell me how much the military contribution will be? Wang Tung chuckled and asked. Haha, this fellow. Veblen pointed at him and burst out laughing. You should receive around 20,000 military contributions, General Cameron replied. He didn't know if he should laugh or cry. Only 20,000? Wang Tung was disappointed. Only, General Cameron was speechless. If you hadn't brought the devil mind dark apparition back, you would only receive 2,000 military contributions. Other martial warriors have to spend many years on missions to accumulate 20,000 military contributions. It looks like I earned quite a large sum. Wang Tung touched his chin and said, Thank you for reading on my box novel. Calm. Chapter 1198. It's a little crushed? What do you mean? General Cameron and Veblen shook their heads when they saw Wang Tung's reaction. Wang Tung was a money grubber, but his ability was sure impressive. He achieved such great deeds with just 2 missions. Could a normal martial warrior do this? The higher authorities, especially the ones in the military, loved pricks like him. They weren't afraid of troublesome people. They were afraid of incapable ones. The military contributions of these 2 missions are enough to raise your rank, General Cameron said suddenly. Oh, Wang Tung's eyes lit up like 2 light bulbs. He was going to rise in rank? This was a little fast. Some people worked hard for years, but stayed at the same rank. Box and Oval. C0M. Besides military contributions, one needed recognition from the higher authorities and a good reputation to climb the rank. If not, it was just building castles in the air. This was why some people had no chance even after spending many years in the military. It was frustrating. Wang Tung had enough military contributions and had gained the recognition of the higher authorities. General Cameron was one, while General Dart was another. Besides, his achievements would spread to those above. The only thing he lacked was reputation. The 2 missions he completed couldn't be announced to the public. They had to be kept a secret, so other martial warriors didn't know what he did. If he was given a higher rank, it might spark unhappiness among the other martial warriors. Anyone would feel unconvinced if a martial warrior who just joined the military got promoted for no reason. Hence, this matter needed to wait, but Cameron said it now because he wanted to tie Wang Tung down. Talents received special treatment everywhere. If he didn't give him enough benefits, someone would come and snatch him away. The details about the Devil Ovum and the Devil Mind Dark Apparition would reach the boss's ears quickly. He wouldn't be able to hide Wang Tung. If he didn't pull him over now, this young man might fly away. However, we'll need to wait for the higher authorities to approve the promotion, and there won't be a huge ceremony for it. General Cameron looked into Wang Tung's eyes and said, "That's nothing. A promotion is always good." Wang Tung replied indifferently. He wanted a promotion not because he wanted the limelight. His aim was the military support. He needed to face the Parkers, so getting the military support was good for him. Also, the fewer the number of people who knew about it, the better. Wang Tung was still in his growing phase. If too many people knew about it, it would reach the Parkers' ears, who would obstruct his path. That would be troublesome. The Parkers didn't have much say in the military, but Wang Tung was also a speck of dust in this huge military system. The Parkers had the ability to influence him. He planned to catch the Parkers off guard after maturing. That would be much better. General Cameron was contented when he saw how sensible Wang Tung was. If he knew that Wang Tung just wanted to keep a low profile, what would his expression be like? Did you discover anything when you were saving Di Chi? General Cameron changed the topic. I do have some observations. There were many devil vines in the area. As for the Devil Mind Dark Apparition, I only found one. I was worried about Di Chi, so I hurried back to report first and didn't probe further. I'm not sure about what's happening. Wang Tung explained his mission process in detail. Devil vines. General Cameron and Veblen were astounded. You're saying that there are devil vines in that mountain? General Cameron asked with uncertainty. Devil vines were dark plants. They only grew in areas with intense dark force, so they were rarely seen in the universe. Thus, their appearance here was unusual. Yes, there was a whole lot of them. Wang Tung nodded. Why didn't you say that earlier? Veblen frowned and complained furiously. I thought that they weren't a big deal, so I could report about it after I came back. General Cameron felt his head hurt. How was the appearance of the devil vines not a big deal? You're lucky to be able to come back alive. They're not that scary. We killed all the devil vines. Of course, I don't know if they exist in other areas, Wang Tung said with a smile. You killed all of them? General Cameron was startled. He thought he heard wrong. Young lad, this is not the time to brag. Devil vines aren't easy to deal with. Veblen shook his head. I brought Di Chi back. Why would I lie to you? Look, I even brought back some broken specimens. You can take a look. With a wave of his hand, a devil vine appeared on the ground. The laboratory was small, so he could only take one out. Actually, he had many more. They were all stored in his space equipment and brought back to the base. This devil vine was at the Devil King level, so it was still intact. Wang Tung didn't crush it. General Cameron and Veblen stared at each other. Veblen circled the devil vine twice, his eyes glowing. Good stuff. Good stuff. This is indeed the devil vine. I didn't think you could deal with them and bring one back in a single piece. You don't act like a celestial stage martial warrior at all. It's nothing. Don't be surprised. Veblen, General Cameron. They choked on Wang Tang's words and rolled their eyes. This fellow was a little shameless. He was bragging right in front of them. Although the devil vine is a little hard to deal with, it shouldn't be difficult to catch them. Wang Tang frowned and said. He was confused by their expressions. Not difficult. Veblen felt that Wang Tang had some misunderstanding. The devil vine isn't as easy to destroy as you think. Even Earth Element martial warriors will have a hard time capturing one. Their ability to move underground is exceptional. We can capture them if we station martial warriors in the area, but who will ask them to do such a thing? Do they have nothing better to do? The dark apparitions will probably take the devil vines away if they detect the powerful martial warriors. They won't leave them there for us to capture. That's why we're in an awkward position. All right, I understand. Wang Ting nodded. He was thinking too much. Every formidable martial warrior had their own business. The price of asking a formidable martial warrior to capture the devil vine was huge. Even the military wouldn't want their aces to do this. As for martial warriors below the cosmos stage, these devil vines were honestly a little tough for them. How many devil vines did you bring back? General Cameron asked curiously. Around 40? I didn't count them properly. How many? General Cameron's voice raised by an octave, and he stared at Wang Tang in bewilderment. Around 40, Wang Tang repeated. He was stunned by General Cameron's big reaction. General Cameron and Veblen looked at each other. They couldn't think properly. 40 devil vines. Come on, these are the devil vines, not some random weed one could pick along the side of the road. Did Wang Tang find the layer of the devil vine and capture all of them? All right, I caught a low-tier devil emperor-level devil vine too, but it's a little crushed, Wang Tang added. A low-tier devil emperor-level devil vine. General Cameron exclaimed in shock. Wait, what do you mean by a little crushed? Veblen caught the main point and grabbed Wang Tang, staring at him intently. I used a little too much force when fighting with it and crushed it. Wang Tang replied in embarrassment. Oh my God, you wastrel. Veblen complained. This fellow crushed a low-tier, devil emperor-level devil vine. They were extremely rare, and their research value was numerous times that of devil king-level devil vines. Veblen felt his heart aching. He wanted to cut Wang Tang into pieces. Don't look at me like that. I didn't do it on purpose. It would have run away if I didn't act fast enough. You wouldn't even have the crushed version then, Wang Tang said softly. Oomph. Remember to be gentler on rare breeds next time. Veblen snorted. He knew that he couldn't blame Wang Tang, but he still felt as if he had suffered a great loss. I will. Wang Ting nodded profusely. Thank you for reading on my box novel. Calm. Chapter 1199 Moira. Xianyang's Soul Restoring Pill. 1. In the laboratory, Veblen and Wang Tang circled the body of the devil vine and discussed how they should study it. Veblen realized that Wang Tang was very knowledgeable. He would provide some unique points of view occasionally. He glanced at Wang Tang in surprise. This young man really wasn't simple. No wonder he could kill so many devil vines. He was also curious about the method Wang Tang used to kill them. Based on their ability, it should be difficult for a celestial stage martial warrior to kill a devil vine hidden 100 meters below the ground. Unless Wang Tang had some special earth element or wood element skill, or he had an extremely powerful spirit that allowed him to detect the exact position of the devil vines. Wait, this fellow was a light force martial warrior. He might have a special way of sensing dark force. No, that wasn't right. The devil vine condensed all its dark force in its core, which made it laborious to detect its location. Besides, it was below the ground, so it could escape detection, increasing the difficulty of finding it. Many ideas went through Veblen's mind, but he still couldn't figure out how Wang Tang took care of these devil vines. He was itching to know. The thought of cutting Wang Tang up popped into his mind involuntarily. General Cameron was startled when he saw them discussing happily. He rarely saw anyone who could continue a topic with Veblen for so long. Box and Oval. C0M, the ominous feeling in Ukper's heart grew stronger as he stared at Wang Tung and Veblen from the cage. This young man was a devil. This old man didn't seem like a good person either. He was like a mad scientist. Will they cut me up? Ukper shuddered in fear. He was having a mental breakdown. He hid in the cage and trembled like a fish out of water. To think that a talent from the devil mind race landed in this state. How tragic. Devil God, save me. Ukper shouted in his heart. At this moment, the door of the laboratory opened, and a slender and tall figure walked in. Wang Tung turned his head. This was a lady around 20 years old with an exotic beauty. Of course, only she would know her real age. Wang Tung was taken aback, partly by her appearance. He had seen many stunners, but this was the first lady who encompassed both uniqueness and beauty in her appearance. The other part was because this laboratory was well hidden, and they were dealing with the devil mind race and devil vines currently. These were matters others shouldn't know. Anyone who could come into this laboratory at this time must have a special status. Huh, she looks a little like Veblen. Wang Tung was astonished, realizing that he might have stumbled on a huge secret. His gaze went back and forth between the beauty and Veblen. His expression turned strange. No way. Was she Veblen's daughter? How did the shriveled Veblen give birth to such a pretty daughter? The beauty noticed Wang Tung's gaze, but she only took a quick glance at him. Then, she walked towards Veblen and smiled. Master! Master! Wang Tung was confused. Did he misunderstand something? This beauty wasn't Veblen's daughter, but his disciple. Mora, you're here. Veblen nodded and said excitedly. Quick, take a look at this devil mind dark apparition. You are researching it, right? You have a real one to study now. Mora. Wang Tung repeated the name in his heart. Moira's eyes glowed with happiness and excitement as she looked at the devil mind dark apparition at the side. Ukper shuddered in fright. Oh my God, another one. Why were these humans looking at him with scary gazes? He felt that humans were more terrifying than dark apparitions. That's amazing. I always knew such a race existed and have studied them for many years, but there's no real specimen for me to work on. My research was at a standstill. I'll now be able to get some concrete results with this devil mind dark apparition. Moira exclaimed in delight. Wang Tung started feeling sad for this devil mind dark apparition. He landed in the hands of someone who researched devil mind dark apparitions. What was worse than this? Wang Tung could already imagine the ending of this devil mind dark apparition. Master, how did you get this devil mind dark apparition? Mora asked without turning. Her eyes didn't leave Ukper. You have to ask him. Veblen pointed at Wang Tung. Mora glanced at Wang Tung in surprise. You caught this devil mind dark apparition? I think so, Wang Tung replied. You should be the Wang Tung my master keeps talking about. You brought the devil oven back too. Mora guessed Wang Tung's identity. Oh, your master has talked about me? Wang Tung glanced at Veblen. He didn't think he would say good things about him. My master praised you highly. Mora sized up Wang Tung with interest. Will you let me study you? Like master, like disciple. Wang Tung rolled his eyes and said in frustration. Thank you for reading on my box novel. Calm. Chapter 1200 Moira. Xianyang's Soul, Restoring Pill. Too hot. General Cameron burst out laughing. Moira was a little disappointed that Wang Tung didn't agree. She exchanged glances with Veblen. There was helplessness in her eyes. Why don't you look at Di Chi? He's still unconscious. Wang Tung changed the topic hurriedly. Cough. I almost forgot about him. Veblen gave an awkward cough and replied in a guilty tone. He got too excited upon seeing the devil mind race and the devil vine. Wang Tung couldn't help but feel sad for Di Chi. To Veblen, the devil mind dark apparition was more valuable than him. What a poor little thing. Everyone finally gathered around Di Chi after Wang Tung's reminder. General Cameron lifted his hand and placed it on Di Chi's forehead. His expression turned grim. His origin of soul is seriously injured. Veblen, take a look at him. All right, I'll inspect him. Veblen's spirit was powerful, so his inspection of the origin of soul was more accurate than others. He didn't rely on his spiritual power alone. He used other devices and did a thorough inspection of Di. Master, his body function is decreasing rapidly. The injury of his origin of soul is at 60%, Moira said gravely as she stood in front of a device and looked at the data on it. Box and oval. C0M, 60%? That's a little troublesome. He won't be able to wake up if we don't treat him immediately. Veblen shook his head. Haha, I said that anyone who gets devoured by me won't be able to heal easily, Ukper said proudly. Wang Tung flicked his finger, and a green flame landed on Ukper. He screamed. Silence. The corners of everyone's eyes trembled. They finally understood why the dark apparition was afraid of Wang Tung. Ignore him. Continue, Wang Tung said. That's a divine flame. Veblen stared at the green flame in amazement. Yes. No wonder the Parkers keep troubling you, General Cameron said. They're just a bunch of mad dogs snatching for food. Wang Tung scoffed. General Cameron's expression turned strange. He called a Grand Duke family mad dogs. What a bold young man. Moira glanced at him. She found him interesting. I kind of like your temper. Veblen chuckled. Please don't. I don't like guys. Wang Tung looked at him contemptuously. I don't like guys either. Veblen rolled his eyes. Suddenly, he had an idea and leaned over, whispering, What do you think about my disciple? She has long legs, a good figure, fair skin, and a beautiful face. Should I act as the matchmaker? Am I someone who likes beauties? Don't try to bribe me. You must be looking down on me, Wang Tung said righteously. Veblen was astounded. Was he wrong? Cough, but your disciple is not bad. I didn't think someone with your looks could find such a pretty disciple. Wang Tung coughed awkwardly. Then his voice turned serious. I always think that the character is more important than one's appearance. Your disciple is a knowledgeable lady. As an outstanding person, I admire someone who's as impressive as me. Hence, I don't mind you matchmaking us. Veblen was speechless. I almost believe you. He was astounded by this young man's shamelessness. Cooperate with me for some research, and I will matchmake you, Veblen replied as he glanced at Wang Tung from the corner of his eyes. He could tell that Wang Tung wasn't an obedient guy. Indeed, this method was useful. No discussion. Cooperate with my research if you want her. Veblen shook his head confidently. Forget it. There are many beauties. One less is fine. Veblen was staggered. This fellow didn't go by the script. Why isn't he interested in her? How can he reject me so quickly? Shouldn't you give me some face? Master. Moira's voice floated over slowly. Veblen's expression froze. Stiffly turning his neck, he looked at Moira's icy expression. He smiled in embarrassment and suddenly pushed the blame onto Wang Tung. Moira, this brat wanted to take advantage of you, but I've reprimanded him already. Don't worry. F***K. Wang Tung cursed uncontrollably. This old coot was despicable. Aren't you a wise man? Shouldn't you rather be called a shameless man? Moira snorted. She didn't believe him. Don't trust your master. I'm a righteous guy. I never take advantage of others. Wang Tung explained hurriedly. Both of you are shameless. Moira scoffed. All right, stop fooling around. General Cameron shook his head helplessly and asked, Do you have a way to cure Di? It's a little troublesome. Veblen turned serious. He touched his chin and shook his head. I know how to make a pill called the 9-Essence Soul Congealing Pill. It can heal spiritual injuries. Wang Tung contemplated before speaking. However, if the injury is at 60%, that pill might not be able to cure him completely. The 9-Essence Soul Congealing Pill. Veblen stared at Wang Tung in bewilderment. I have heard about it, but I didn't know you could refine it. Are you a Grandmaster Alchemist? General Cameron and Moira stared at Wang Tung in a daze. Such a young Grandmaster Alchemist. Seriously? Yes. Wang Tung glanced at Veblen in shock. Not many alchemists knew about the 9-Essence Soul Congealing Pill, yet Veblen did. He also knew that only Grandmaster Alchemists could make it. General Cameron and Moira were mind-blown. This guy was a Grandmaster Alchemist. It was unbelievable. They didn't think that Wang Tung would joke about this. After all, such lies were easy to see through. He wasn't stupid. The 9-Essence Soul Congealing Pill isn't enough to heal him. Veblen looked at Wang Tung again. But things are simpler now that you're a Grandmaster Alchemist. Oh, what do you mean? Wang Tung asked. I have another pill here with greater effects compared to the 9-essence soul congealing pill. It has the ability to heal the origin of soul of a Cosmos stage martial warrior. What pill is that? Wang Tung asked. His eyes shimmered. The Xianyang soul restoring pill. Veblen explained, this is a Dan prescription from my intelligence nativity clan. It's extremely precious and has extraordinary effects on injured souls. It's definitely a miracle pill. The Xianyang soul restoring pill. Wang Tung repeated the name. He had never heard of this pill before and was curious. Are you willing to give it to me since it's so precious? If you can refine it, why not? Veblen smiled indifferently. This prescription is only valuable if someone can make the pill. If not, it's just a useless piece of paper. Wang Tung admired his open-mindedness. If it was really as easy as he said, the damn prescription wouldn't be so precious. Ordinary people wouldn't have the heart to take such prescriptions out. Take a look at it yourself. Veblen took out a leather scroll from his space ring and threw it to Wang Tung. This Xianyang soul-restoring pill isn't easy to refine. You might not succeed, even if you're a Grandmaster Alchemist. Wang Tung didn't reply to him. He read the content of the scroll carefully. A frown slowly appeared on his face as the astonishment in his heart grew stronger. Impressive. Complicated. This Xianyang soul-restoring pill was amazing yet complex. It was many times more tedious to make than the 9-essence soul congealing pill. No wonder he said that even a Grandmaster Alchemist might not be able to refine it. What do you think? Do you have a confidence? Veblen asked. Thank you for reading on my box novel. Calm. Chapter 1201. A little too realistic. Wang Tung looked up from the leather scroll. There's some difficulty. Based on his alchemy mastery, it would be difficult for him to refine this pill. The process was extremely complex, requiring a few hundred types of spiritual herbs. The combination was tricky too. It couldn't be compared with the other Grandmaster level pills. This Xianyang soul restoring pill was probably at the 8th Grandmaster level. If one wasn't at the peak of the Grandmaster level, one wouldn't be able to make it. Wang Tung's alchemy mastery was only at the beginner stage of the Grandmaster level. 4th level pills were his limit. Without a doubt, he couldn't refine this pill. But, you can't make it? Veblen raised his eyebrows and asked. General Cameron and Moira felt anxious too. If you can't do it, we'll have to send Dichi back to the Great Xian planet and invite another Grandmaster Alchemist to help, Cameron pondered and said. There were some alchemists in the military, but only a few Grandmaster Alchemists were available. They were all stationed in important locations. There was one on the number 29 defense planet, but his mastery wasn't up to the mark. That's the only way, Veblen said helplessly. Boxenovel. C0M, he had many methods, but he needed other people to realize them. Everyone's ability was limited. Although he was full of knowledge, that was just the theory. He needed other people to put into action. I might be able to refine it, Wang Tung said. Veblen, General Cameron, Mora, they felt that they were worried about nothing. Why didn't he finish his sentence in one go? He did it on purpose. He must have done it on purpose. Are you sure? Veblen asked. I can give it a try, Wang Tung replied calmly. Dichi can't wait much longer. If he misses the best time for treatment, he will suffer from eternal side effects. The injury to his origin of soul is too serious. Veblen turned forlorn. How confident are you? About 80% to 90%, Wang Tung replied. Veblen, was that called having some difficulty? Do you have a misunderstanding of what difficulty means? Everyone was at a loss for words. Wang Tung, Dichi's life is in your hands. You must think carefully, General Cameron reminded him. Don't worry. I know my limits. Wang Tung nodded. All right, you'll be in charge of making the Xianyang soul-restoring pill. When can you start? General Cameron asked. We can start once all the ingredients are present. He'll ask my men to prepare them immediately. With his order, as the supreme commander of the number 29 defense planet, all the departments got busy. The majority of the ingredients were consolidated and sent to Veblen's laboratory. However, There were two special and rare ingredients. The number 29 defense planet didn't have that many resources, so they couldn't find these two ingredients. We still need the Xianyang flower and the soul thread plant. Veblen scanned through the ingredients and counted all of them. We don't have these two ingredients on the number 29 defense planet, General Cameron replied with a bitter smile. Wait, I think I saw them before. Wang Tung frowned. You've seen them before? General Cameron and Veblen were startled. Let me take a look. Wang Tung sifted through the space ring he got from the Flaming River Universe Lord. His eyes lit up. The next second, two jade boxes appeared in his hand. He opened the boxes. The Xianyang flower and the soul thread plant were laid inside. The Flaming River Universe Lord had left many spiritual herbs. These two were part of his collection. Wang Tung didn't use them often, so he didn't think they would come in handy now. Seriously, Veblen was speechless. He knew how rare these two ingredients were. It would be a feat trying to find these two ingredients outside the defense planet. Yet, Wang Tung had both of them. Wang Tung didn't know the formula of the Xianyang soul-restoring pill, so he couldn't have prepared them beforehand. This was a coincidence. Di Chi is quite lucky. He'll be mad if he doesn't thank me properly after he wakes up. Wang Tung glanced at the two spiritual herbs and felt a little heartache. Moira glanced at Wang Tung from the corner of her eyes. Is this all you can think about? Miser. However, she was also surprised when Wang Tung took out these two herbs. This fellow always gave people surprises. Don't worry. Di Chi is a direct descendant of the Cavendish family. They will reward you for saving him and using the spiritual herbs on him, General Cameron said. He felt speechless too. Wang Tung smiled and kept quiet. General Cameron didn't know his relationship with Di Chi. He was just joking. Cut the crap and refine the pill, Veblen urged him. Is there an alchemy room here? Wang Tung asked. Yes, follow me. General Cameron brought them out of Veblen's laboratory into the alchemy room. The alchemy room was situated in a huge building at the back of the base. There were many alchemists entering and leaving the building. The number 29 defense planet was where they resisted dark apparitions. So naturally, there were injured martial warriors every day. Alchemy rooms were a necessity, and so were alchemists. However, there was only one Grandmaster alchemist here. General Cameron informed the other party along the way. The instant they reached the entrance of the building, a figure walked over to welcome them. General Cameron. This was an old human with white hair and a face full of wrinkles. He wore the alchemist uniform and treated General Cameron and Veblen politely. However, a hint of arrogance could still be detected in his expression. He must have lived a good life. Grandmaster Speenberg. General Cameron greeted him politely too. We need to make a Grandmaster level pill, so we have to borrow your room. There were requirements for the alchemy room when making Grandmaster level pills. Ordinary furnaces couldn't withstand the energy shock during the pill refinement. Only Grandmaster Speenberg's alchemy room ticked all the boxes. General Cameron, you want to refine a Grandmaster-level pill? Grandmaster Speenberg was surprised. Yes. General Cameron nodded. Which Grandmaster wants to make it? Grandmaster Speenberg scanned the crowd curiously. General Cameron and Mr. Veblen weren't alchemists. He knew this clearly. That meant that it was one of those two young people. But they were both so young. How could they be a Grandmaster alchemist? Grandmaster Speenberg subconsciously removed Wang Tung and Moira from his list. He's the one. General Cameron pointed at Wang Tung. Oh, Grandmaster Speenberg couldn't hide his astonishment this time. He frowned and asked, General Cameron, are you joking with me? Grandmaster Speenberg, my name is Wang Tung. I have been acknowledged by the Secondary Career Alliance. Wang Tung stepped out without waiting for General Cameron's reply. Wang Tung. Speenberg spent most of his time on the number 29 defense planet. Moreover, the Secondary Career Alliance purposely concealed Wang Tung's information, so not many people knew about him. I know the majority of the Grandmaster alchemists of the Great Qian Empire, but I've never heard about you. He was puzzled. I just got recognized not long ago. Do you mind if I check? Grandmaster Speenberg hesitated. He didn't want to suspect him, but Wang Tung was too young and looked a little unreliable. He couldn't believe everyone that ran over and told him he was a Grandmaster. Even if he was brought over by General Cameron and Mr. Veblen, he still had his doubts. They weren't in the same industry as him anyway. Please. Wang Tung smiled. Speenberg felt a little more confident after seeing his nonchalant expression. However, he still checked it. He walked to the side and contacted a grandmaster. Soon, he found Wang Tang's information. He looked at the profile picture. It was the same, as young as the person in front of him. Wang Tang's assessment process and the pills he had made were also recorded. Speenberg was flabbergasted. He took a deep breath and didn't know what to say. He felt that he had wasted his few hundred years in the universe. This young man's achievements had already surpassed his. What did he have to be proud of? After some time, Speenberg came back. The arrogance on his face had disappeared, and he was beaming like a blossoming flower. Grandmaster Wang Tung, it's my honor to meet you. Me too, me too, Wang Tung replied with a smile. Never slap a person who smiles. The other three people were speechless when they saw the drastic change in Grandmaster Speenberg's attitude. How realistic. This was a little too realistic. At the same time, they finally believed that Wang Tung was a real Grandmaster alchemist. He didn't lie. Why else would Grandmaster Speenberg treat him like this? He had put himself in a lower position. Normal people wouldn't receive such treatment. They knew how proud Grandmaster alchemists were. If Wang Tung's mastery didn't exceed his, Grandmaster Speenberg wouldn't have this attitude. Grandmaster Speenberg, I need to refine a pill urgently. Can I borrow your alchemy room? Wang Tung asked. Of course. It's my honor to have you use it. Grandmaster Speenberg smiled and lifted his hand. Please follow me. The two of them walked into the building and headed toward Grandmaster Speenberg's alchemy room. The three people behind them suddenly realized that Wang Tung was more popular here. Thank you for reading on my box novel. Calm. Chapter 1202. Strange Movement. Blackwood Mountain. That was where Wang Tung previously rescued Di Chi from. At this moment, there was a terrifying behemoth creeping into a valley in the depths of the mountain range, shrouded in a black mist. The behemoth was extremely strange. It had a black body, and it felt as if it was made up of piles of rocks. The more shocking thing was that the behemoth resembled a colossal and malevolent battle fortress. There were many ghastly silhouettes of dark apparitions moving around in the dense mist surrounding this fortress. If you could enter the battle fortress, you would realize that this was indeed a battle fortress. Stone halls were piled on top of one another in a strange manner, forming the huge fortress. At the moment, there was an incomparably tall figure seated on a throne made of stone in a hall. It was surrounded by black mist, which made it difficult to see its face. You could see how sturdy its arms were as they rested on the armrest of the throne, and its thighs that resembled pillars on the ground. A pair of cold eyes scanned the surroundings as an indifferent voice followed. Ukper is missing. There was a figure kneeling in the center of the stone hall. It looked like a human martial warrior, not a dark apparition. Boxenovel. C0M, hearing the voice. The figure's body quivered, and its head lowered. Drops of sweat fell from its forehead. It was scary. Yes, yes, my lord. The man was trembling as he spoke. Have you checked it out? It's not confirmed yet, but devil vines in that area have been eliminated. We suspect that martial warriors from the Light faction have appeared. Light faction martial warriors. The figure on the throne paused and said lightly. They didn't even realize it when they appeared at her doorstep. A bunch of trash. A powerful evil aura erupted from its body. Boom! The person below froze, and his body exploded. The ground of the entire stone hall was stained red with blood. Ah! A shrill scream suddenly came a few seconds after his body was obliterated. It was strange, but soon, a dark figure jumped out of the destroyed body, begging for mercy. My lord, please spare me. Spare my life. The figure was shaped like a brain, and there was a spine-like rod connected below it. It was another devil mind dark apparition. It seemed that there was more than one member of the mysterious and unusual devil mind race here. Find him. Find out everything. It doesn't matter who captured Ukper. Bring him to me, and I will make him pay. The rumbling, cold voice from the throne rang in the stone hall. Yes, yes, The devil-mind dark apparition hurriedly answered. Go away. The figure's aura erupted as it roared. The devil-mind dark apparition screamed again as he flew out of the stone hall. In a hall located in the main base of a number 29 defense planet, an old man was sitting on a chair with a screen in front of him. Loads of information were flowing on the screen. Wendell stood beside him and hesitated to speak. He looked rather honest, resembling nothing like a raging wolf at all. The old man browsed through the information on the screen. He wasn't in a hurry, nor did he care whether someone was standing next to him. Time passed slowly like this. After half an hour, the old man spoke. Your heart can't calm down. Fourth Grandpa. Wendell was interrupted before he could finish his sentence. Are you afraid just because you lost once? Wendell wanted to refute, but he felt a chill in his heart when he thought about how ruthless Wong Tung was when he dealt with the dark apparitions. Fear emerged in his heart. He was a demon. You've disappointed me. The old man shook his head. Wendell's expression changed. These words were heavy. In a big family like the Parkers, once they were labeled as incompetent, there was no way for them to turn the tables. All his resources would be distributed to the other talents and would have nothing to do with him going forward. Wendell's status in the family wasn't considered high. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been stationed here at number 29 Defense Planet to fight. If he really disappointed this old man, he would not lead a good life in the future. Fourth Grandpa, I will not let you down. Wendell's eyes were bloodshot as he cemented his resolve. Cutting off people's wealth was like killing one's parents. He had no grudge against Wong Tung, but if the Parkers wanted him to do it, he had no other choice but to obey. Very well, I did see something in you. The old man got up and patted Wendell's shoulder. He then said earnestly, Little Wendell, it's inconvenient for the strong ones to deal with him. Otherwise, we wouldn't send you to do it. You have to understand the difficulties of the family. We are all martial warriors who are nurtured by the family. If they want to use us, none of us can escape this fate. Wendell nodded and didn't show the slightest hint of dissatisfaction on his face. The old man nodded with satisfaction and smiled. But don't worry. As long as you do this job well and prove your ability, the family will support you. I just remembered that the current leader of the Tiger Strike Force is about to be promoted. A big stick and a candy. It was obvious what the old man meant. If he did this right, the leader of the Tiger Strike Force would be Wendell. Thank you, Fourth Grandpa, for your support. A trace of happiness flashed in Wendell's eyes as he replied hurriedly. Tiger Strike Force. This was a fierce and famous squad in the military. It consisted of 5,000 martial warriors who were all at least at the celestial stage. They had repeatedly made extraordinary achievements and couldn't be compared to ordinary squads. There were tens of thousands of military squads on No. 29 Defense Planet, and the Tiger Strike Force was one of the famous ones. The leader of the Tiger Strike Force was undoubtedly a seat of power. If Wendell held that position, it would definitely be a huge leap for him. That was why he was so excited. Work hard. The old man nodded. Wong Tung isn't actually that scary. The reason why he was able to avoid getting killed by our family was because of external influences. Now that he's here on number 29 Defense Planet, he has no one to depend on. This is a good opportunity. You have to seize it. Understood. Wendell nodded. In addition, I will send a few more people to you. Be sure to settle this as soon as possible. The old man's eyes flickered coldly. Yes. Wendell felt more confident when he heard that there was help. Go. The old man waved his hand. Wendell bowed respectfully and left. After walking out of the hall, his expression became dark and his eyes flickered. No one knew what he was thinking. Thank you for reading on my box novel. Calm. Chapter 1203. It's true that Grandmaster Wong Tung bore the lightning calamity alone. 1. Wong Tung didn't know that various factions were making their moves against him. He was in Grandmaster Speenberg's alchemy room, getting ready to make the Xianyang soul-restoring pill. This was a standard Grandmaster-level alchemy room. There weren't any extra items, and it used this planet's earth flame. Almost all alchemists used earth flames to refine pills. The special flames were hard to tame and difficult to find. Not everyone was as lucky as Wong Tung. Wong Tung sat cross-legged on the ground and waved his hand. The black meteorite furnace appeared in front of him. He didn't start in a hurry. Instead, he released his spiritual power and picked up all the attribute bubbles around him. This was the alchemist base. Many people made pills here, so there were as many attribute bubbles. There were many master alchemists stationed on the number 29 defense planet, so their attribute bubbles were useful to Wang Tung. After all, every grandmaster rose from master. He collected the attribute bubbles. Alchemy *10, alchemy *15, alchemy *30 box and oval. C0M, the attribute bubbles merged into Wang Tung's mind and turned into his knowledge. Different images popped up in his memory. These were all alchemy experiences. The attribute bubbles were from master alchemists and below, so their value wasn't high. Still, they were useful to Wang Tung. The attributes came from different alchemists and represented a different kind of enlightenment and understanding. It was like a filtering process. The system would filter the repeated knowledge and keep the essence before sending it to Wang Tung. Even if it was an attribute bubble dropped by a master alchemist, it had its uses. Wang Tung looked at his attributes panel after picking up all the bubbles. Alchemist, 4350/10,000, Grandmaster, less than half. This isn't enough. Wang Tung frowned and shook his head. The Xinyang Soul Restoring Pill was an 8th Grandmaster level pill and was extremely tough to make. Wang Tung would be more confident if his attribute crossed the halfway mark. Although he would only be at the middle stage of the Grandmaster level, his experience came from the system. As a result, he was more all-round compared to other alchemists. This allowed him to have the ability to make an 8th Grandmaster level pill at the middle stage. Any other alchemist wouldn't dare to promise they could succeed even if they were at the peak of the Grandmaster level. He had picked up all the attribute bubbles outside. It would take some time for new attribute bubbles to appear. The value of the bubbles wasn't high, and he needed a few hundred to reach the middle. He didn't have the time, however. He had no choice but to push it up. With a thought, the blank attributes plummeted. His alchemist attribute rose gradually. It started from 4350, 4,500, 4,600, 4,800, 5,000, 5,100. Wang Tung quickly stopped at 5,100. His blank attributes were emptied once again. 750 points of Grandmaster level attributes used up all his blank attributes. There were more than 70,000 of them. This was daylight robbery. That was more than 70,000 points. They were gone in a split second. Wang Tung felt his heart aching. He emptied his blank attributes when fighting with the devouring Nihility beast and finally managed to accumulate 70,000 of them. Now, they were gone again. But this also proved how hard it was to raise a Grandmaster level attribute. That was why Wang Tung wasn't willing to waste his blank attributes to push them up. He would rather pick up attribute bubbles. It was much more economical. Wang Tung recorded this bill on Di Qi. He did this to save him. Who else should he give the bill to? His alchemist level reached the middle stage. Wang Tung went through his knowledge and felt that he could start the refinement. He immediately took out the ingredients for the Xinyang Soul Restoring Pill and placed them at the side. He waved his hand, and the emerald glazed flame jumped out. It turned into a green dragon and circled the black meteorite. Wang Tung followed the steps and placed the spiritual herbs into the furnace with his spiritual power. General Cameron, Veblen, and the others waited outside the alchemy room. Even Olivia hurried over when she heard the news. There was no way to hide the fact that she was on the number 29 defense planet. Her family had noticed her departure, so there was no point hiding it. Also, she was worried about Di Qi, so she came directly. At the same time, the Cavendish family kept a connection with Olivia so that they could understand the situation in real time. Especially Di Qi's father, Borla. He wished he could rush over instantly. Unfortunately, the number 29 defense planet was too far away. Even a universe-stage martial warrior would need some time to get there. Olivia, how's Di Qi? Olivia's wristwatch lit up, showing Borla's hologram. Uncle Borla, brother Wang Tung, is making an 8th Grandmaster level pill, the Xianyang Soul Restoring Pill. I heard that it can heal cousin Di Qi's soul injury. Olivia gave him an update. 8th Grandmaster level pill? the Xianyang soul restoring pill. Borla was stunned. He asked immediately, is Wang Tong refining it personally? Yes, he has already started. Thank you for reading on my box novel. Calm. Chapter 1204. It's true that Grandmaster Wang Tong bore the lightning calamity alone. 2. An 8th Grandmaster level pill? Will it be tough for Wang Tong? Borla hesitated before asking. Brother Wang Tong is confident, Olivia replied. That's good, that's good. Borla trusted Wang Tong. The young figure appeared in his mind, and he felt more at ease. Honestly, we wouldn't have been able to save Di Chi if Brother Wang Tong hadn't helped. The Cavendish family owes him a huge favor. Borla knew how dangerous the process was, so he felt even more grateful to Wang Tong. Borla, don't worry too much. We'll do our best to save Di Chi, General Cameron said. All right, General Cameron. Thank you too. It's nothing. It's partly my responsibility. We underestimated the dark apparition's ability and caused Di Chi to be in danger. General Cameron shook his head. No military mission is 100% safe. Borla shook his head. He wasn't planning to blame General Cameron. They chatted for some time before Borla hung up. He's been inside for 5 hours. Will he succeed? General Cameron turned to the alchemy room and sighed, shaking his head again. Box and Oval. C0M. Master, how much confidence do you have? Mora asked. The ingredients are only enough to make 2 pills. I'm afraid. I hope he can succeed. Veblen shook his head. The Xianyang soul restoring pill? Grandmaster Wang Tong is making that legendary pill? Wow, if he succeeds, they'll have something to boast about in the future. Grandmaster Speenberg chuckled. Grandmaster Speenberg, you seem to have great confidence in Wang Tong, General Cameron said. Haha, if you know what Grandmaster Wang Tong did on the Grandmaster Speenberg, you will be as confident as me. Grandmaster Speenberg smiled. Oh, it was General Cameron and Veblen's turn to be shocked. You don't know his achievements? Grandmaster Speenberg exclaimed in surprise. They were the ones who brought him over, but they didn't know anything. Yet, they still dared to let him refine the Xianyang soul restoring pill. Wasn't that a little rash? Can you tell us? Veblen asked curiously. I think so. Grandmaster Speenberg pondered for a few seconds before sharing Wang Tong's deeds. After they heard the story, General Cameron, Veblen, and Mora were dumbfounded. They couldn't associate Wang Tong with the Grandmaster-level figure in Speenberg's story. Boom! At that moment, a loud clap of thunder shook their eardrums. Dark clouds appeared out of nowhere and gathered above everyone's heads. Pill calamity. Success. Everyone was stunned for a moment before realizing what had happened. A smile appeared on their faces. Boom! A golden red beam of light suddenly shot out from the alchemy room and into the sky. A thick fragrance spread out while circles of force fluctuation swept over. Bang, bang, bang. A few explosions occurred in the different alchemy rooms. Cough, cough. What's happening? Many alchemists rushed out from their alchemy rooms with ashes on their faces and hair. They stared at the sky in bewilderment, not knowing what had happened. Pill calamity. This is the pill calamity. An alchemist made a Grandmaster-level pill. Is it Grandmaster Speenberg? The alchemists regained their composure. Their furnaces had exploded due to the strong force fluctuation. They were filled with resentment at first, but now only astonishment and curiosity were left. I'm sorry to disturb y'all. Grandmaster Speenberg opened his mouth and said, Huh? Grandmaster Speenberg, why are you here? Who's making pills inside? Everyone was staggered when they saw Speenberg. They quickly gathered over and started asking one by one. The alchemists either had their hair stood up or their faces were filled with ash. They looked quite funny as they crowded around Speenberg. It's another Grandmaster, Grandmaster Speenberg said mysteriously. Another Grandmaster. Another Grandmaster came to our number 29 defense planet? That's rare. Looking at the intensity of the pill calamity, this pill isn't a normal Grandmaster-level pill. The alchemists made various guesses. They were flabbergasted as they stared at the thick, dark clouds above. They were master alchemists and below, but that didn't prevent them from knowing about the pill calamity. It was easy to tell this pill calamity was extremely frightening. A normal Grandmaster-level pill wouldn't attract something like this. At the same time, they understood why the energy from this pill was able to break through the barriers between the alchemy rooms and reach their furnaces. It was too dense, so it penetrated the barrier of their alchemy rooms directly. This situation rarely happened. It only occurred when a high-level pill was refined successfully. Boom! The dark clouds pressed down on them, as if the entire sky was being lowered. The rumbling thunder was heard continuously, while calamity, lightning shuttled back and forth like humongous dragons. A terrifying pressure filled up the air. The pill fragrance was getting thicker too. It spread throughout the building. Thank you for reading on my box novel. Calm. Chapter 1205. It's true that Grandmaster Wang Tung bore the lightning calamity alone. 3. What a thick pill fragrance. The alchemists' eyes shimmered. All their attention was on the golden red light. They tried their best to see the real appearance of the pill. Boom! A dazzling light blossomed from a pill the size of a longan. It gradually rose into the sky. Boom! The calamity lightning finally struck, heading straight for the pill in the pillar of light. Everyone felt their hearts skipping a beat. Would the pill be able to withstand this bolt of lightning? Please don't be destroyed. This pill isn't easy to make. The alchemists knew that many high-level pills were destroyed in lightning calamities after they were made successfully. This was why high-level Dan medicines were rare. However, when the calamity lightning was 100 meters away from the pill, a purple beam of light shot up from the ground and smashed into it. The calamity lightning just needed a split second to complete this 100 meters journey. Boom. Box and Unravel. C0M. The next instant, the two of them collided and released a violent explosion. The purple beam of light managed to stop the calamity lightning forcefully, protecting the pill below it. What's that? Everyone was puzzled. They stared at it with wide eyes. It looks like Wang Tung is prepared. General Cameron heaved a sigh of relief. Interesting. It's able to block the calamity lightning. Veblen's eyes lit up. Suddenly, he frowned. Wait, that thing looks like a brick. A brick? General Cameron was stunned. He looked at it carefully. The calamity lightning got dimmer, and the second bolt of lightning hadn't arrived yet. Using this chance, General Cameron managed to see the true appearance of the item. It was indeed a brick. The other people widened their eyes in shock when they saw the thing basking in the light. They wondered if they were having an illusion. An ordinary brick blocked the calamity lightning. They thought it was something exquisite. Boom! Before they could react, the second bolt of lightning dawned and slammed on the brick. It blocked it again. The third and the fourth bolts struck down continuously, leaving no time for the audience to catch their breath. Each bolt was more terrifying than the previous one. However, the brick resisted all of them. This was absurd. They started guessing the origin of the brick. It was a little impressive, but at the fifth bolt, the brick couldn't withstand the pressure anymore and started shaking. It was about to drop to the ground. Everyone got nervous. The brick is going to fall, Olivia said anxiously. Boom! The moment she finished speaking, the sixth, seventh, and eighth bolts struck down at the same time, soaring through the sky like three ferocious lightning dragons and charging toward the brick with boundless fury. Everyone's expressions changed. The calamity lightning seemed provoked. The high and mighty calamity lightning was blocked by a brick. How could it not be enraged? The three bolts came with a mighty force. Suddenly, the brick turned and ran away. Silence. Everyone was stunned. This brick was a little timid. Wait, something wasn't right. If the brick ran away, what about the pill? The last three bolts of lightning were the scariest. If the pill received them forcefully, it would be shattered into pieces. No one could bear to see such a result. Was it going to get destroyed at the last stretch? Everyone was furious at the brick. Why did it run away without any warning? They couldn't act even if they wanted to. Boom! An earth-shaking thunder resounded in the sky. The pill continued floating silently in the beam of light. It didn't shatter. Unknowingly, a tall and straight figure had appeared above the pill. He bathed in the lightning as if he was the god of lightning. Oh my God! Everyone stared at him with their mouths agape. Words were stuck in their throat. They were speechless. Is that Wang Tung? Vebelin and General Cameron exchanged glances with each other and saw astonishment in the other party's eyes. So it's true that Grandmaster Wang Tung bore the lightning calamity alone. Grandmaster Speenberg rubbed his eyes in disbelief as he mumbled to himself. He thought that the rumors were exaggerated, but he believed them now. F***K. He had to believe them. The truth was laid out right in front of him, stimulating his poor old heart. He almost had a heart attack. Thank you for reading on my box novel. Calm. Chapter 1206. A man always has a few days off. There was a rumor that an alchemist withstood the lightning calamity personally, but only the insiders knew his identity. They were people like Grandmaster Hua Yuan and Grandmaster Harrell. Bearing the lightning calamity alone was a piece of breaking news for the alchemists. They would talk about it whenever they met. Speenberg was a Grandmaster too, so he was familiar with Grandmaster Hua Yuan and the others. Naturally, he knew about the rumor. He looked at the figure in the sky in a daze. He wasn't the only one. The others were astounded too. They stared absent-mindedly at Wang Tung. Boom! The Xianyang Soul Restoring Pill was an 8th Grandmaster level pill, so there were 8 calamity lightning bolts. The final 3 were the most powerful and lasted the longest. Wang Tung didn't shrink back. He basked in the lightning and used his body to resist it. An occult golden pattern appeared on his forehead. His lightning talent was fully released. At the same time, he activated his Latang physique and ancient god's body, using the calamity lightning to train himself. Box and Oval. C0M Wang Tung's lightning talent was only at the Emperor level, and his Latang physique wasn't even at the planetary stage. This was nothing in front of the Grandmaster level calamity lightning. However, the ancient god's body was extraordinary. It was a top-tier physique training skill. It had even exceeded the universe stage. Wang Tung only raised it to 3-star, but it was more than enough to resist the tribulation. The 3 bolts of lightning couldn't get through Wang Tung's defenses and dispersed gradually. The lightning glow around him subsided, revealing his body. This 8th level calamity lightning is quite powerful. Wang Tung cringed. He could feel numbness and pain in his body. He still suffered a little even though he had activated his ancient god's body. Training his physique wasn't easy, but he had some gains too. He clenched his fist and felt that his physique had become stronger. He became stronger. Yay! He looked through his attributes panel. The ancient god's body attribute had risen a little, just as he expected. Ancient god's body, 1500/300000, 3-star. He used his blank attributes to push his ancient god's body to the 3-star level, but it was only at the doorstep. He remembered that he only had 1 point. After the calamity lightning, he had 1,500 points. The corners of Wang Tung's lips trembled. 1 calamity lightning only increased it by 1,500 points? Mind you, he needed 300,000 points to advance to the next level. What a vast difference. He would need 200 lightning calamities to reach the 4-star level. Wang Tung felt that his future was bleak. F***K, 200 lightning calamities? Truthfully, he might need more. The further he went, the harder it would be. Who could bear this? No one would do such a stupid thing. Wang Tung shook his head and looked at the pill. After the lightning calamity, the pill got a little playful and started flying in another direction. He was trying to run away. Wang Tung stretched out his hand, and the Xianyang Soul Restoring Pill flew back uncontrollably. It landed in his hand, lying obediently on his palm. This pill was tedious to refine, so he only managed to make 1. But that was enough. Wang Tung kept the Xianyang Soul Restoring Pill in a jade bottle and picked up the attribute bubbles around him. Constellation Force, Lightning, *800 Constellation Force, Lightning, *1200 Heaven-Earth Calamity, Lightning, *150 Heaven-Earth Calamity, Lightning, *200 Wang Tung bore a few lightning calamities in the past, so he was used to it. He was familiar with the attribute bubbles too. The attribute bubbles merged into his body. Some turned into constellation lightning force and flowed through his meridians and limbs before entering the lightning constellations above the sea of nihility. He had 8 lightning constellations now. This meant that Wang Tang's lightning force had reached the 8th level of the planetary stage. The other attribute bubbles turned into small bolts of purple calamity lightning and swarmed into Wang Tang's consciousness. There was a small ball of calamity lightning ingrained in his consciousness. It got a little bigger after this addition. Wang Tang immediately sensed the calamity lightning's happiness. He smiled. He received 12,000 points of constellation lightning force and 850 points of calamity lightning. Constellation lightning force 21500/80,000. Planetary stage 8th level. Heaven Earth calamity lightning 1450/10,000. First rank. His constellation lightning force increased greatly, but it was still at the 8th level of the planetary stage. It wasn't enough for a breakthrough. As for the calamity lightning, it only reached 1450 and was still at the first rank. Seems like it would be an arduous task to raise it to the 2nd rank. Wang Tang shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He would take one step at a time. There was no use being impatient. He couldn't endure the lightning calamity every day, right? It didn't make sense. Wang Tang floated down from the sky. General Cameron and the others crowded around him. How is it? Veblen stared at Wang Tang's palm and asked agitatedly. He had the pill formula for a long time, but no one had ever made the Xianyang soul-restoring pill successfully. He was taking a chance when he passed it to Wang Tang. He didn't expect him to be successful. This came as a surprise. He wondered what the Xianyang soul-restoring pill looked like. General Cameron, Moira, Olivia, and Grandmaster Speenberg surrounded him and stared at him intently. I succeeded. Wang Tang smiled. He opened his palm and showed them the Xianyang soul-restoring pill. A pill giving off a golden red glow was floating in the crystal-clear jade bottle. It was round with 8 patterns on it. The pill looked divine. Good. You didn't disappoint me. Veblen repeated 3 times. Great. Cousin Di Chi is saved. Olivia was the most excited. She pulled Wang Tang's arm. Wang Tang smiled too. He was a little stressed when refining the Xianyang soul-restoring pill because he needed it to save his friend. Besides, the difficulty exceeded his mastery level, so if he failed... Fortunately, that didn't happen. Moira's heart pounded when she saw Wang Tang smile. In her eyes, he seemed to be glowing. This fellow was quite handsome. Dan patterns! Grandmaster Speenberg suddenly exclaimed. His eyes were wide open like a goldfish as he stared at the pill in the jade bottle. He commented excitedly, Grandmaster Wang Tang, you really amaze me. I'm fully convinced by your ability. You succeeded in making this difficult pill, that too of such high quality. This is the first time I've seen something like this in my life. As a Grandmaster, Speenberg knew the meaning of the Dan patterns clearly. Dan medicines with patterns on them had the greatest efficacy, so their quality was top-notch. Such Dan medicines were rare, but he managed to see one today. Grandmaster Speenberg felt honored. Grandmaster Speenberg, you're too polite, Wang Tang replied with a smile. Actually, he wasn't satisfied with this Dan medicine. There were only 8 patterns on it. When he made the 9-essence soul congealing pill, there were 10 patterns. If he was given another chance, he was confident that he could make one with 10 patterns and lock 100% of its efficacy in the pill. No. This is the most perfect pill I've seen in my life. Grandmaster Wang Tang, I have huge respect for your mastery, Grandmaster Speenberg exclaimed. I was just lucky, Wang Tang said modestly. Grandmaster Speenberg, you're a good speaker. Please speak more. What are you saying? I have met many Grandmasters, but none of them can make such high-quality pills. This isn't about luck, Grandmaster Speenberg said seriously. He felt that Wang Tang was too humble. Grandmaster Speenberg, they'll be embarrassed if you continue praising me. Wang Tang laughed. Silence. Everyone looked at Wang Tang speechlessly. This fellow obviously loved the compliments. He didn't seem embarrassed at all. Shameless. Sigh. Look at how humble you are. I feel that I've been wasting my life. My alchemy mastery is stagnant, but am enjoying the glory of being a grandmaster. Am ashamed. Grandmaster Speenberg shook his head. Please don't say that. You've earned my respect by staying on the defense planet. Not everyone can make such a decision. Wang Teng complimented him too. It would be impolite not to reciprocate. Since the other party praised him, he should return the favor. It's nothing, it's nothing. Grandmaster Speenberg waved his hand. However, the smile on his face exposed his true feelings. Everyone, are y'all done? Cough. Let's save Di Chi first. Give the Xianyang soul-restoring pill to Di Chi since you have made it. General Cameron coughed and said, Yes, yes. Saving a life is more important. Grandmaster Speenberg wasn't willing to stop, but he still nodded his head. Wang Ting looked at General Cameron with resentment. Was he trying to stop others from complimenting him? Why did he interrupt Grandmaster Speenberg after a few sentences? This was outrageous. General Cameron? What's with that gaze? I feel as if I did something wrong. General Cameron was at a loss for words. This fellow was shameless. Wasn't he embarrassed? He glared at Wang Tung and walked away. He was afraid he might beat him up if he looked at him any longer. He deserved a beating. A man always has a few days off. Wang Ting shook his head and muttered to himself. Mora heard him because she was standing beside him. She gave a strange expression. General Cameron stumbled. He clenched his fist, but he didn't turn around. Bear with it. Bear with it. This young man made great contributions to the military, so I'll let him off this time. Thank you for reading on my box novel. Calm. Chapter 1207. She had matured. She isn't a young girl anymore. They went back to Veblen's laboratory. Di Chi was still lying rigidly on the bed. He looked like a corpse waiting to be dissected. The only difference was he was wearing clothes. Normally, corpses would be naked. Everyone gathered around Di Chi and looked at the poor man. Wang Tong took out the Xianyang soul-restoring pill and pried Di Chi's mouth open. Then he stuffed the pill in. Everyone, Olivia. Brother Wang Tong, are you really friends? Don't we look like friends? Wang Tong asked, sounding puzzled. Olivia. Seriously? Looking at how rough you were, others might think you were trying to kill him. Box and Oval. C0M, don't mind the details. If we were not friends, I wouldn't have spent so much effort to refine the Xianyang soul-restoring pill and save him. I'm a grandmaster alchemist. My time and labor are worth at least a few billion. Wang Tung sniggered. You can explain it to him personally. I recorded the scene on my wristwatch, Olivia said slyly. F***K. Wang Tung cursed unconsciously. This girl was indeed sly. He got tricked. Are you scared? Olivia smirked. They'll delete the video if you make 180 Grandmaster level pills for me. Silence. Everyone looked at Olivia in bewilderment. They could almost see the foxtail popping out behind her. She was surprisingly ruthless. 108 Grandmaster level pills? Did she think they were sweets? How could she even say that number? Why don't you be a robber instead? Wang Tung asked furiously. There's no one to rob from, Olivia replied in a seemingly naive tone. How smart of you. Wang Tung rolled his eyes. Well, I'm not going to bring you out again. Don't beg me. Huh. Olivia was stunned. She quickly hugged Wang Tung's elbow. Don't do that. Brother, I was wrong. Moira raised her eyebrow, glancing at their point of contact involuntarily. Wang Tung immediately felt something soft on his elbow. WTF. This girl is growing up well. She has matured. I can't treat her like a young girl anymore. But he still wouldn't relent easily. She would wreak havoc in the future if he gave in. How can you be wrong? It's my fault. I made a mistake by trusting you. Wang Tung sighed and shook his head dejectedly. Olivia didn't know what to say. She was caught off guard. Oh no, what should I do if Brother Wang Tung doesn't bring me around in the future? She didn't participate much in this mission, but being able to go on one was a great breakthrough. She found it exhilarating and fun. She wouldn't have any more chances if Wang Tung ignored her. Don't say anything. Let's cut ties here. Wang Tung glanced at her and said calmly. Sob? No, Brother Wang Tung. It's my fault. I didn't take a video. I lied. I won't do it again. Sob, I was wrong. Tears welled up in Olivia's eyes, and she burst out crying. Wang Tung felt helpless. This wasn't right. He was the victim, but after she cried, He looked like the bad guy. Everyone stared at Wang Tung strangely, as if he was inhumane. Why are you bullying a young girl? Seriously? Wang Tung felt even more frustrated. They weren't implicated, so they didn't care. They were bad guys too. Stop crying. I'm just playing with you, Wang Tung said helplessly. Really? Olivia's crying stopped, and her tears disappeared instantly. She asked, "Can I follow you in the future?" Wang Tung froze, feeling that he got tricked again. He asked, "Why do you want to follow me?" "It's dangerous." "It's fun," Olivia said. Everyone, this young girl was still a child. How could she say that the defense planet was fun? Was she oblivious or naive? They seemed to have the same meaning. Everyone shook their heads. They felt lucky that this young girl didn't pester them. Who could deal with her? Nonsense, Wang Ting scolded softly. This is a defense planet, not a place to play. Never mind, you'll be brought back soon. Someone in your family will take care of you. I don't want to go back, Olivia pouted and said unwillingly. That's not for you to decide. Wang Tung gloated. Olivia blinked and stopped irritating Wang Tung. She was coming up with another plan. As for Di Chi, some color returned to his face after consuming the pill. The Xinyang soul-restoring pill melted in his mouth. This was a good function. Di Chi wouldn't be able to swallow the Longan-sized spiritual Dan in his state of unconsciousness. Wang Tung, when will Di Chi wake up? General Cameron asked. Based on the efficacy of my Xinyang soul-restoring pill, 2 days. Wang Tung estimated. 2 days? That's fast. General Cameron was startled. Looks like your alchemy mastery is extremely high. I should call you a grandmaster from now on. Please don't. I'm just a small soldier under you. Don't call me grandmaster. It's not the same system, so we don't have to care about it. Wang Tung replied in a hurry. If Cameron changed the way he addressed him, their relationship would change too. They would turn from a superior and a subordinate to colleagues of the same rank. After all, grandmasters were the leader in their industry. This wasn't what Wang Tung wanted. He still wanted to enjoy the protection of General Cameron. An address was nothing. He didn't need it. Silence. No one knew what to say. They found Wang Tung extremely thick-skinned. How could he say such words without turning red and putting himself in such a low position? Come on, shouldn't you have some face as a grandmaster? General Cameron glanced at Wang Tung in surprise. This wasn't the reply he expected. Are you sure? He asked. Yes, extremely sure. I'm just a small soldier under you. You could direct me around wherever you want. Just remember my military contributions. Wang Tung chuckled. So this is what you're after. General Cameron was caught between laughter and tears. All right, you will have your military contributions for your future missions. You won't be affected. Cough. Actually, military exploits are secondary. Most importantly, I want to contribute to the military. Wang Tung coughed and continued righteously. Everyone, haha, you're an interesting brat. Veblen burst out laughing. He rarely saw someone as honest and unpretentious as him. Grandmaster Speenberg was stunned at first, but he understood Wang Tung's intention after hearing their conversation. He smiled and kept quiet. Grandmaster Wang Tung was a unique person. Other grandmasters chose to enjoy a good life in the secondary career alliance. They wouldn't come to the military to suffer. Of course, their lack of ability was also one of the reasons. Wang Tung was different. Although he was a grandmaster, his martial arts talent was strong too. His achievements in this field might be higher. It was understandable why he chose this path. Let's disperse since everything has ended. Well, wait for Di Chi to wake up before asking him what happened. General Cameron waved his hand and left immediately. He had many matters to deal with. He couldn't stay much longer. I'm going back too. Grandmaster Wang Tung, come and have some tea if you're free, Grandmaster Speenberg said. I will. Wang Tung agreed. He loved talking to this grandmaster because he had a way with words. Wang Tung wanted to leave too, but Veblen pulled him back. Young lad, go and deal with the devil ovum now. The faster you get rid of it, the earlier I can study it. You're not allowing me to rest, Wang Tung said helplessly. Why do you need to rest? You're still young. Are you weak? Veblen glanced at him. Weak? You're the one who's weak, Wang Tung replied angrily. Hey, don't you know how to respect an elder? No. Do you know how to dote on a junior? Junior? You? Please don't be so shameless. I'm only 20 years old. I'm not old like you. One of your feet is already in the coffin. I'm angry. Moira slapped her forehead as she looked at the two of them quarreling and walking away. She hurriedly caught up with them. Thank you for reading on my box novel. Calm. Chapter 1208. A cheap trick of the devil ovum, silent sound wave. The three of them arrived at basement 10, where the devil ovum was sealed. Wang Tung glanced at Moira and then at Veblen. General Cameron has already approved this. Moira knew what Wang Tung was thinking and explained with a smile. Wang Tung nodded. He was too lazy to say anything. He could tell that Moira and Veblen were the same. They had a particularly strong desire to research the devil ovum. It was almost impossible to stop them from getting close to it. That was why he simply stopped obstructing them. As long as they could protect themselves, he couldn't care less. Even if they were enchanted by the devil ovum, they would have brought that upon themselves. He had nothing to do with this. Veblen and Moira were also very cautious. They quickly put on the light element armor when Wang Tung opened the door. That was right. Even Moira had an entire luxurious suit of armor forged from light element materials. Wang Tung's eyes were filled with envy. Wealthy fellows. Box and Oval. C0M, the master and the disciple, were too extravagant. 2 full suits of armor forged with light element materials. They weren't afraid of being robbed when they wore it. At this moment, in Wang Tung's eyes, the master and the disciple were moving treasure chests. He wanted to take it all away from them. Moira felt Wang Tung's gaze with her keen senses and was stunned slightly. She then rolled her eyes at him as if she knew what Wang Tung was thinking. Cough. Wang Tung didn't expect that his intentions would be discovered. He understood how sensitive a woman's sixth sense was and looked away with a guilty conscience. Wait. Wang Tung suddenly thought of something and looked at Veblen with doubt. Didn't you say that this armor was a gift? That person gave you 2 sets? Yes, can't he do that? Veblen retorted. He definitely can. Wang Tung rolled his eyes and was speechless. This was someone else's armor. How they got it had nothing to do with him. But he was sure that this old man wasn't telling the truth. TSK. He was afraid of being pestered. Was he that kind of person? He couldn't trust anyone anymore. The door was now opened. Wang Tung walked in first. He was stunned when he saw what was in the room. He was only gone for 2 days, and there were so many attribute bubbles around. It seemed that the devil ovum was unwilling to be imprisoned here. Wang Tung could totally imagine how the devil ovum struggled frantically after he left. The more it struggled, the more attribute bubbles it dropped. However, this was a good thing for Wang Tung. He immediately picked them up. Constellation Force, Dark, * 300 Constellation Force, Fire, * 650 Enchantment, * 80 Constellation Force, Dark, * 420 Enchantment, * 110 Celestial Realm Spirit, * 301 by 1. The attribute bubbles merged into Wang Tung's body and consciousness. In an instant, Wang Tung obtained 31,000 points of Constellation Dark Force. Boom! Huge amounts of Constellation Dark Force merged into a sea of nihility, and there was a roar in his body. Soon, the 9th dark constellation gradually formed. Planetary Stage, Level 9. Wang Tung's Constellation Dark Force had advanced to the 9th level of the planetary stage. The breakthrough was so sudden that Wang Tung didn't have time to react. There was confusion on his face. He initially thought that he would need a few more rounds before he could advance. He wasn't expecting it to be done now. The devil ovum was giving him some huge benefits. Wang Tung decided to give it a thumbs up. The dark force in his body gradually calmed down. All the constellation dark force gathered into the 9 dark constellations and fell silent. Compared to the other elements, the dark constellations were the most obscure and silent ones in Wang Tung's body. They were all huddled in the corners and hidden in the deepest parts of the sea of nihility as if they didn't exist. This was Wang Tung's intention. Dark Force possessed a huge influence over other forces, and he didn't want his other forces to be affected by it, especially those forces that were weaker than the Dark Force. They would absolutely be unable to resist the corruption. However, this was a little unfounded. The dark force had never displayed any of such phenomena. It was possible that they all belonged to the same master and were kept in check. But to be cautious, Wang Tung let it occupy an area alone, separate from the other force constellations. If it was possible, Wang Tung wanted the dark constellation to sink into the depths of the sea of nihility, but he couldn't do so, unfortunately. Once the constellations were condensed, they could no longer enter the sea of nihility. As a martial warrior, Wang Tung could only have a small glimpse of the mysteries of the human body. There was still a long way to go, but in this way, the dark force was a bit pitiful. It was like it was rejected by its master. Besides the constellation dark force, he also obtained the enchantment ability. The attribute bubbles merged into Wang Tung's mind and transformed into huge amounts of EXP. Enchantment. 200/5000 specialized. This time, Wang Tung obtained 2,800 points of enchantment, which raised it into the specialized stage. Wang Tung felt that his control of enchantment was much more precise. With his powerful spiritual power, he could use it on Cosmos stage martial warriors. He could even have a bit of success if he used it against Heaven stage martial warriors. Suddenly, the skill felt useful. He could try it next time. Lastly, it was the celestial realm's spirit attributes. There were a total of 3,200 points, which was not a bad harvest. The spirit attributes silently integrated into Wang Tung's mind, making his spirit purer. No one knew about the transformation in Wang Tung's body. Furthermore, it all happened in an instant. Veblen and Moira didn't realize anything at all. Wang Tung returned to his senses and looked at the devil ovum in front of him. He found a problem. Why does this devil ovum look a little dejected? Did it struggle too much that it became like this? Strange thoughts were circling in Wang Tung's mind. He then took out the universe-level sword and stabbed the devil ovum. Splash! The sword pierced into the devil ovum without any resistance, and the devil ovum shook violently. It then shook again and again and again and again. It looked like it was in bliss. No, it was in pain. A piercing scream came out from the devil ovum, but it wasn't as overbearing as before. Instead, it felt a bit weak. Veblen, Moira, both of them were confused. There's something wrong with this devil ovum. It wasn't like this before. Why is it so weak now? Wang Tung, did you sneak in here? Veblen asked. Why would I do that? I was outside these 2 days. It's impossible for me to come back. Wang Tung was speechless. Then why is the devil ovum like this? Veblen was suspicious. It probably did this to itself. The devil ovum doesn't look very smart, Wang Tung answered. Devil ovum. What do you mean by not very smart? He was framing it. Slander. It was a devil ovum. How could it not be smart? This human's tongue is too vicious. If it could, it would charge straight up to Wang Tung and beat him up. Veblen and Moira had strange expressions. They probably guessed why the devil ovum became like this and were a little speechless. This devil ovum doesn't seem to be very smart. Wang Tung ignored the two of them and pulled out the sword from the devil ovum. He gave a few more stabs. The stabs were just a cover. Wang Tung's real motive was to absorb the devil ovum's origin of darkness. This time, Wang Tung absorbed a third of the devil ovum's origin of darkness. He planned to take half a month to destroy this devil ovum, but he realized that he might have missions. He wouldn't be in the main base all the time. It was better to deal with it quickly. This could prevent any accidents from happening to the devil ovum. It might escape since it was unwilling to be captured. Origin of darkness, 500/10,000, first rank. Wang Tung glanced at the attributes panel. The origin of darkness had reached 500 points. He absorbed 100 points the previous time, so this time he absorbed 400 points. The origin of darkness had become his strongest origin power. Well, all his origins were the first rank. The rank of the origins meant his grasp of them. The higher his grasp or mastery, the higher the level. All right, let's go. Wang Tung nodded in satisfaction. He kept his sword and left. This is it. Moira thought that Wang Tung had some special method, but he just stabbed the devil ovum. She was shocked. This is his method. Veblen shook his head and said helplessly. He had the same reaction as Moira when he saw Wang Tung doing it for the first time. If he didn't sense the devil ovum getting weaker, he would think that Wang Tung was fooling him. He gloated a little when he saw his disciples' astounded expression. Fortunately, he wasn't the only one to have been fooled by this guy's weirdness. Moira clearly recognized her teacher's poor sense of humor and rolled her eyes at him. She then looked at Wang Tung in amazement. She really wanted to ask Wang Tung how he did it, but when she remembered that even her teacher kept quiet, she realized that she would be wasting her breath for nothing. After they left, the devil ovum in the room suddenly let out an inaudible sound wave. The sound wave penetrated through the metal floor of the room. The runes on the ground were ineffective in stopping it. The sound wave then traveled outwards across the soil and rocks in the ground. The sound wave lasted for a long time, and wave after wave were emitted. It was as if the waves superimposed on each other, allowing the first wave to travel further. The devil ovum became weaker and weaker, and a few attribute bubbles dropped out onto the surroundings. However, these attribute bubbles didn't exist for long. If they weren't collected after a certain period of time, they would disappear. Some of the previous attribute bubbles disappeared like these, which was why Wang Tung missed it perfectly. Click! The door suddenly opened, and a figure walked in slowly. "I'm sorry, I forgot to take something." Wang Tung chuckled. Devil ovum, sigma, degree, _ thank you for reading on my box novel. Calm. Chapter 1209. Di Chi wakes up. Emergency in the front line. 1. The atmosphere suddenly turned quiet. The devil ovum froze, feeling guilty. It almost cursed. What a sly human. He came back and caught it off guard. Forgot to take something? That's an excuse. There's nothing in this room. Does he think I'm stupid? But he shouldn't be able to discover anything since I use a concealing technique and was extremely careful. I'm not going to let you fool me. Wang Tung scanned his surroundings and saw a few new attribute bubbles. He knew that the devil ovum wasn't obedient. He did wonder if the devil ovum was dispirited because it struggled too much. However, he noticed something amiss when he was absorbing the origin of darkness. There was lesser origin of darkness than before. Here came a question. What could cause the devil ovum's origin of darkness to decrease? Box and Oval. C0M, just the exhaustion of the constellation dark force wasn't enough to dwindle the origin of darkness. There must be other reasons. Wang Tung decided to be cautious and sneak back alone after everyone left. As expected, he realized the problem. A strange and weak spiritual fluctuation came out from this room just now. If his spirit wasn't powerful enough, he wouldn't have captured this movement. After realizing that the devil ovum was playing tricks, Wang Tung opened the door immediately. He released his spiritual power and picked up the attribute bubbles. Devil Soundwave * 400 Celestial Realm Spirit * 600 Devil Soundwave * 300 Devil Soundwave * 500 Celestial Realm Spirit * 400 Devil Soundwave. Wang Tung was surprised. Was this the cause of the spiritual fluctuation? The attribute bubbles turned into enlightenment and merged into his mind. A mini explosion occurred in his consciousness, and he saw an image. He was in the dark. He couldn't see anything around him and could only use his spiritual power. He released his spiritual power slowly. When he sensed the outside world, he realized that he had turned into a devil ovum. Wang Tung was dumbfounded. He carefully sensed all components of the devil ovum. This was where the origin of soul and the origin of darkness were at. The sensation was weird. He felt as if he was observing himself from another point of view. At this moment, the origin of darkness and his spiritual power started vibrating at a certain rhythm. Then, an invisible sound wave swept out. After some time, Wang Tung came back to reality. There was astonishment in his eyes. No wonder. He understood the devil ovum's motive. It was using this method to transmit information. The devil sound wave made use of the resonance of the origin of darkness and spiritual power to form an invisible sound wave attack. By changing the frequency of the resonance, it could tune the power of the sound wave. Thus, besides being an attacking skill, the devil sound wave could also be used to transmit information. The devil ovum tuned its sound wave to a harmless level and successfully evaded the rune seals in the room. The sound waves leaked out. It sounded easy, but the actual operation required a lot of skill. The devil sound wave was similar to the devil sonic wave Wang Tung received from the Ant-Man Queen. However, the intermediary was different. The devil sound wave was a sound attack that required the combination of the origin of darkness and spiritual power. The sound wave could be chaotic and enchanting. The victim would have a mental disorder and might even get contaminated with dark force. The divine sonic wave was more straightforward. It was a spiritual attack and could interfere with the enemy's mind. In comparison, the devil sound wave was stronger and more sinister. Wang Ting didn't mind. They were just skills to him. The devil sound wave was a good method to deal with dark apparitions. They could have a taste of their own medicine. Devil's sound wave. 200 of 300, well-versed. Wang Tung looked at his attributes panel. He received 1,200 points of devil sound wave, so he reached the well-versed stage. He wasn't a beginner in terms of proficiency. Wang Tung nodded in satisfaction. He looked at the devil ovum and touched his chin. The devil ovum felt something wrong with his gaze. Sensing danger, it shuddered in fear. I can't leave you here anymore. It's time to end your life. Wang Tung smirked and placed his hand on the devil ovum. Boom! A terrifying, devouring power erupted. The devil ovum started struggling and screaming in fear. Waves of spiritual attacks were hurled at Wang Tung. It even activated its devil sound wave. The origin of darkness was depleted quickly, creating a resonance with its spiritual power and forming a spiritual attack. Wang Tung frowned slightly. It could feel a chaotic sound wave entering his mind and causing a storm inside. His spirit was affected by this sound wave. There were signs of collapsing. Thank you for reading on my box novel. Calm. Chapter 1210. Di Chi wakes up. Emergency in the front line. Doomph. Wang Tung snorted. An enormous and powerful spirit surged out from the depth of his consciousness and pressed on the devil's sound wave, suppressing it underneath. The devil ovum didn't think that its trump card, which exhausted all its origin of darkness, would be easily blocked by this human. How is that possible? Despair and unwillingness gushed into its consciousness. It wanted to release more origin of darkness, but the fearsome, devouring power absorbed all of it rapidly. It could no longer control its origin of darkness. This origin of darkness is mine. Wang Tung sneered. He increased the intensity of the devouring power and furiously swallowed the origin of darkness. The devil ovum gave up hope. It couldn't even struggle. The devil ovum, feared by all creatures, was now in a hopeless stage with no chance to turn the tides. What a joke. But it didn't understand why this human possessed such a frightening, devouring ability. He even dared to devour its origin of darkness. Box and Oval. C0M, was he human? How could a human absorb the origin of darkness? Wasn't he afraid of getting contaminated by the dark force and becoming a slave of the dark? With this question in mind, the devil ovum's origin got sucked clean, and it became a lifeless and empty shell. Wang Tung retracted his palm and let out a soft sigh. Origin of darkness, 1600/10,000, first rank. He absorbed another 1,100 points of origin of darkness. It was a good game. I wanted to let you live longer, but you were disobedient. You can't blame me. Wang Ting shook his head innocently. I wonder if it managed to send any information out. If dark apparitions are attracted, Wang Tung was in deep thought. In the end, he shook his head. I should remind General Cameron. He can worry about it. I'm just a small soldier. It's not my problem. Wang Ting walked out of the devil ovum's room nonchalantly and closed the door. Although this devil ovum was only an empty shell now, it still contained a powerful dark force. People would get contaminated. Then, he returned to his room and asked Roundball to report the devil ovum's condition as well as his guess to General Cameron through his wristwatch. Wang Tung threw the matter to General Cameron, who was having a headache. He was shocked when he heard that the devil ovum might have sent some information out. He immediately held a meeting and started making all kinds of arrangements, especially for the front lines. All the troops were mobilized to prevent a sudden attack from the dark apparitions. The defense of the main base tightened to prevent dark apparitions from sneaking in. General Cameron knew how secretive the devil mind race was, so he didn't dare to be careless. There was no way they could guard against that. Many people felt the tense atmosphere, but they didn't know what happened. On the other hand, Wang Tung was too lazy to bother about this. He took out the lightning slap after he went back and examined its changes carefully. After absorbing the calamity lightning, the purple patterns on its surface got darker. Wang Tung also sensed that the power of the calamity lightning inside had gotten stronger. The lightning slap had become more powerful. Wang Tung smiled. He kept the lightning slap and sat cross-legged on the ground. Then, he entered the virtual universe and started cultivating. The next day, he woke up feeling invigorated. The tiredness from the day before was gone. He finished his breakfast and received the news that Di Chi had woken up. He hurried over. General Cameron and the others were all present in Veblen's laboratory, huddled around Di Chi. There were doctors inspecting his body. "Looks like you're recovering well." Wang Tung walked over and smiled. He could tell Di Chi's condition with a single look. His body functions and origin of soul were both recovering quickly. There was also a pure ball of energy nourishing his body, so he could recuperate completely soon. Wang Tung. Di Chi's eyes lit up. He came over and gave him a bear hug. "Brother, I owe you my life." He was clear about what he had experienced. He knew about the dangerous mountain and the strange and mysterious dark apparition that controlled him. He thought that he was dead, but Wang Tung managed to pull him back from the gates of hell. He was his savior. Olivia had told him what happened after he fainted. The moment Wang Tung knew that he was in danger, he went to save him without any hesitation. Not everyone could be so decisive. After bringing him back, he also made the Xianyang soul-restoring pill personally. This was an 8th Grandmaster level spiritual Dan. You could say that Wang Tung did many things for him. A normal person wouldn't be able to do it. Di Chi suddenly felt fortunate that he made friends with Wang Tung. He would be dead if he wasn't present. He was filled with gratitude. The more grateful he felt, the harder he hugged. This seemed to be the only way to express his emotions. All right. We're both guys. One small hug is enough," Wang Tung said in disdain. "You brat." Di Chi released him with a laugh. "How do you feel?" "Nothing much, just a little weak," Di Chi replied with a smile. "That's good. Remember to reimburse me for the Xianyang soul restoring pill." Di Chi was stunned. "I'm talking about our relationship, but you're talking about money? Was the favor of the Cavendish family not worth as much as this?" This fellow was indeed unique. But this was why he felt that Wang Tung was pure. He wasn't like others who pretended not to want something they truly desired. "Greedy," Olivia muttered. "Ha, don't worry. You'll get what you deserve." Di Chi regained his senses and laughed. He didn't mind. Wang Tung raised his eyebrows at Olivia, who gritted her teeth. Everyone smiled when they saw them bickering like two little kids. Veblen inspected Di Chi's body thoroughly and confirmed there was no issue. Everyone finally felt at ease. General Cameron heaved a sigh of relief. Di Chi wasn't an ordinary martial warrior, so it was good that he was all right. Suddenly, he glanced at his wristwatch, and his expression changed. "What's the matter?" Wang Tung asked, noticing the change. "Emergency on the front line. There's a dark apparition invasion," General Cameron said grimly. "Thank you for reading on my box novel. Calm. Chapter 1211. He felt poor. "What? Dark apparition invasion?" The people in the room exclaimed in shock. Wang Tung blinked. He asked General Cameron, "What's the situation?" "We're lucky you reminded us in time. I sent people to strengthen the defense, so the situation is still under control," General Cameron said. "What's going on? Why did the dark apparitions suddenly attack us?" Veblen frowned. The other people looked at General Cameron, hoping to get an answer from him. Wang Tung explained to them, "I need to make arrangements." General Cameron waved his hands and strode out of the room. Everyone's gaze landed on Wang Tung. Wang Tung had no choice but to briefly tell them about the devil ovum. He didn't tell them about the devil soundwave ability. This was his trump card. He just said that the devil ovum tried to send messages out using a special method and he accidentally discovered it. Box and Oval. C0M, if not, people would get suspicious. After all, it would be hard to explain why he knew such a secretive technique. Special method. Veblen didn't doubt him. He pondered and said, "Dark apparitions have many strange and extraordinary techniques. It's unfortunate that you killed it. I wonder if I could have gotten anything from studying it." He felt pity, but it couldn't be avoided. He knew how dangerous the devil ovum was. Thus, he felt that Wang Tong did the right thing by killing it immediately. It wasn't inappropriate. If there's nothing, he'll leave first. More manpower will be needed on the front line. "They'll see if I can help," Wang Tong said. "Go ahead. Wars are meant for young people. Just don't die." Veblen waved his hand. "Don't worry. I will live longer than you." Wang Tong smiled as he walked out. Veblen rolled his eyes in anger. Worry flashed past Moira's eyes as she watched him leave. She remained quiet, though. She felt that she had no right to say anything. She had only met Wang Tong recently. They weren't even friends. That was what she thought. Wang Tong walked out of the building where Veblen's laboratory was. Suddenly, he heard someone shouting his name behind him. "Wang Tong, wait for me. I'll go with you." A figure dashed over. It was Di Chi. "Why are you here?" Wang Tong frowned. "You haven't recovered yet. You should rest." "I feel fine. My body is recovering well. I won't have a problem killing the low-rank dark apparitions." Di Chi patted his chest and smiled. "I heard that you accumulated many military contributions. I can't lag behind." Wang Tong stared at him speechlessly. Is this the time to care about military contributions? Why is this guy so competitive? He knew that he couldn't convince Di Chi, so he stopped persuading him. "I made this healing pill. Eat it. It will help with your recovery." Wang Tong took out a healing pill and threw it at Di Chi. He made it personally before he came to the defense planet. The defense planet was a dangerous place. He prepared more resources for emergencies, especially healing medications. The more, the better. If he was injured, he could swallow a few Grandmaster-level pills. No matter how serious his injury was, it would be healed. However, Wang Tong was too powerful, so he didn't need them. Di Chi managed to snatch the benefits. This was his first. His precious first time was given to Di Chi. He must be responsible for it. Di Chi's eyes lit up. He knew that Wang Tong was a Grandmaster alchemist, so his healing medicines must be amazing. Grandmaster-level healing pill. However, Di Chi was still stunned when he saw the healing medicine. This was a Grandmaster-level healing medicine. Wang Tong threw it at him casually, so he thought that it would be a Master-level pill. He didn't expect it to be a Grandmaster-level one. Oh my God! He felt how rich Wang Tong was. Since he could throw out a Grandmaster-level pill casually without any concern, it meant that he had many better ones. This guy was loaded. "Eat it. Why are you daydreaming?" Wang Tong urged him. Di Chi consumed the pill and immediately felt a refreshing stream flowing through his body. All the pores on his body opened, and his body functions started recovering quickly. The feeling was amazing. A Grandmaster-level pill was indeed extraordinary. He might be a direct descendant of the Cavendish family, but he couldn't use a Grandmaster-level pill whenever he wanted to. He felt poor. "Good brother, can I stick to you from now on?" Di Chi bootlicked Wang Tong. "Wang Tong, why does a man want to stick to him? Shameless." At that moment, General Cameron released the missions. Wang Tong was to reinforce the third front line. Multiple front lines on the number 29 defense planet were attacked by the dark apparitions. The third frontline situation was the worst. That was why General Cameron hoped that he could head there. He wasn't the only one. Other martial warriors were rushing there too. The third front line. Wang Tong blinked. He had been to the third front line once. That was where he got the devil ovum. If his guess was right, the devil ovum managed to get its message out. That was why the dark apparitions launched this invasion. They wanted to snatch the devil ovum back. Wang Tong smirked. What would the dark apparition think if they knew that he had destroyed the devil ovum? Wang Tong notified his teammates and came to the field with Di Chi. Peggy and the others had finished their preparations and were waiting for Wang Tong's arrival. They boarded the battlecraft without wasting a second. This time, they didn't take the Eagle 7. They took the Eagle 13 battlecraft instead. The Eagle 13 was a combat battlecraft only activated during special times. The engine roared, and the battlecraft soared into the sky, disappearing into the horizon. The third front line was a few hundred kilometers away from the main base. It took more than 3 hours on the Eagle 7, but this time they got there in less than half an hour. The moment they arrived, Wang Tung saw the dense patch of dark apparitions outside the defense line. Some were tackling the defense walls on the ground, while others were attacking in the sky. It was a chaotic scene. The Great Qian Empire had sent out a large number of martial warriors. Heavy force weapons were erected on the defense walls. They hurled attacks at the dark apparitions outside. Terrifying force explosions occurred on the battlefield. Countless dark apparitions and martial warriors were blown apart, leaving nothing behind. Battle cries shot through the sky, while broken arms and limbs carpeted the ground. The scene was gruesome and bloody. A tragic atmosphere hung over the front line. Thank you for reading on my box novel. Calm. Chapter 1212 Act 1. Tragic cries filled the skies and struck everyone's ears and even their nerves. Not everyone could withstand such a mental shock. Peggy and the others had been through many battles and were accustomed to such scenes. They only had solemn expressions. From the looks of it, it seemed that this was not an easy battle. There were too many dark apparitions, and their numbers were estimated to be at least 150,000. They constantly surfaced from the horizon like a black wave. Even martial warriors like them who had been active on the battlefields all year round rarely saw such a scene. The Eagle 13 battlecraft slowly descended. Wang Tung and the others walked down from the battlecraft and entered the third frontline defense base. The commander here was General Dart, an old acquaintance. Because of the previous mission, General Dart personally came to greet him when Wang Tung arrived. Major Wang Tung, I didn't expect you to come here as well. General Dart was standing behind the defense wall. He was surprised when he saw Wang Tung and the others coming from afar. General Dart was one of the few people who knew that Wang Tung could deal with the devil ovum. It meant that he would definitely have more ways to counter dark apparitions. In his opinion, Wang Tung's team was equivalent to a dozen teams of the same level. Box and Unravel. C0M, General Dart. Wang Tung saluted him and went straight to the topic. What's the situation? Our martial warriors have been fighting fiercely for almost an hour and have eliminated around 20,000 low-rank dark apparitions. But as you can see, low-rank dark apparitions are constantly coming from the rear. The situation is not optimistic. General Dart shook his head and gritted his teeth. What's wrong with these dark apparitions? They're suddenly sending so many low-rank dark apparitions to whittle us down. Wang Tung was no stranger to the tactics of the dark apparitions. The dark apparitions' favorite trick was to send low-rank dark apparitions as their first wave of attack and to chip away at their enemy's forces and combat power. Afterward, the high-rank dark apparitions would launch their attack. To put it bluntly, the low-rank dark apparitions were just cannon fodder. They were walking corpses that had no intelligence and originated from the dead souls of the Light faction. It didn't matter if they were dead. No, they were already dead and were just empty shells manipulated by darkness. This was the most disgusting thing about dark apparitions, violating people's corpses. Wang Tung looked at the dark apparitions outside of the defense wall and was stunned. Did General Dart have some misunderstanding about low-rank dark apparitions? How were these low-rank dark apparitions? They were at least 10-star to 13-star planetary disciples, which were equivalent to Earth's 10-star to 13-star general stage martial warriors. There were even some planetary stage dark apparitions. This power was enough to destroy Earth several hundred times. If such terrifying dark apparitions appeared on Earth back then, it would have been destroyed long ago. Fortunately, the space of Earth was unable to withstand the arrival of so many powerful dark apparitions. Once the load was exceeded, the first ones to be annihilated would be the dark apparitions. That was why Earth was able to barely survive for decades. They are probably here for the devil ovum. Wang Tung took a deep breath and answered General Dart's doubts. Devil ovum. No wonder. General Dart was enlightened, but he frowned. If so, I'm afraid they will not retreat easily. General, do you have any instructions for my team? Wang Tong felt the severity of the situation and asked bluntly. Don't be in a hurry. Let's wait for this wave of low-rank dark apparitions to end. Yes. Wang Tong nodded and looked beyond the defense wall. At this moment, the dark apparitions outside were constantly charging at the defense wall. The runes on the defense wall had already been activated. A thick yellow earth element barrier was blocking the assault. Ripples would spread out when the dark apparitions attacked. The heavy weapons could only bombard dark apparitions that were farther away. Those that reached the foot of the defense wall had to be dealt with by martial warriors. Kill them! Kill them! In the midst of the war cries, swathes of martial warriors rushed out of the wall and clashed with the dark apparitions. These martial warriors were not just attacking and blocking them randomly. They were all in orderly formations. The people in front held shields to block the dark apparitions' attacks. It was troublesome to be injured by dark apparitions. Even a slight wound would present a threat of being infected. The martial warriors at the back kept stabbing with their spears, destroying the dark apparitions' brains or hearts, sending these infected bodies to their deaths. Wang Tong was not unfamiliar with this formation. Such formations often existed in the ancient wars on Earth. Simple and crude yet effective. However, it wasn't easy to form such a team made up of martial warriors who used spears and shields. There were not many martial warriors who wielded spears. Spears were difficult to use, and the longer the weapon, the harder it was to control it. Without certain talents, using a spear was simply suicide. On top of that, it was easy to have their flaws exposed, and they would be directly killed by the enemy. Wang Tong possessed imperial-level spear talent and understood this well. However, considering the universe's population, it wasn't that difficult to gather such a large number of spear-wielding martial warriors. After a few rounds of engagement, the battle formation started to retreat, and another team went forward. Thank you for reading on my box novel. Calm. Chapter 12-13 Act 2. The battle continued for an hour. No wonder General Dart said this was a fierce war. It was tough for martial warriors to fight ferociously like this. The exhaustion of force was enough to put them in a dire situation. Dark apparitions had no senses, so they could attack continuously, but martial warriors couldn't. If they didn't replenish their stamina and force in time, they wouldn't be able to engage in a protracted war. That was why they took turns fighting their enemy. Before the first batch of martial warriors got exhausted, another one would replace them. The recovery speed of a martial warrior who exhausted half of his forces and one who exhausted all of them was different. For the first scenario, the recovery speed was faster, giving them more time to deal with sudden circumstances on the battlefield. The battlefield was ever-changing. It would be lethal if the dark apparitions launched a full-fledged attack while the human martial warriors were greatly exhausted. As Wang Tong was observing the situation on the battlecraft, more battlecraft arrived at the third front line. Besides Wang Tong's team, the other martial warrior teams had also come to reinforce the third front line. General Dart didn't welcome them personally. Not everyone received special treatment like Wang Tong. They got distributed by the officers below and quickly went to their positions, defending certain parts of the wall and preparing for the full-blown assault. Box and Oval. C0M. Time passed slowly. They resisted waves and waves of low-rank dark apparitions. The light faction accumulated many casualties. Explosions echoed on the battlefield. The dry ground was once again drenched in repulsive red and black blood. Devil Moth, dark apparitions. A shocking exclamation was heard on the battlefield. Everyone's expressions changed. They looked up at the sky and saw a patch of black mist floating toward the wall. Hideous devil moth dark apparitions could be faintly seen within the black mist. They were the real high-rank dark apparitions. Some dark apparition races with names had high intelligence and innate talents. They were hard to deal with. General Dart's expression changed. The dark apparition's attack had officially started. Wind element martial warriors, prepare to blow the poisonous mist away. Prevent the devil moth dark apparitions from getting within 300 meters of the walls, General Dart ordered loudly. Swoosh! Martial warriors flew up from behind the walls and soared toward the devil moth dark apparitions. Wang Tung stood behind. He stared into the sky and watched the imminent war. He wasn't in a hurry to act. As the commander, General Dart had his arrangements. Acting recklessly would mess up his plan. The devil moth dark apparitions were now 500 meters away from them. Dark venom dust was scattered. The dark apparitions flapped their wings, and the dust swept toward the defense wall. The wind element martial warriors hurriedly released their wind force, creating a strong gust of wind. The dark venom dust changed direction and shifted away from the martial warriors. The martial warriors behind the wall heaved sighs of relief. They would be in huge trouble if the dark venom dust floated over. That would mean they got handicapped even before the war officially started. But before they could feel happy, some dark apparitions shot out from the crowd below and charged toward the wind element martial warriors. Oh shit, it's the devil armored dark apparitions. A wind element martial warrior squinted and shouted. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Immediately after he shouted, a black glow erupted from a devil armor dark apparition. It formed a sharp dark blade and slashed toward the wind element martial warriors. The martial warriors around them got flustered. These dark apparitions concealed themselves among the low-rank dark apparitions below, so they didn't notice them. But there was no time to hesitate. They charged ahead and executed their techniques as they resisted the sharp dark blades. Cries of agony were everywhere. The attack was more powerful than expected. All the martial warriors who got hit were cut into two. Some wind element martial warriors defended themselves, but it was useless in front of the blade attack. The majority of the wind element martial warriors lost their lives. The remaining ones were lucky and managed to escape. They retreated furiously with pale faces. One of the devil armor dark apparitions was at the low-tier devil emperor. They had no chances against him. Ha, trying to run? I've been waiting for you for a long time. The low-tier devil emperor sneered and rushed toward the wind element martial warriors, wanting to annihilate them. Damn it! General Dart was infuriated. However, everything happened in the blink of an eye, giving him no time to react. He couldn't even send reinforcements. These wind element martial warriors were extremely useful. They mustn't be killed. Without them, there would be no one to curb the devil moth dark apparitions. The dark faction could invade them without any obstacle and threaten the martial warriors behind. The remaining wind element martial warriors escaped frantically, dodging the attacks of the low-tier devil emperor. However, the other devil-armored dark apparitions had surrounded them too. Quick, stop them! General Dart bellowed. The Cosmo Stage martial warriors behind the wall rushed out. They couldn't care about retaining strength. They dashed toward the devil armor dark apparitions and tried to block them. Die! Boom! The devil armor dark apparitions roared, and a frightening attack dawned on them. The Cosmo Stage martial warriors were fast and could travel 500 meters within a few breaths, but their opponents were low-tier devil emperors. They weren't any slower, so they wouldn't give them any chance to stop them. Damn it! The remaining wind element martial warriors made a huge decision. They released all the forces in their bodies and prepared for their final struggle. General Dart clenched his fist tightly. He felt helpless. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Suddenly, shrill sonic booms resounded in the sky. Multiple rays of light cut through the air and shot toward the devil armor dark apparitions at an incredible speed. Arrows. Light arrows. These were numerous light arrows. They gave off a holy glow. Everyone widened their eyes in shock as they looked at the light arrows. Tom seemed to have slowed down. No, that wasn't right. Tom didn't slow down. Instead, the light arrows traveled at such a high speed that everything around it seemed to have slowed down. It gave them the illusion that time had stopped. What was unbelievable was the light arrows vanished in midair, as if they were never there. But soon, everyone noticed the change in the devil-armored dark apparitions' expressions. They gave up attacking the wind element martial warriors and released their dark force to form a defense shield in front. The space in front of them distorted, and the light arrows shot out. Boom, boom, boom. They slammed on the dark apparitions' defense shields and exploded. The devil-armored dark apparitions were thrown back by the powerful impact. They staggered before stabilizing themselves. The wind element martial warriors finally managed to escape the devil's clutches. They immediately retreated behind the wall. Everyone finally regained their senses. They looked in the direction where the light arrows came from. A figure stood tall and straight on the wall, holding a giant bow as high as him. This was the person who shot the light arrows. He's so powerful. What's that? He looks young, but he managed to force the devil-armored dark apparitions back. Where did this genius come from? The martial warriors around swallowed their saliva in shock. Good. General Dart was the first to react. He couldn't hold back his excitement and shouted with a huge smile. Thank you for reading on my box novel. Calm. Chapter 12-14 done? Then, it's my turn. 1 yes. General Dart's command brought everyone back to Earth. They finally realized that this young man was wearing a major's uniform. Such a young major. This must be a rare talent. It's him. Some martial warriors recognized Wang Tung and were astounded. He had a conflict with Wendell a few days ago. Many people saw him then, so they were familiar with him. They thought that Wang Tung was just a newbie on the battlefield, but his actions changed their perspective. Those light arrows were impressive. He forced the devil-armored dark apparitions back with a single attack and saved the wind element martial warriors from death. Even normal Cosmos stage martial warriors weren't capable of this. If they were right, those light arrows were created using light force. This meant that Wang Tung was a rare light element martial warrior. Box and Oval. C0M, he was a rare breed. A light element martial warrior was the natural enemy of dark apparitions. He might give them unexpected results. For instance, if he hadn't acted just now, those wind element martial warriors wouldn't be able to come back. Everyone got motivated. Liu Binghong, who had interacted with Wang Tung before, was present too. He was one of the martial warriors who rushed out just now. He didn't manage to save the wind element martial warriors in time, but the newbie that Wendell Mock did. This wasn't just an ability issue. The timing of his attack and speed was right on the money. A newbie with no experience couldn't do this. Is Wendell blind? If this is a newbie, what are they? Wendell and a few other martial warriors stood at a corner of the defense wall. Their expressions were gloomy. Shall we? A martial warrior whispered with an indifferent expression. Are you telling me to act in this situation? Wendell reprimanded. He tried his best to suppress his anger. We need to complete the tasks assigned to us. The martial warrior replied nonchalantly. This sentence was like a bucket of cold water pouring into Wendell's heart. His face turned green. He took a deep breath before saying, We'll have our chances. There's no need to hurry. You saw what happened just now. If we give him time to mature, we'll have lesser opportunities to act, the martial warriors said. Wendell didn't know what to say. Roar! The devil-armored dark apparitions who were thrown back roared in anger. They realized that they were fooled. The light arrows weren't threatening. They only got scared because of the oppressive pressure and the nature of the attack. If they had ignored it and chased after the wind element martial warriors, they wouldn't be injured by the light arrows either. Wang Teng's light force was only at the second-level planetary stage. It wasn't of any threat to low-tier Devil Emperors. However, he added some strength of Ultima to it, so it contained great strength. At the same time, he executed his space power so that the dark apparitions couldn't see through the real power behind the arrows. Besides, the entire attacking process was extremely short. The light arrows hid in space after they were fired and reappeared right in front of the dark apparitions. They had no time to think. Now, it was too late for them to react. The wind element martial warriors were saved. Human, how dare you trick me? The low-tier Devil Emperor stared at Wang Tung with crimson eyes. To everyone's astonishment, they were speaking in the common universal language. The dark apparitions were advancing with time. You're stupid. Why are you blaming me? Wang Tung replied calmly. Roar. Attack. Kill him. The dark apparitions were infuriated. They immediately gave the order to attack. The dark apparitions behind gave a deafening roar that shook the earth. They flew up and crossed the low-rank dark apparitions in front, heading straight for the wall. The sky turned black. It was like a wave of locusts flying over, sending chills down everyone's spine. "Oh my God, this is scary." Wang Tung jumped down the wall and hid behind others. "Everyone, how did you get scared in a second when you were so fierce just now?" The sudden change in attitude stunned everyone. Was this that talent who forced back the devil armor dark apparitions a moment ago? Did he change his identity? However, this wasn't the time for them to think. Engaging the enemy forces immediately was of first priority. Get ready for the attack. General Dart charged into the sky and bellowed above the walls. Numerous powerful auras exploded behind them as martial warriors rose up from the ground. Balls of colorful force shone brightly in the sky like small suns. Terrifying force fluctuations swept over the sky. The morale of the martial warriors increased. Wang Tung flew into the sky with his team too. He said sternly, "Stay within 300 meters from me." "Yes." Peggy and the others replied quickly. Dichi nodded too. He hadn't healed completely, so staying beside Wang Tung was safer. He knew this clearly. Thank you for reading on my box novel. Calm. Chapter 12-15 done? Then, it's my turn. To kill them. General Dart gave his order. Countless martial warriors turned into rays of light and shot toward the dark apparitions. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions echoed above the battlefield at the outbreak of war. The devil moth dark apparitions afar continued releasing the dark venom dust until it covered the entire battlefield. Only a small portion of the wind element martial warriors was left. They didn't need any orders and quickly released their wind force to form strong gales, blowing the dark venom dust away. Unfortunately, the ambush from the devil armor dark apparition had crippled their team. They couldn't withstand the large devil moth dark apparitions team. Kill the devil moth dark apparitions. Quick, stop them from releasing the dust. General Dart noticed what was happening and shouted with an agitated expression. More than 10 martial warriors shot out from the dark apparitions' encirclement and charged toward the devil moth dark apparitions at the highest point. But high-ranked dark apparitions were smart too. They wouldn't allow the martial warriors to kill the devil moth dark apparitions. Numerous vampire dark apparitions flew out and stopped the martial warriors. Boom! Box and Oval. C0M as the two parties collided. Different colors of force glows slammed into the black glows. Terrifying force impact swept out. There were Devil Kings and low-tier Devil Emperors among the vampire dark apparitions. Vampire dark apparitions of these levels were extremely powerful. They flapped their wings, turning them into crimson blades with black patterns. The attacking power was astonishing. Their recovery ability was impressive too. Wounds caused by normal attacks would heal quickly after landing on their bodies. The human martial warriors furrowed their brows when they saw this scene. They could only release all their skills and attack frantically. But they couldn't do anything to these vampire dark apparitions. Some martial warriors were already poisoned by the dark venom dust. The dark venom dust would corrode their force and invade the body through their pores, destroying their forces and vitality. Black patterns appeared on the faces of those contaminated. They gradually lost consciousness and turned into zombies. Roar! A savage and agonizing cry came from their throat. Their limbs were twisted at unimaginable angles. They had been contaminated with dark force. Roar! They suddenly pounced on their companions. Their comrades had now turned into their enemies. This was a natural instinct. After becoming slaves of darkness, they wouldn't attack dark apparitions. They would only assault those in the light faction. General Dart fumed when he saw this. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets in anger. He wanted to act personally, but there was a powerful presence behind the dark apparitions. The aura it released stopped him from moving. If he acted, the powerful dark apparition behind would also take action, aggravating the battle situation. That was why General Dart could only wait for this equilibrium to break. Some distance away, Wang Tung and his team were also slashing the dark apparitions. They were like a sharp blade sweeping through the dark apparitions. Large numbers of dark apparitions were annihilated wherever they went. Wang Tung released his spiritual power and created a region around him. This wasn't a domain. It was just a way to use his spiritual power. An invisible force crept out silently toward the dark apparitions like invisible tentacles. Crowd control. This was a large-scale attack Wang Tung came up with based on his past battle experiences. It was very useful. This method wasn't used to kill the dark apparitions. That would be difficult. However, it was easy for him to affect their movement. Wang Tung's spiritual power surged out. Many dark apparitions suddenly couldn't move for a second. Roar. The dark apparitions were confused. They struggled in anger. The tentacles of spiritual power holding them back broke. But this split second of hesitance was enough to change the outcome. Peggy and the others had ample experience on the battlefield, so they quickly reacted after a moment of daze. They took the chance to kill the dark apparitions. A familiar scene and a familiar way of killing the dark apparitions. Wang Tung couldn't help but remember the war with the dark apparitions on Earth. They were vastly similar. The dark apparitions here were powerful, but Wang Tung's spiritual power was much stronger than before. His spiritual power was at the peak of the celestial realm, and it was extremely pure. Adding the devouring nihility beast, one could only use terrifying to describe him. Dealing with devil kings and below was a piece of cake. This was the first time Peggy and the others felt that a war could be so relaxed. Yes, relaxed. In the past, they had to put in all their effort to kill a high-ranked dark apparition at the same level as them. But now, all they had to do was to grab the moment and slay the dark apparitions. They wielded their weapons smoothly. They raised their hands and slashed from the right to the left, killing all the dark apparitions around them. The dark apparitions fell before them one by one. The feeling was amazing. Peggy and the others were delighted and shocked. They glanced at Wang Tung. They sensed the familiar spiritual power, so they knew that he was the one creating chances for them. Thank you for reading on my box novel. Calm. Chapter 12:16 done? Then, it's my turn. 3. Their astonishment couldn't be described in words. They had no idea that Wang Tung possessed such a powerful ability. He was able to control dark apparitions within such a wide range. How strong was his spiritual power? They couldn't imagine it. Wang Tung controlled the scene while looking at the devil moth dark apparitions. He frowned. The martial warriors hadn't killed the devil moth dark apparitions yet. More and more dark venom dust was being released and scattered over the battlefield. It was affecting the martial warriors greatly. He blinked and contemplated for some time. Then he released his spiritual power and picked up the attribute bubbles scattered around him. Especially the attribute bubbles dropped after the wind element martial warriors died. These were exceptionally important to him. He needed to raise his wind force so as to give the dark apparitions a good one. Constellation force, wind, asterisk 1500 constellation force, wind, asterisk 2000 imperial level wind talent, asterisk 800 Boxenovel. C0M constellation force, wind, asterisk 2200 constellation force, wind, asterisk 1800 dragon wing tornado, asterisk 600 wind tornado scripture, asterisk 1500. This was a huge harvest of the wind attribute for Wang Tung. All kinds of wind attribute bubbles merged into his body. There were forces, talents, scriptures, and battle techniques. Boom! The vast amount of wind force entered Wang Tung's body and started flowing around his limbs. Finally, it swarmed into the 9 wind constellations above the sea of nihility. The 9 wind constellations meant that Wang Tung was at the 9th level of the planetary stage. Now, as more force surged in, there was a violent vibration. The 9 wind constellations collided toward the center. Soon, the 9 constellations gathered into a large wind element celestial body. As it rose gradually, a strange vitality ran through Wang Tung's body. This was a jump in his quality of life. Wang Tung's wind force finally reached the celestial stage. His life was transformed, and he became even more powerful. Constellation Wind Force, 1600/10,000, Celestial Stage First Level. Wang Tung's wind talent had reached the divine level, so the imperial level talent was useless. However, the Wind Tornado Scripture and the Dragon Wing Tornado were important. Wind Tornado Scripture, 500/3000, well-versed. Dragon Wing Tornado, 600/1000, foundation. Dragon Wing Tornado. You came at the right time. Wang Tung's eyes lit up. The execution method of the Dragon Wing Tornado appeared in his mind. Using this battle technique, he could create a powerful tornado that was strong enough to sweep through the battlefield. It was just the thing to deal with the dark venom dust. Unfortunately, I'm only at the foundation level. Wang Tung glanced at his attributes panel and hesitated. He was caught in a dilemma. He had used all his blank attributes to raise his alchemy level, so there wasn't any left for Dragon Wing Tornado. Boom! Suddenly, a loud explosion was heard from afar. Wang Tung turned involuntarily and saw a martial warrior self-exploding after getting poisoned by the dust. He chose to destroy himself before he turned into a dark apparition. This was a huge stimulation to the martial warriors around him. Martial warriors rarely committed suicide. If they did, it meant that they had no other choices. No one expected the dark venom dust to force the martial warriors to such a tight corner. Kill them. The martial warriors' self-destruction infuriated the others. Their resistance reached a new fervor, and they started slashing the dark apparitions without caring about themselves. Wang Tung's face turned cold. He stopped thinking too much and executed the Dragon Wing Tornado. He just needed a little more time to execute it. It shouldn't affect anything. However, he didn't give up his crowd control. He was able to multitask, so he continued releasing his spiritual power while executing the Dragon Wing Tornado. It didn't hinder anything. The next instant, Wang Tung shot high into the sky. He needed an empty space to execute his wind element technique. Then, he activated his wind force based on the execution method of the Dragon Wing Tornado. In an instant, a gale started blowing around Wang Tung. The wind started small, but quickly turned violent. It spun around Wang Tung. Swoosh! The gale transformed a tornado at a visible speed. It circled a high speed with Wang Tung in the center. Many people got attracted and looked over. General Dart was stunned before smiling. Major Wang Tung always gave him huge surprises. He came up with a solution when they couldn't deal with the Devil Moth race. Looking at the intensity of the wind force, he could blow the majority of the dark venom dust away. Also, the skill was still in activation. It hadn't formed entirely. It would only be stronger after it was completely executed. Soldiers, hold on. Major Wang Tung is executing a wind element technique. It will blow the dark venom dust away. General Dart shouted to invigorate his soldiers. The low-tier Devil Emperor from the Devil Armor race snorted. He clutched his giant axe and threw it out. The frightening dark axe glowed through the two Cosmo Stage martial warriors out, creating an opening. He charged toward Wang Tung. Kill him. His voice was cold and filled with killing intent. Numerous dark apparitions broke free and flew toward Wang Tung. Thank you for reading on my box novel. Calm. Chapter 12:17. If you're done. It's my turn. 4. Wang Tung felt like cursing. He believed that the dark apparitions placed their attention on him because of General Dart's shout. Why can't you let me execute my battle technique fully before shouting? Look, you have increased the difficulty for me for nothing. Of course, he knew that the dark apparitions would notice him once the battle technique became stronger, but he still felt irritated. Stop them. General Dart shouted with a change in his expression. Actually, he didn't need to speak. All the martial warriors who saw the scene zoomed over to stop the dark apparitions. They couldn't execute their full potential because of the poisonous dust, making them frustrated. Wang Tung was their only hope. They wouldn't allow the dark apparitions to destroy their hope. Boxin OVL. COM Wang Tung heaved a sigh of relief. Good. The other martial warriors weren't as irritating as General Dart. He didn't dare to let down his guard and sped up the execution of the dragon wing tornado. It would be troublesome if a few dark apparitions came to disturb him. Actually, the intensity of the dragon wing tornado was enough to sweep through a sizable area. However, Wang Tung wanted to blow all the dark venom dust on the battlefield away. He still needed to expand the tornado a few times. He continued. Swoosh. The gale became increasingly violent. The tornado circled all the way into the air, linking heaven and earth. The clouds in the sky and the sand below flew into the tornado. It was a magnificent scene. The martial warriors and dark apparitions around the tornado had retreated. They didn't care to get close to it. They felt terrifying energy from the tornado. If they were swept inside, they would be chopped into pieces. The low-tier Devil Emperor roared. He forcefully broke free from the martial warrior's blockage and came 100 meters away from Wang Tung. He wielded his black bat leaks and chopped it down in Wang Tung's direction. Be careful, General Dart warned. Unfortunately, no one could stop this axe's glow. This wasn't the result everyone expected. They were about to succeed. Would they fail at the last step? They stared at the dark black axe glow hurling toward Wang Tung, but they couldn't do anything. Many martial warriors screamed due to the sense of helplessness. Die! The devil armor dark apparition sneered. Moo! A sharp glint shot out of Wang Tung's eyes. A sword appeared in his hand, and he slashed it down. The God-Slayer sword scripture. Slain God. A dazzling sword glow emerged. Sword aura erupted and swept through the sky. The sword glow and the black axe glow crashed amid a loud explosion. Boom! The deafening explosion seemed to have caused a standstill in time. The sword glow and the black axe glow shattered simultaneously. How is this possible? The devil armored dark apparition was in disbelief. He couldn't believe his eyes. Everyone was flabbergasted. They stared at the sky in a daze. Wang Tung was just a celestial stage martial warrior. How could he block the attack of a low-tier devil emperor? This didn't make sense. Peggy and the others heaved a sigh of relief. They knew that Wang Tung was powerful, but they still felt nervous about him. After seeing how Wang Tung blocked the dark apparition's attack, they finally understood that their worry was useless. Wang Tung didn't execute his full potential and resisted the low-tier devil emperor's attack in his haste. This meant that he was more powerful than normal Cosmos stage martial warriors. What was his limit? Although they were curious, they wouldn't know the answer. When did he become so strong? Dikichi muttered to himself. He couldn't calm down. He was the direct descendant of the Cavendish family, someone with a high talent and superior family background. He was always better than others, but he lost to Wang Tung. He only experienced this feeling of failure in front of a few true geniuses of the empire. Those geniuses. Dichi looked at Wang Tung's back. He could imagine him standing beside those talents. He shook his head. The astonishment in his eyes was apparent, and his expression was complex. On the other side, General Dart heaved a sigh of relief. Bewilderment appeared in his eyes, too. Wang Tung's capabilities exceeded his expectations. He withstood a low-tier Devil Emperor's attack with his celestial stage ability. No wonder he could steal the Devil Ovum the previous time. He didn't witness the fight between Wang Tung and the Dark Apparition at that time, and only knew he had a domain. But this time he saw the fight personally. Wang Tung made it look simple. He remembered how Wang Tung badly tormented the two Devil Armor Dark Apparitions who guarded the Devil Ovum. Wang Tung stood tall and straight in the sky, with a terrifying tornado swirling around him. He stared emotionlessly at the Devil Armor Dark Apparition in front. His voice floated out slowly. Are you done? The Devil Armor Dark Apparition's heart pounded. He had a bad feeling. If you're done, it's my turn. Wang Tung didn't give him any reaction time. He pushed his hands forward. Boom! The terrifying tornado moved forward with an earth-trembling bang. The Devil Armor Dark Apparition howled in anger while retreating unconsciously. However, he couldn't be faster than the wind. The humongous tornado swept the Devil Armor Dark Apparition in. The Devil Armor Dark Apparition struggled frantically, trying to break free from the tornado. A frightening suction force exploded and dragged him back, forcefully pulling him into the tornado. The devil-armored dark apparition spun uncontrollably. Cracks started to appear on its tough armor. Crack! The next instant, the devil armor burst apart and turned into numerous broken pieces. They floated in the tornado. A scream of pain was heard, but it was quickly swallowed by the tornado. Then, the tornado swept through the battlefield with unstoppable momentum. Under Wang Tung's control, the dark venom dust in the air got sucked in. Chapter 12:18. Run. Hurry up and run. 1. On the battlefield, a tornado that was almost 8,000 meters tall barged forward. It was like an unstoppable giant. A violent suction force erupted, and the surrounding dark venom dust was pulled into the tornado as it merged with it. The originally green tornado turned jet black at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was extremely depressing and terrifying. The martial warriors from the military had already retreated. They didn't dare to approach it. They could still vividly remember the scene when the low-tier Devil Emperor was pulled into it. The thought of it made them shudder in fear. Only the low-tier dark apparitions didn't know how to dodge it. They were instantly sucked into the tornado and ground into pieces. Under Wang Tung's control, the tornado swept toward the dark apparitions with higher intelligence who were escaping, taking the opportunity to kill them. He finally executed his big move and couldn't just let them go like this. Of course, the devil moth dark apparitions were the most important. They were the source. If not eliminated, it wouldn't matter how much dark venom dust was siphoned away. It would still be released continuously. Boom! The tornado swept toward the devil moth dark apparitions. Boxin OVL. COM, the devil moth dark apparitions scattered away like mice and didn't dare to stop at all. They flapped their wings and fled in panic. They looked pitiful. The devil moth dark apparitions weren't slow. With their lives being threatened, they naturally ran at their fastest. A group of devil moth dark apparitions flew away into the distance. But the tornado was swift as well. As it swept toward them, a powerful suction force pulled the slower devil moth dark apparitions into it. They were crushed into bits before they could even let out any noise. The martial warriors from the Great Qian Empire's military were overjoyed when they saw the scene. Good. Hell yeah. Kill all those devil moth dark apparitions. On the other hand, the wind element martial warriors exchanged glances. They found this technique a bit familiar. Now that it was fully formed, they were finally able to confirm it. It was clearly the famous dragon wing tornado that their late comrade possessed. It was exactly the same. It was just that this tornado was much more horrifying than the deceased martial warriors. Their comrade had used it a few times, and the tornado was at most 2,000 meters tall. However, the one in front of them was at least 8,000 meters. It was completely different. Could it be that Major Wang Tung learned Dragon Wing Tornado as well? And he learned it earlier. The wind element martial warriors muttered in their hearts. They didn't know that Wang Tung had learned this technique by obtaining attribute bubbles from their deceased comrade. Although he was only at the foundation stage, his wind talent had reached the divine level. That was why the Dragon Wing Tornado was so enormous, which misled others into thinking that he had mastered the technique earlier than the dead martial warrior. It was all a misunderstanding. Human, how dare you? A roar erupted from the back of the dark apparitions. A powerful aura surged, and a huge black claw condensed in the sky as it headed for the tornado. The black claw was immense, and it made the tornado seem like it had shrunk countless times. If it was caught, it would disappear immediately. Wang Tung's expression changed. He tried to avoid the black claw, but realized that he could do nothing about it. The claw was extremely fast and covered a huge area. The tornado couldn't evade it all. Oomph. A scoff came from behind. Boom! A similarly powerful aura rose along with a roar. A huge sword glow then slashed across and collided with the black claw. An explosion followed. The sword glow erupted when it collided with the black claw. It then destroyed the black claw and slashed toward the back of the dark apparitions. A black figure appeared in front of the sword glow and roared. Boom! The black figure swung his giant axe, and a black force glow burst out, clashing against the incoming sword glow. The imaginary explosion didn't happen. Only a chipping sound was heard before the sword glow was destroyed. It showed how powerful the person was. That blow had overwhelming power. Wang Tung stood in midair and glanced at the black figure. His pupils shrank slightly. This was a colossal dark apparition from the devil armor race. He was 10 meters tall, and the devil armor was wrapping his strong and sturdy body. Surrounded by a thick, devilish aura, he just stood there like a terrifying demon god. Devil Emperor. Mid-tier Devil Emperor. Wang Tung could tell at a glance that the other party was a mid-tier Devil Emperor, which was equivalent to a heaven stage martial warrior. And by the looks of it, he was much more powerful than any other heaven stage martial warrior that he had encountered. This was the first time that Wang Tung had seen such a powerful dark apparition. Dart. The mid-tier Devil Emperor glanced at Wang Tung and then directed his gaze to General Dart as his chilling voice rumbled. Devil Emperor Jarox. General Dart stepped into the air from behind and looked at the mid-tier Devil Emperor from a distance. Seeing that General Dart was restraining the other party, Wang Tung continued, controlling his tornado toward the devil moth dark apparitions without any qualms. Chapter 12:19, Run. Hurry up and run. 2. Since there was nothing stopping it, the devil moth dark apparitions couldn't escape. A powerful suction force surged out from the tornado, pulling the devil moth dark apparitions in one by one. Roar. The devil moth dark apparitions roared in agony. They struggled and flapped their wings in panic like a drowning person. As long as there was hope, they wouldn't give up. Unfortunately, it was all in vain. They couldn't resist the pull from the tornado and fell into death's embrace. The martial warriors behind cheered when they saw this scene. All their frustration and hatred toward the devil moth dark apparitions was vented. They felt exhilarated. It was as if they had killed the devil moth dark apparitions personally. Young man, you're looking for death. Devil Emperor Jarox bellowed in anger. He was enraged that Wang Tung still dared to attack after he appeared. Come and bite me. Wang Tung hooked his fingers at Devil Emperor Jarox. He didn't back down. Boxing OVL. COM, he had faced Heaven Stage martial warriors and Universe Stage martial warriors in the past. Thus, even though he couldn't defeat this mid-tier Devil Emperor, he wasn't afraid. General Dart. He glanced at Wang Tung speechlessly. Why do you have to hide behind me when you're teasing Jarox? Devil Emperor Jarox glared at Wang Tung, killing intent burning in his eyes. He wished he could tear Wang Tung into pieces. You want to bite me, but you can't. Are you angry? Wang Tung asked. It's useless. You can't bite me anyway. Blah, General Dart. Everyone, they never knew that Wang Tung was so cheeky. Was it all right to anger a mid-tier Devil Emperor? Wasn't he afraid of getting beaten to death? As expected, Devil Emperor Jarox was infuriated. He roared and disappeared on the spot, turning into a beam of black light and shooting over with immense pressure. His target was Wang Tung. He wanted to kill this irritating human. Oh my, so fierce. General Dart, I'll leave this dark apparition to you. Wang Tung flew away in a flurry. General Dart felt like cursing. The muscles on his face twitched uncontrollably. This fellow was creating trouble for him. He was the one who provoked him, but he had to pay the bill. General Dart felt wronged. He didn't dare to belittle Devil Emperor Jarox and quickly dashed forward to receive the attack. It would be a catastrophe if this mid-tier Devil Emperor went past him. No one behind could stop it, and all the martial warriors would be exterminated. Move! Devil Emperor Jarox fumed. Come and bite me. General Dart didn't flinch. He stared at Devil Emperor Jarox provokingly and teased him. Silence. Devil Emperor Jarox's face turned black. He's copying me. Wang Tung felt the corners of his lips twitching, not expecting General Dart's reply. The martial warriors at the third front line were all speechless. They almost fainted. Was this General Dart real? He was the commander of the third front line, a reputable character. Why was he learning such strange things? Boom! Devil Emperor Jarox couldn't bear it anymore. A glaring black glow shot out from the giant axe. He hurled it straight at General Dart. Axe battle techniques were strong and heavy with an unstoppable force. They were hard to resist when launched at a close distance and could be considered a lethal attack. Besides, the devil armor dark apparitions were known for their strong physique and strength. Their axe attacks were definitely more powerful than others. Kill. General Dart's expression changed slightly. However, he remained resolute and wielded his enormous blade with a loud shout. Boom! When the blade and the axe collided, a scary force residual swept through the battlefield. Some low-rank dark apparitions couldn't evade in time and got struck by the impact. Their bodies exploded. Devil Emperor Jarrox didn't care. The death of these low-rank dark apparitions was nothing. All martial warriors retreat. General Dart shouted. The martial warriors closer to him hurriedly withdrew out of the radar. They didn't want to be too close to the center of the battle. Those low-rank dark apparitions served as a warning. Soft-hearted, Devil Emperor Jarrox mocked General Dart with a sneer. What do you know? General Dart snorted. A blinding yellow blade glow congregated around his blade. He pointed it at the sky. The blade glow expanded to 100 meters in length before he slashed it down. Take my blade. The yellow blade glow was dense and thick. There was the outline of a mountain in the sky when it was hurled out. It pressed down on Devil Emperor Jarrox along with the blade glow. There was a powerful strength of Ultima instilled within this blade attack. General Dart didn't hold back. He used his 10th level strength of Ultima instantly. Devil Emperor Jarrox squinted. He didn't dare to underestimate his opponent either, because he felt a tinge of threat from the blade glow. Devil Dragon Axe. He gave an angry roar. Then he raised his bat-leaks and chopped it down 3 times in the sky. A powerful dark force swept out with the strength of Ultima merged into it. It turned into 3 gigantic devil dragons that flew toward the blade glow. Chapter 1220 Run. Hurry up and run. 3 Boom. The devil dragons opened their humongous maws, attempting to break the blade glow with their jaws. But the blade glow remained as sturdy as a mountain. It remained firm and strong even under the combined attack of the 3 devil dragons, pressing down gradually inch by inch. Wang Tung was astounded when he saw their battle. Powerful. The battle between 2 Heaven Stage characters was outrageously powerful. Even a Heaven Stage martial warrior who possessed spiritual power, someone like Enlan, wouldn't have much of an advantage. Was this the ability of the martial warriors on the battlefield? Wang Tung sighed in his heart and shifted his attention away. He continued controlling the tornado to sweep through the battlefield. A large-scale attack was extremely useful during a war. Low-ranked dark apparitions got sucked in and minced up. It saved the martial warriors' effort. Boxin OVL. COM, the dark venom dust was absorbed too. The sky started to clear out. Before this, it was a little dark and dim due to the dark venom dust. Without the restraint of the dark venom dust, the martial warrior's ability rose 2 to 3 levels, be it their speed or execution of forces. Kill, kill, kill. Everyone slaughtered the dark apparitions around them. The depressing atmosphere was gone, and the morale was high. With a smile, Wang Tung started collecting attribute bubbles. Many attribute bubbles were dropped when the devil moth dark apparitions were killed. These attribute bubbles didn't disappear. They were spinning in the tornado. Wanda could pick them up easily. He released his spiritual power into the tornado, and all the attribute bubbles flew toward him. Constellation Force, Dark. Asterisk 2300 Constellation Force, Dark. Asterisk 2600 Celestial Realm Spirit, Asterisk 300 Dark Venom Dust, Asterisk 150 Celestial Realm Spirit, Asterisk 200 Dark Venom Dust, Asterisk 280 Devil Transformation, Asterisk 350 All kinds of Dark Element Attribute merged into Wang Tung's body and mind. They became a part of him. Instantly, Wang Tung felt his Constellation Dark Force strengthening. He went from the beginning of the 9th level planetary stage to the peak. Constellation Dark Force, 81,000/90,000, planetary stage 9th level. Wang Tung was overjoyed when he saw his attributes panel. He only needed 9,000 more points for a breakthrough to the celestial stage. This speed was amazing. He also received 5,600 points of spirit, making the spiritual power in his consciousness purer and stronger. Then, Dark Venom Dust, 1,200/8,000, small achievement. He received a huge number of Dark Venom Dust attributes. It soared right through the specialized stage to the small achievement stage. Wang Tung felt that he could execute the Dark Venom Dust promptly now. His mastery was no lesser than a Devil Moth Dark Apparition. It might even be higher than them. Then, there was the Devil Transformation. He received 2,400 points of it, raising it by a large number. Devil Transformation, 7,700/10,000, big achievement. But it was already at the big achievement stage, so it was harder to reach the bottleneck. He needed more accumulation. Wang Tung wasn't in a hurry. He didn't need it. When he did, his Devil Transformation should be at the perfected stage already. Beside these attributes, Wang Tung also picked up some Devil Armor bubbles from a tornado. After all, the unlucky Devil Armor Dark Apparition got sucked in and chopped into pieces. Only his attribute bubbles were left. Devil Armor, 1,800 to 3,000, well-versed. He gained 600 points of Devil Armor, but it wasn't enough to break through. I need to kill a few more Devil Armor Dark Apparitions. Wang Tung touched his chin. He stared dangerously at the Devil Armor Dark Apparitions who were fighting with the human martial warriors. Walk the Dark Apparitions' path so that they couldn't walk on it. The defensive ability of the Devil Armor skill was powerful. If he could raise it, it would be of great help to him. The Devil Armor Dark Apparition shivered. They felt a menacing intent dawning on them. They didn't know what happened, so they glanced around them, worried that someone was ambushing them. The martial warriors beside them took the chance when they were distracted and attacked them furiously. "Make way, make way!" A voice was heard from afar. Both the humans and the dark apparitions were stunned. Then they felt a strong gale buzzing in their ears. They immediately knew what was happening. They turned back. As expected, the tornado was making its way here. The one who shouted just now was Major Wang Tung. The expressions of the human martial warriors changed. They hurriedly jumped to the side, afraid of getting sucked by the tornado. They knew that Wang Tung wouldn't attack them. But what if they accidentally got sucked in? That wasn't fun. The Devil Armor Dark Apparitions were flabbergasted. They turned and ran away without any hesitation. F***K. That human is here? Even the Devil Emperor was sucked into the tornado. They would be crushed if they didn't escape. Run, hurry up and run. Wait, why aren't we moving? A few dark apparitions suddenly realized that they couldn't move. Moreover, they seemed to be inching backward. Chapter 12:21, Run. Hurry up and run. Damn it. This single thought appeared in their minds. The Devil Armor Dark Apparitions were filled with despair as they got sucked into the tornado. They were minced instantly. The human martial warriors swallowed their saliva and wiped the cold sweat off their foreheads. Their backs were drenched with sweat too. Even their head felt a little numb. They weren't timid. They just felt that the dark apparitions died quite terribly. There's no need to thank me. Please continue. Wang Tung waved his hand and floated past them. He shifted the tornado toward the other Devil Armor Dark Apparitions. Silence. Sometime later, a funny scene appeared on the battlefield. A terrifying tornado swept back and forth through the battlefield without restraint. It was like a huge vacuum cleaner sweeping over the battlefield. Numerous dark apparitions scurried away in fear when the tornado appeared. They looked tragic. The human martial warriors around were stunned. Boxin OVL. COM, you could fight a war like this? Did they use the wrong method in the past? Was this the right way to fight a war? Countless doubts appeared in everyone's mind. The wind element martial warriors that survived were dumbstruck too. Was this really their dragon-winged tornado? This tornado lasted quite a while. If their dead comrade had executed it, he wouldn't be able to sustain it for this long. It would have dispersed already. But this tornado was still going strong, showing no signs of stopping. The stamina was amazing. One wouldn't have such good stamina even after consuming Viagra. In an instant, a deep admiration wafted into their hearts. They were in awe. "Colonel Tennyson, can you do that?" A wind element martial warrior asked the colonel in their team. "No, I won't be able to do it, even after I drain myself." Colonel Tennyson shook his head with a bitter smile. He was the leader of the wind element team and had yellow-brown hair. Is Major Wang Tung at the peak of the cosmos stage? Another wind element martial warrior guessed. He isn't a cosmos stage martial warrior. He's at the celestial stage. Colonel Tennyson was a cosmos stage martial warrior, so he could see through Wang Tung's stage. That's perverted. Everyone stared at one another. Boom. On the other side, General Dart and Devil Emperor Jarox had activated their domains. They were on par in strength. No one had any advantage. Devil Emperor Jarox noticed Wang Tung's actions as well. Flames of fury almost shot out of his eyes as he screamed, "Useless! Useless! Why are y'all running? Kill the human. Anyone that dares to run will have to suffer the pain of Devil Gnaw." His roars resounded in the sky. All the dark apparitions jumped in fright. They stared at Devil Emperor Jarox in bewilderment. The Devil Gnaw. This was one of the most brutal tortures in the Darkland. Once they were given the Devil Gnaw, they would experience excruciating pain as if they were in living hell. They couldn't die and could only struggle in the abyss. None of the dark apparitions dared to run anymore. Their eyes turned red, and they started howling like maniacs. Roar, roar, roar. Kill that human. The escaping dark apparition charged back. They stared at Wang Tung as if they wanted to tear him into pieces. "Oh my God, they're crazy. These dark apparitions have gone crazy." Wang Tung retreated in fright. Terrifying. All the dark apparitions were pouncing on him like mad dogs. Who could bear with that? He felt that he had struck the hornet's nest. He wondered if he forced the dark apparitions too much. Was this why their emotions suddenly rebounded? The martial warriors around were stunned too. They took pity on Wang Tung. His arrogance a moment ago was a stark contrast to his miserable state now. Roar! Don't run. Human die. The dark apparitions got a shot of adrenaline when they saw Wang Tung running away in fright. They shouted in excitement. The fear they had was gone. The tides changed. It was Wang Tung's turn to escape. Dichi was caught between laughter and tears when he saw this scene from afar. He found it funny for some reason. At the same time, the other martial warriors regained their composure and quickly went to help Wang Tung. They started killing the martial warriors from all corners. They couldn't let them kill Wang Tung. But the dark apparition's ferocity was ignited. More dark apparitions gathered and chased after Wang Tung. Wang Tung moved quickly and brought them in circles. He was as slippery as an eel. No attacks could hit him. The dark apparitions were frustrated and furious. Since they couldn't bite him, they could only vent their anger by screaming. "If you have the guts, don't run. If you have the guts, don't chase me. We will chase you. What can you do? I will run. Come and bite me if you can. F***K. I F***K you." The two parties scolded and retorted to each other as they ran around the battlefield, one in front and one behind. However, the dark apparitions weren't Wang Tung's match and almost vomited blood because of his repeated provocations. The human martial warriors stared at them strangely. They had never seen such a funny war scene. It refreshed their understanding. At this moment, Wang Tung suddenly stopped. The dark apparitions behind were panting. They were elated and smiled hideously. "Why aren't you running? Can't run anymore?" "Idiot," Wang Tung scoffed. "Sir, he doesn't look exhausted," a dark apparition reminded weakly. The dark apparition looked at Wang Tung's indifferent face in confusion. "Bye-bye." Wang Tung waved his hand and grabbed the air. The tornado that was quite some distance away got pulled over by an invisible force and abruptly appeared in the middle of the dark apparitions. Then, boom! Fireworks lit up the sky and explosions echoed in the battlefield. All the dark apparitions were sucked in. That was before they realized what had happened. Chapter 12:22. He's the limelight of the battlefield. One boom. Explosions resounded in the sky. The entire battlefield turned quiet. Everyone stared at the frightening explosions in a daze. They couldn't recover their composure for some time. Their minds went blank. What happened? Wasn't Wang Tang being chased by the dark apparitions? How did he make a comeback? Moreover, he killed so many dark apparitions at once. The counterattack came a little too quickly. It caught everyone off guard. Dichi blinked. Although dumbfounded, he found it predictable at the same time. He understood Wang Tang's character. He wouldn't allow himself to get chased like a rat. He must have some tricks up his sleeve. This round had probably killed a few hundred devil lords. Boxin OVL. COM, this fellow always amazed everyone whenever he acted. Peggy and the others were in awe too. Their leader was outrageously powerful. Of course, the most important thing was he was shameless enough. They were still worried for him because they saw him getting chased. After all, anyone would be anxious upon witnessing that scene. They didn't expect this result. It was obvious that Wang Tang was only pretending to get chased. His main aim was to gather all the dark apparitions together and annihilate them in one fell swoop. What a good act. They were worried for nothing. But some people still didn't understand how Wang Tang managed to shift the terrifying tornado over from a distance. It was a few hundred meters away from him, yet it appeared right in the middle of the dark apparitions with a grab of his hand. He caught the dark apparitions off guard. That looks like space ability, Dichi mumbled to himself. His eyes were shimmering. Wang Tang had executed his space ability a few times in the past, but he did it obscurely, so not many people saw through it. Dichi witnessed it a few times, but that was short range. This was the first time he saw Wang Tang executing such a long-range space shifting. He needed a profound mastery of space to shift that tornado a few hundred meters. It was hard to believe that Wang Tang could do this as a celestial stage martial warrior. Dichi remembered how unreasonably powerful Wang Tang was and shook his head bitterly. Never mind. There was no use thinking too much. That guy was abnormal to begin with. As for the wind element martial warriors, they only had one thought when they saw the ghastly scene caused by the tornado. Was this honestly the dragon wing tornado? What was with the huge difference in strength? This wasn't the same model, right? They felt that they had embarrassed the wind element martial warriors. Colonel Tennyson gulped and muttered, "Pervert! How high must his wind talent be to execute the skill to such a degree?" Devil Emperor Jarek's face turned black when he looked over. He was the one who gave the order to kill Wang Tang. He thought that he could put an end to this irritating young brat. But this was the result. They weren't chasing him. They were serving themselves to him on a platter. This young man was too sly. He tricked all of them. Ha ha ha. General Dart laughed at Devil Emperor Jarox. He wasn't expecting this show from Wang Tang. It felt refreshing. This was the first time he felt so refreshed after fighting with the dark apparitions for many years. Wang Tang did it for him. Although his method was a little special, the small details weren't important. Any method that could kill the dark apparitions was a good method. People remembered the result. No one cared about the process. Devil Emperor Jarek's face turned blacker when he heard General Dart's unruly laughter. He stared at the point of explosion with killing intent in his eyes. Numerous wind blades wreaked havoc on the battlefield. A strong gale blew all the dark apparitions into the tornado. Even he didn't dare to promise that he could resist this attack. The explosions gradually died down. All the dark apparitions who had chased Wang Tang were killed. They burst into pieces and couldn't be more dead. Wang Tang heaved a sigh of relief. Good Lord, this dragon wing tornado was powerful. He thought he could kill half of the dark apparitions, but he managed to annihilate all of them. Was this a surprise? Suddenly, he felt a cold and deadly gaze fixed on him. It was making him uncomfortable. He looked up. Hey, it was Devil Emperor Jarox. Wang Tang raised his eyebrows and gave him an innocent smile. Will you believe me if I say I didn't do it on purpose? Crack. The Devil Emperor Jarox gritted his teeth until they cracked. He was infuriated. General Dart glanced at him helplessly. He killed all the dark apparitions and claimed he didn't do it on purpose. Who would believe him? Human, I will tear you into pieces, Devil Emperor Jarox said coldly. I'm so scared. Wang Tang put on a frightened expression and stepped back as if he was afraid Devil Emperor Jarox would charge over. Everyone. No one believed him this time. This fellow acted timid, but executed the most astonishing plans. What happened earlier was an example. Devil Emperor Jarox didn't believe him either. He felt played by Wang Tung, and his anger rose. It almost made him crazy. Chapter 12:23. He's the limelight of the battlefield. 2. Don't y'all always chase whoever you want to chase and kill whoever you want to kill? Why aren't you doing it now? General Dart felt that Wang Tung was purposely infuriating the other party. He laughed and added some oil to the flame. He'll kill you. As expected, Devil Emperor Jarox burst into anger. Black light erupted from his body boom. Devil Emperor Jarox's body started expanding. His armor cracked and grew larger as it continued to stick to his skin. Lube-dub, lube-dub, lube-dub. The sound of a heartbeat was heard from the small black sun. Devil Emperor Jarox's body inflated rapidly at a visible speed. 30 meters, 50 meters, 80 meters, 100 meters. He looked like a black mountain covered with armor. The armor formed irregular layers on the mountain, with multiple black and sharp spikes sticking out. They were larger and sharper than spears. A frightening pressure spread out from his body and filled up the sky. This was an astonishing scene. Oh my God! Gasps were heard without stopping. Vox and OVL. COM, the human martial warriors were appalled. Their hearts trembled while their faces turned pale. Frightening. Extremely terrifying. If they bumped into it, they would turn into sieves. No, those thick spikes were huge enough to create a large hole in their bodies. This was the final appearance of Devil Emperor Jarox. Many people were witnessing a devil transformation for the first time. Their blood ran cold, and they were intimidated. Horrifying. Creepy. The immense pressure pushed them down like a mountain weighing on their shoulders. They couldn't breathe properly. Even a heaven-stage martial warrior wouldn't dare to fight with this dreadful presence. Gulp! General Dart swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He also felt the pressure sweeping toward him. He was exasperated. F***K. Is this Devil Emperor crazy? Why did he use devil transformation? Mind you, dark apparitions had to exhaust their origin if they wanted to perform the devil transformation. Once they used it, they would need a long time to recover. Thus, they rarely used it unless absolutely necessary. Yet, Devil Emperor Jarox activated his devil transformation after a few teases. His mentality was a little weak. A huge pair of crimson eyes opened between the armor. They were larger than lanterns and were full of chaos and evilness. They looked directly in Wang Tung's direction. Oh my God! F***K. Wang Tung's expression froze. He cursed General Dart in his heart multiple times. This is bad. Did General Dart reach the perfected stage for mockery? Bad things always happen when he opens his mouth. Well, he can mock the Devil Emperor all he wants. But why do I have to pay the bill? This isn't fair. Let's sit down and talk properly. Wang Tung gave a guilty smile and said carefully, "Every debt has its debtor. You can look for the person who mocked you just now. Don't look at me. It has nothing to do with me." Oh, understood. Oh, General Dart wished he could retort Wang Tung. He wouldn't have mocked the Devil Emperor if it wasn't for Wang Tung. Yet, that brat threw him under the bus. What an ungrateful fellow. Devil Emperor Jarox didn't care. He continued glaring at Wang Tung. His devil transformation wasn't finished yet, or he would have charged over and killed this irritating brat. He forced him to activate his devil transformation. He must die. Silent means consent. Wang Tung gave an innocent smile and stepped back slowly. General Dart rolled his eyes in anger. Disloyal fellow. Roar. Suddenly, Devil Emperor Jarox opened his enormous maw and gave a thunderous roar. Sound waves swept toward Wang Tung. He evaded them hurriedly while covering his nose. Don't spit your saliva everywhere. Don't you know you have bad breath? Silence. Everyone was scared stiff by Devil Emperor Jarox's presence, but Wang Tung's random comment almost caused them to drop from the sky. Was this an issue about bad breath? His focus was entirely askew. Could he be more serious in front of this menacing Devil Emperor? Die! Devil Emperor Jarox was fuming. He opened his gigantic mouth. The fangs gave off a sharp glint like huge blades. A ball of black light started gathering in his mouth. Terrifying force fluctuations floated out. Retreat. General Dart's expression changed as he shouted. At the same time, he moved and slashed out a blade glow in an attempt to stop the Devil Emperor. Devil Emperor Jarrox didn't dodge. He allowed the blade glow to fall on him. Bang! General Dart instilled his 10th level Ultima into the blade attack. It left a deep wound on the Devil Emperor, and black blood spurted out. But the Devil Emperor didn't stop. General Dart furrowed his brows. He didn't expect the other party to receive his attack forcefully. Boom! The black ball of light had finished forming. He aimed his mouth at Wang Tung, and a black beam of light shot out speedily. Chapter 1224. He's the limelight of the battlefield. 3. The black beam of light came beside Wang Tung and swallowed him. His body melted like a piece of ice in high heat, vanishing in the air bit by bit. Then, the beam of black light continued shooting forward and slammed into a mountain in the distance. With a loud explosion, the mountain was gone. It had turned into dust. Major Wang Tung was dead. Everyone stared at this scene in a daze. No one could accept this truth. They were in disbelief. Wang Tung. Di screamed in rage. His eyes turned bloodshot, and he wanted to charge at Devil Emperor Jarrox. Wang Tung was his brother and savior. He had just saved his life, but he was gone before he could repay him. The blood in his body boiled while capillaries in his eyes burst. He was seeing the world in a shade of red. Peggy and the others held him back forcefully. He would only lose his life if he charged over now. Although they were in anguish too, they knew that they weren't the Devil Emperor's match. Charging forward would only increase the number of casualties. Boxin OVL. COM Wang Tung had asked them to look after Di Chi, so they wouldn't let him send himself to death. Devil Emperor Jarrox felt invigorated when he saw Wang Tung's body disappearing. He had finally killed this brat. He squashed the ant crawling on his heart. It felt comfortable. Jarrox. General Dart was enraged. He watched Wang Tung die in front of him. Despite taking action, he couldn't save Wang Tung. The helplessness and frustration made him tremble in fury. Ha! That human is finally dead. No one can stop me from killing who I want. The Devil Emperor laughed heartily. When he glanced at General Dart again, his gaze was filled with contempt. You have a death wish. Intense killing intent burst out of General Dart's eyes as he stared at his enemy. Force churned around him, covering him up. Ha ha ha, come and kill me. Can you do that? Jarrox teased him. He had confidence. After executing his devil transformation, his ability had risen multiple times. Dart wasn't his match. Black smoke rose from his wound, along with a hissing sound. Then it started to heal swiftly. It wasn't long before the wound disappeared. General Dart frowned. His heart felt heavy. The Devil Emperor's transformed form was too powerful. This healing ability was enough to make him invincible. How should he fight? If there was no choice, he would execute that move at the price of injuring his origin. General Dart's gaze turned sharp. He gritted his teeth and made his decision. Either way, he must take revenge for Wang Tung. He had caused Wang Tung's death. He shouldn't have spoken. Are you feeling guilty? Humans are indeed stupid. Devil Emperor Jarrox looked into Dart's eyes and scoffed. Shut up, General Dart yelled. A sharp glint flashed past his eyes, and a loud boom was heard within his body. His aura increased several folds, exceeding his original aura. It continued growing. What's this? Devil Emperor Jarrox was astounded. Die! General Dart bellowed. A glaring yellow blade glow erupted from his blade. It was dense and thick, blinding everyone's eyes like a large piece of crystal. Blade glow shot into the sky, chopping the clouds into two. Boom! General Dart took a step out and swung his blade down from behind him. The blade glow, which was a few hundred meters long, slashed toward Devil Emperor Jarrox. Roar! Devil Emperor Jarrox wouldn't sit still and wait for death. He roared, and black light blossomed around him. Then it started condensing around the numerous thorns. It sounded long, but it only took a few seconds. The blade glow plummeted from the sky. The thorns on Devil Emperor Jarek's body released black rays of light and crashed into the blade glow. There was a huge explosion that muffled all sounds. Then everything went quiet. One could hear a pin drop. Everyone stared at the point of collision agitatedly. Devil Emperor Jarox was extremely powerful. Could General Dart beat him? The collision of the two attacks dazzled everyone's eyes. Although their vision was obscured, people could tell that the black light had managed to block the blade glow. It didn't hit the Devil Emperor's body. Crack! The next instant, a crisp cracking sound broke the silence. Everyone's expression changed. They saw a large number of cracks on the yellow blade glow. That was where the sounds came from. Moreover, the cracks were spreading. They covered the entire blade glow in a second. Break! Devil Emperor Jarox sneered. The black light around him intensified. Bang! The yellow blade glow couldn't resist the tough and sharp black beams of light anymore and shattered in the air. Chapter 1225. He's the limelight of the battlefield. 4. General Dart squinted. He was thrown backward by the powerful force. Everyone's hearts sank. General Dart quickly stabilized himself. There was no injury on his body, and his aura remained strong. Domain! Boom! An occult fluctuation spread out from General Dart. He activated his domain and formed an earth-yellow ball a few hundred meters in radius. Devil Emperor Jarox was pulled inside too. The people outside couldn't see the situation inside. Boom! Suddenly, a glaring pitch-black glow shot out from the earth-yellow domain. You're overestimating yourself. Trying to fight with me using a domain? Devil Emperor Jarek's voice resounded. In the blink of an eye, the black light overtook half of the earth-yellow domain. Boxin OVL. COM, a mystical scene appeared. Half the sky was yellow while the other half was black. Two strange forces occupied the sky, with explosions sounding nonstop. Both domains kept expanding, trying to suppress the other one. Sometimes the yellow domain had the upper hand, and other times the black domain. It was a heated battle. The human martial warriors were fraught with worry about the situation. Based on the past few exchanges, General Dart was weaker. They wondered whose domain would emerge as the winner. The result of this battle would affect the war. Once General Dart lost, the third front line would fall into enemy hands. A mid-tier Devil Emperor had a lot of influence over the result of a war. Sometime later, the domains in the sky suddenly trembled violently. They couldn't withstand the pressure inside and were on the verge of collapsing. Everyone got nervous. They stared intently at the two domains. With a rumble, the two domains erupted. Two figures flew out from within. General Dart was soaked in blood. The earth force glow around him had weakened tremendously, and he was panting like a dog. He glared at his opponent. Devil Emperor Jarek's body had shrunk to half its size. The majority of his thorns were broken, and his black armor was cracked. Blood oozed out. He didn't seem as daunting as before. Instead, he looked a little tragic. His body flew back uncontrollably. The impact caused by the collision of the two domains was huge. He wasn't able to offset it immediately, but he didn't care. He looked at General Dart and sneered. You can't maintain your power surge for long. It's enough to kill you. General Dart tried his best to stabilize himself. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. He would charge forward and kill this Devil Emperor immediately once he offset the backward force. Ha! Jarox laughed as if he had heard a joke. It's too early for you to be happy. At this moment, a calm voice sounded behind him. Devil Emperor Jarox froze. Why does this voice sound a little familiar? It's him, that human brat. Isn't he dead? Why can I hear his voice? Am I having an illusion? No, he's right behind me. A strong sense of danger floated into his heart. This was an absurd feeling. Even if that human was alive, he wouldn't be able to kill him. Yet he could sense it. Wang Tong stepped out from the space behind Devil Emperor Jarox with a mini tornado in his right hand. The tornado was extremely small. Although it was only palm-sized, a powerful fluctuation flowed out from it. This was the power of space. Receive my space tornado. Wang Tong's black hair danced even when there was no wind. He raised the tornado and pushed it out. The instant it left his palm, the mini tornado inflated to 10 meters in radius before growing to 100 meters. A chaotic aura surged out from it. The space around it split open, revealing scary-looking pitch-black dimensional rifts. Boom! Devil Emperor Jarox felt an immense suction force behind him. He didn't have any time to think. This suction force was many times more powerful than the Dragon Wing tornadoes. There was no way to resist the strength and the sharpness. The force seemed to be able to cut through anything. The Devil Emperor felt a life-threatening danger. He closed his eyes that were staring at General Dart, and another pair of giant crimson eyes opened behind. He finally saw the scene behind him. There was a monstrous tornado. Although it wasn't as big as the Dragon Wing tornado, the strength it contained was unnerving. It made his heart palpitate. Power of space. This young man possessed the power of space. How could this human grasp such a mysterious power? The tornado was expanding quickly. It crashed toward him with unstoppable pressure. No! Devil Emperor Jarox squinted as he roared in anger. He released all his dark force to resist the alarming suction force. However, it was useless. Wang Tung hid for a long time because he wanted to find an opportunity to land a lethal attack. He had considered all possibilities, so he wouldn't allow the Devil Emperor to escape. Get in! Wang Tung released his spiritual power and pushed the space tornado, which had swelled to 100 meters in radius, out. Roar! No matter how hard Devil Emperor Jarox struggled, he couldn't stop himself from getting submerged by the space tornado. Boom! The next instant, a violent explosion occurred. Devil Emperor Jarox was swallowed by the space tornado and got cut by endless space power. His body was crippled, his roars and screams were all drowned out. It all happened within a split second. The soldiers of both sides stared absent-mindedly at the sudden appearance of Wang Tung and the terrifying space tornado. Dead silence. Wang Tung wasn't dead. He ambushed Devil Emperor Jarox, and he succeeded, so they won. The victory came without any warning. No one was able to react in time. They didn't know how to express their emotions, feeling complicated. Boom! The space tornado exploded, and all the space around it cracked. Dimensional rifts appeared in the sky. The space of the number 29 defense planet was very stable. That was why it was able to withstand the damages from the years of wars. However, this space tornado caused it to crack. One could tell how powerful the space tornado was. As the space tornado exploded, the power of space erupted in the center. Devil Emperor Jarox was the first to bear the brunt. He received the strongest attack. His tough body was cut up like a broken doll. A large amount of black blood spurted out and fell on the ground like rain. There was dead silence again. Victory! Devil Emperor Jarox is dead. We won! Someone suddenly shouted in excitement. Then, more people joined in, and the entire battlefield was enveloped by happy cheers. Wang Tung stood in the air and heaved a sigh of relief. His face was slightly pale. He had exhausted a lot of his energy when he hid in space and executed the space tornado. He had to compress the tornado while concealing all the fluctuations it released. He almost tired himself out. Fortunately, the result was not bad. He managed to ambush Devil Emperor Jarox. F***K. Why did he have to bully him? If he didn't take revenge, he wouldn't be Wang Tung. Everyone stared at the young figure in the sky with admiration and respect. In a war, the strong were always respected. At this moment, he was the limelight of the battlefield. Chapter 12:26. Gains of the War. 1. Everyone on the battlefield was cheering. The victory came suddenly, but it was enough to invigorate them. They killed a mid-tier Devil Emperor. This was a huge victory. It had been a while since they gained an upper hand on the number 29 defense planet. Even if a few Heaven Stage martial warriors acted simultaneously, they couldn't promise that they could kill a mid-tier Devil Emperor. For instance, General Dart might have used his secret skill to increase his power, but he could only be on par with Devil Emperor Jarox. This was already not bad. Killing a mid-tier Devil Emperor was extremely hard. That was why everyone was burning with excitement. They looked at Wang Tung and felt that he was glowing. A mid-tier Devil Emperor. This was a huge honor. It was more convincing than any medals. General Dart let out a long sigh. A smile appeared on his face. Boxin OVL. COM, good lord. He wasn't dead. He was alive and kicking and managed to kill Devil Emperor Jarox the moment he acted. He was worried for nothing. General Dart, are you all right? Wang Ting asked in concern when he saw his condition. I won't die, General Dart replied. That's good. I thought you couldn't make it. Wang Tung sighed in relief. General Dart rolled his eyes. Do you know how to speak properly? What do you mean by I can't make it? A man should never say he couldn't make it. He could fight a few hundred more rounds with that Devil Emperor. I'm sorry, General. I wanted to ambush Devil Emperor Jarox, so I pretended to be dead. I didn't remind you because I wanted a more realistic response. I didn't expect you to use a secret skill for me. I'm so touched, Wang Tong said. Seriously, General Dart's face turned black. This fellow was rubbing his wound with salt. He wanted to pretend that nothing had happened, but Wang Tong laid everything bare. It was embarrassing. He had already passed the impulsive age, but when he saw Wang Tong getting killed by the Devil Emperor, he was furious and even used his secret skill. I understand. We're both guys. Wang Tong winked and chuckled. Honestly, if General Dart didn't put on such a good show, he wouldn't have succeeded in his ambush. General Dart injured Devil Emperor Jarox seriously, giving him a chance to kill him at the last crucial moment. If not, he might not have killed the Devil Emperor with his space tornado alone. General Dart, what do you know? He took a deep breath and decided to ignore Wang Tong. Then, he raised his voice and shouted, Devil Emperor Jarox is dead. Everyone kill. His voice echoed through the entire battlefield and landed in the combatants' ears. What? Devil Emperor Jarox is dead. What's going on? There was an explosion there just now. Did General Dart kill Devil Emperor Jarox? Never mind. Kill the dark apparitions first. Devil Emperor Jarox is dead. Charge. Kill. Kill. The martial warriors in other areas didn't witness the death of Devil Emperor Jarox, but General Dart informed them of this result. It brought everyone's morale up. The soldiers were shocked and motivated. The human martial warriors slaughtered the dark apparitions around them. On the other hand, the dark apparitions got in a flurry upon learning that their Devil Emperor Jarox had died, especially the high-rank dark apparitions. They knew that they couldn't win now, so they chose to run away. They were also afraid of dying. Once the high-rank dark apparitions left, the low-rank dark apparitions followed mindlessly. But the human martial warriors wouldn't give up this opportunity to beat up the dark apparitions. They released all their force and slammed their attacks at the dark apparitions. Even if they exhausted their last ounce of force, they wanted to cut more throats. Behind the defense wall, the heavy weapons launched their force cannons, wreaking havoc in the packs of dark apparitions. The dark apparitions in the area burst into pieces and died. The martial warriors finally gave up attacking after all the dark apparitions had left. It was inappropriate to chase them when they reached the 30-meter mark. Do not press an enemy at bay. After 30 meters, it was the dark apparition's base. Once they stepped over this boundary, they would be ambushed easily. There were many dark apparitions outside. General Dart didn't want to spoil his hard-won victory. He ordered his troops to withdraw. There were many casualties in this battle, but overall, it was a huge victory. Everyone's emotions were in a good state, unlike most of the other wars where the atmosphere was dead when they ended. General Dart had a smile on his face too. He executed his special skill, so his ability had decreased by a third. He would need a long time to recover completely, but the result was good. The death of a mid-tier Devil Emperor was the best repayment for his sacrifice. At the same time, Wang Tung floated in the air and scanned the battlefield. He immediately saw the countless attribute bubbles floating around. Chapter 1227, Gains of the War. 2. The war had ended, and he played his part. It was time for harvest. Devil Emperor Jarox was the strongest, so his attribute bubbles must be the most valuable. Collect. Constellation Force, Dark, asterisk 13,000 celestial realm spirit, asterisk 8,000 cosmos realm enlightenment, asterisk 7,500 imperial level dark talent, asterisk 7,500 devil transformation, asterisk 1,000 devil armor, asterisk 1,200 dark domain, asterisk 4,000 devil armor, divine scripture, asterisk 2,000 boxin, OVL. COM. The attribute bubbles merged into Wang Tung's mind. He was overjoyed. Wealthy fellow. The mid-tier Devil Emperor dropped many attribute bubbles. As expected of him, there were 13,000 points of Constellation Dark Force. Wang Tung needed 9,000 points more to break through to the celestial stage. When this round of Constellation Dark Force entered his body and congregated in his dark constellations, his dark force finally advanced. Boom! The 9 constellations collided, releasing a violent explosion. As they merged, a transformation occurred. Fortunately, Wang Tung had received a lazy mist devil scripture in the past, which was a Devil Emperor level scripture. It had reached the Welver stage, so he could use it to control the flow of his dark force through his body. The speed was appropriate. The 9 constellations exploded and formed a humongous black whirlpool. Countless black crystals sparkled inside like the stars. However, these stars were black, mysterious, and eerie. Even so, the glimmer they gave off was gorgeous. The whirlpool spun at high speed and started condensing in the middle, converging to a single point. A transformation was happening. Time passed slowly. No one knew how long it took. The black whirlpool disappeared, and a black round sphere took its place. It was many times bigger than the dark constellations. It was a star made of black shining crystals and coagulation of forces. Celestial Stage. Wang Tung had reached the first level of the Celestial Stage. His dark force jumped to the Celestial Stage a little too fast. He wasn't even prepared. But before he could feel happy, a strange power surged out from the star and merged into his body. Wang Tung's expression changed. This wasn't the power of life. Ever since Wang Tung entered the planetary stage, he would receive surges of power of life every time his stage rose. They caused transformations to his body. He had many forces, so all the transformations were piled on top of one another. This explained why his physical body was much stronger than other martial warriors of the same stage. He was at the same level as Cosmos Stage martial warriors. But this time, the change that occurred was strange. This wasn't the power of life. It felt like the power of death. It was dark, sinister, and dead. It flowed through his limbs and meridians like an icy stream of water. Then, it merged into his body silently. This was a power that made people's hearts shudder. Wang Tung closed his eyes and sensed the boundaries of death. It was a gate, the gate of death. Once he crossed the gate, he could step on the soil of hell and enter the world of death. But when Wang Tung tried to get closer, the distance became longer. He thought it was within reach, but it was at the edge of the horizon. At this moment, a strange force floated out from the gate and pushed Wang Tung back. Everything disappeared as if it was an illusion. Wang Tung regained his senses. He could hear the commotion on the battlefield again. When he entered that illusionary world, all noises had disappeared. He finally felt alive again. "What's that door?" Wang Tung gasped and blinked. His expression turned serious. Is it the gate to hell? All kinds of thoughts went through his mind. He pondered for some time and gave a bitter smile. He wouldn't be able to find an answer himself, so he shook his head and threw the thought to the back of his mind. Wang Tung inspected his body. The power of death didn't have any influence on him, but he did feel stronger. The power of death worked the same way as the power of life. Both of them triggered transformations. This didn't make sense. Why is the power of death working the same way as the power of life? Shouldn't you understand your own position? After complaining, Wang Tung looked at his attributes panel. Origin of life, 35600, origin of soul, 32,800 great. His origin of soul and origin of life increased. That was good. Wang Tung was worried that the power of death might affect these two origins, but it didn't. They even got some gains from it. He finally heaved a sigh of relief. Either way, he wouldn't throw his dark force away. It was an important component of his plan to break through to the cosmos stage. Wang Teng was invincible in his stage. He could even kill someone of a higher level. Whether he could continue this invincibility would depend on his advancement to the cosmos stage. If a mishap occurred, all his plans would go to waste. Chapter 1228, Gains of the War. 3. After absorbing the force attribute bubbles, the other bubbles turned into different energies and merged into his body. Next, he received 8,000 points of Celestial Realm Spirit. This number shocked Wang Teng. Devil Emperor Jarek's spirit was quite powerful. He dropped 8,000 points. Wang Teng's spirit became purer after this huge gain. Then, he received 7,500 points of Cosmos Realm Enlightenment. This was a sizable gain too. Wang Teng's enlightenment had been stagnant for some time. After getting 7,500 points, he felt smarter. This feeling was amazing. His enlightenment constantly reminded him that he was smart. No, he was extremely smart. Enlightenment, 13,/10,000, Cosmos Realm. Look, no one had such an impressive amount of enlightenment. He felt superior in terms of intelligence. Boxin OVL. COM, he also received 7,500 points of Imperial level Dark Talent. Wang Teng's Dark Talent was already at the Imperial level. His level didn't rise after this addition. However, the points increased. Imperial level Dark Talent, 12,000/25,000, he felt his Dark Talent getting stronger. His sensitivity toward the dark force in the surroundings improved. He scanned the area and felt the remains of dark force everywhere. They would need a long time to disperse. Also, with the rise in his talent, he could sense the dark force below the ground. This was the result of many years of accumulation when dark apparitions died in this area. It was hard to remove it. Then, he looked at his devil transformation attribute. There were 1,000 points of it. Devil transformation, 8,700/10,000, big achievement. After adding 1,000 points, the devil transformation was still at the big achievement stage. However, it wasn't far from the breakthrough. He just needed 1,300 more points. He would continue his effort. Wang Teng looked at the other attribute bubble. It contained 1,200 points of devil armor. Devil armor, 800/5,000, specialized. The devil armor dark apparitions he killed some time ago had contributed many devil armor attributes, so this increment was just enough to push it to the specialized stage. The final two attribute bubbles were his greatest gain. One was the 4,000 points of Dark Domain. This was Devil Emperor Jarek's domain. It turned into streams of memories and floated into Wang Teng's mind. An image appeared in his mind. This was the enlightenment process of a dark apparition. He sat cross-legged in the dark land and released his spiritual power to merge with the darkness around him. He felt the darkness and turned the power of the dark into his own energy. Time passed gradually day by day. No one knew how long the dark apparition spent in the world of darkness. Boom! Suddenly, one day, a strange magnetic field appeared around the dark apparition. It spread out and the dark apparition dispersed into the darkness. It was as if he never existed. A sharp glint appeared in Wang Teng's eyes. He understood the Dark Domain. Dark Domain, 1,000/3,000, third level. Wang Teng's Dark Domain reached the third level instantly. This was equivalent to many years of hard work for a dark apparition. It was a good harvest. If Devil Emperor Jarox knew that his enlightenment was stolen by Wang Teng, would he try to piece his broken fragments together to kill Wang Teng? The other attribute bubbles contained 2,000 points of the Devil Armor Divine Scripture. Devil Armor Divine Scripture? A Devil Emperor level scripture. Wang Teng was astounded. This was a Devil Emperor level scripture. He could cultivate it all the way up to the high-tier Devil Emperor level. That was equivalent to a universe stage presence. It was comparable with the lazy mist devil scripture he received in the past. However, the Devil Armor Divine Scripture was a special scripture of the Devil Armor race, so some of its characteristics were different. It didn't matter to Wang Teng. He could cultivate either one as long as he had enough attributes. He could form the lazy mist with the lazy mist devil scripture, while the devil armor divine scripture would give him divine devil armor. What was the divine devil armor? It was different from the devil armor. The devil armor covered the body of the devil armor race. They were born with it, and it acted like the shell of an animal. On the other hand, the divine devil armor could expand in size, just like the gigantic armor Devil Emperor Jarox had when he devil transformed. "It's a little ugly, though," Wang Tung muttered to himself in disdain when he remembered Devil Emperor Jarox's appearance during the devil transformation. Devil Armor Divine Scripture, 1000/3000, well-versed. Enlightenment popped into his mind continuously as he absorbed the attribute bubble. Soon, he grasped the operation of this Devil Armor Divine Scripture. He heaved a sigh of relief. After understanding this scripture, he knew that the divine devil armor's appearance could be changed according to the executor. That meant that Wang Tung could make it look like normal armor. It didn't need to be as ugly as Devil Emperor Jarox. He could even make it cool looking. He should come up with a design before he made it. Yes, he would. Wang Tung touched his chin and nodded in satisfaction. After picking up Devil Emperor Jarox's attribute bubbles, Wang Tung turned to look at a few other bubbles of the same size. Chapter 12, 29 Gains of the War. 4. These were attribute bubbles dropped by General Dart. Collect. Constellation Force, Earth, *10800, Celestial Realm Spirit, *3000 Earth Element Blade, Ultima, *5000 Earth Domain, *2300. Although General Dart didn't drop many bubbles, they were all big in size and contained good Earth element attributes. There were 10,800 points of the constellation Earth Force alone. His Earth Force took a huge leap, but it was still at the 5th level of the Celestial stage. The 3,000 points of Celestial Realm Spirit increased the purity of his spirit further. 5,000 points of Earth Element Blade, Ultima. Wang Tung didn't have this Ultima, Earth Element Blade, Ultima. 2,000/3000, 3rd level. Wang Tung added another Ultima to his collection, and it was a Blade Ultima. Boxin OVL. COM. The more common weapons he used were a sword and a blade. This meant that the Earth Element Blade, Ultima, was very useful. Lastly, there were 2,300 points of the Earth Domain. Wang Tung's Meteorite Shower Domain was an Earth Domain. He felt that the Meteorite Shower Domain was good enough and didn't plan to change it. Hence, he merged the Earth Element Enlightenment into his Meteorite Shower Domain. Meteorite Shower Domain, 1200/4000, 4th level. The Meteorite Shower Domain used to be at the 3rd level, but the 2,300 points edition pushed it to the 4th level. Wang Tung's grasp of this domain increased again. Wang Tung let out a long sigh after he collected General Dart's attribute bubbles. Good. He collected all the attributes from the 2 formidable warriors. Not one was missed. Compared to Devil Emperor Jarox, General Dart dropped fewer attribute bubbles. This was probably because one was dead while the other was still alive. Wang Tung wanted more, but he couldn't kill General Dart, could he? He shook his head and threw this dangerous thought away. The remaining attribute bubbles were dropped by the other martial warriors. They densely populated the battlefield. Wang Tung released his spiritual power and picked them all up. Constellation Force, Fire, *1200 Constellation Force, Wood, *2000 Wood, Ultima, *1000 Constellation Force, Earth, *1800 Constellation Force, Lightning, *3000 Metal, Ultima, *1300 Constellation Force, Fire, *2500 Constellation Force, Dark, *1300 Constellation Force, Dark, *1000. A large number of attribute bubbles swarmed over and merged into Wang Tung's body. His forces increased exponentially. Within a few seconds, all his 5 basic element forces skyrocketed. Even his wind, ice, and lightning force increased by a sizable amount. Constellation Metal Force, 12,000/80,000, Celestial Stage, 8th level. Constellation Wood Force, 58,000/70,000, Celestial Stage, 7th level. Constellation Water Force, 16800/80,000. Celestial Stage 8th level. Constellation Fire Force 65800/90,000. Celestial Stage 9th level. Constellation Earth Force 63200/70,000. Celestial Stage 7th level. Constellation Lightning Force 45800/90,000. Planetary Stage 9th level. Constellation Wind Force 13200/30,000. Celestial Stage 3rd level. Constellation Ice Force 25800/50,000. Planetary Stage 5th level. Constellation Dark Force 2800/30,000. Celestial Stage 3rd level. Wang Tung was overjoyed when he saw the increment in all his 8 forces. The 5 basic forces were all above the 7th level of the Celestial Stage. The Dark Force rose another 2 levels after advancing to the Celestial Stage. It was at the 3rd level now. Wang Tung's overall ability shot up. Then there were the Ultimas. His 5 basic Ultimas increased greatly, as well as his Wind Element Ultima. All of them increased his battle prowess. If he was able to combine them, he couldn't show it now. But if his opponent during a battle knew he possessed so many Ultimas, he would be in despair. The Spirit and Enlightenment attributes also allowed Wang Tung's Spirit and Enlightenment to take a leap. He felt amazing. After collecting all the attribute bubbles on the battlefield, Wang Tung floated down from the sky. Wang Tung. Di Qi was elated. He rushed over and laughed happily. I know you wouldn't die so easily. Then he gave him a bear hug. Wang Tung shifted to the side and dodged him. Move your mouth, not your hands. Oh, Di Qi was speechless. He clutched his chest, as if he was hurting from Wang Tung's rejection. Wang Tung burst out laughing at his reaction. Chapter You Shouldn't Provoke a Lady in Love 1. Wang Tung and Di Qi chatted and laughed for a while. The atmosphere loosened up. After a life-and-death battle, everyone would more or less feel down. If those emotions were not let out, it would be bad for the martial warriors. It wouldn't be conducive to their future progress as well. Fortunately, both Di Qi and Wang Tung had already experienced many wars and had steeled their hearts. Major Wang Tung. Sir. After Wang Tung and Di Qi had exchanged their greetings, Peggy and the others walked over and saluted Wang Tung. Peggy, how are the casualties of the team? Wang Tung nodded. 3 have suffered serious injuries, and the rest are slightly injured. But no one died. A proud smile appeared on Peggy's face. Even Wang Tung was surprised. When he participated in the battle, he was already mentally prepared for casualties in the team. It was inevitable. While there were injured people, he didn't expect that there would be no deaths. However, a result like this was undoubtedly the best. Peggy Arwen, you did well. Wang Tung smiled and praised them. Sir, this is all thanks to you. If not for your help, many of us would have died. Arwen scratched his head and snickered. They knew about Wang Tung's tricks. Without them, the battle would be several times more difficult, and many more people would have died. Many people were endangered during the battle and were almost killed by the dark apparitions. Fortunately, Wang Tung intervened in time and pulled them back from the brink of death. Boxin OVL. COM, that's right, boss. You gave us our lives. You can take it any time. A burly martial warrior from the bear race patted his chest and spoke loudly. Dart, you fool. I don't want your life. Wang Tung was caught between laughter and tears. Darch smirked. The others saw his naivety and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Over at the side, there was a hint of shock in Di Qi's eyes. He couldn't help but size up Peggy and the rest. What is this team? Death was inevitable in wars. Even veterans could not escape such a fate. Even Cosmo Stage martial warriors could fall, let alone them. In the end, someone told them that there was not a single death in a 50-man team. Although this could be attributed to Wang Tung, it was clear that this team wasn't weak. It was worth mentioning that when he went to the third front line, his team had increased from 20 to 100 members. Firstly, General Cameron gave Wang Tung more authority for his merits. Secondly, this was a war and not an ordinary mission, which was why there were more people. The 100 of them were all celestial stage martial warriors who had spent years on the battlefield. They had a rich experience. 80 of them were added separately and had never worked with Wang Tung before. They didn't know the extent of his previous missions and had doubts about his strength. They had already prepared for the worst before they came, which was to die in battle. However, they didn't expect Wang Tung's strength and ability to exceed their imaginations. If not for his large-scale attacks, his team would definitely have been wiped out. And later, Wang Tung created the tornado to sweep away the dark apparitions and aided General Dart in killing Devil Emperor Jarox. All of that gave them a new understanding of Wang Tung's combat prowess. Everything that Wang Tung did was far beyond a celestial stage martial warrior's level, especially the final blow that killed Devil Emperor Jarox. Almost everyone had their jaws wide open. That was a mid-tier Devil Emperor. It was hard to imagine that Wang Tung could kill him, even though General Dart had already injured him. All in all, after the battle, Wang Tung had established absolute trust and faith in the team. Wang Tung, you have a great team. Di Chi saw everyone's expressions and sent a voice transmission. They were all high-spirited and full of vigor. They had sincere respect in their eyes when they looked at Wang Tung. Di Chi felt a little envious. A lot of commanders had nurtured teams for several years, but not all of them could produce one with such cohesion and camaraderie. Wang Tung had only been at this for a while, yet he had already formed a team that was united as one. It was unbelievable. Wang Tung smiled and didn't say much. He then looked at Peggy and said, "Bring me to the wounded." "All right, come with me." Peggy was looking at Wang Tung strangely. She hurriedly lowered her head and responded when she heard Wang Tung. The seriously wounded were placed in the infirmary and underwent specialized treatment by doctors. There was also medical equipment like restoration cabins, which could ensure the rapid recovery of martial warriors. "Wang Tung, your adjutant is looking at you strangely." Di Chi snickered as he sent over a voice transmission. "Shut up. No one will think you're dumb if you don't speak." Wang Tung snarled. He could tell from Peggy's eyes. To be honest, it was a little exciting to be admired by a female subordinate, but it was embarrassing to say such a thing. He was a reserved and shy person. Tisk, Di Chi knew Wang Tung's sullen character very well. He glanced meaningfully at Peggy and Wang Tung. Peggy's furry white wolf ears were immediately dyed pink. Fortunately, they were covered by her long hair and no one could see anything. She tried her best to keep a straight face and maintain her calm appearance. She pretended that she didn't hear Di Chi's voice and see his dreadful eyes. However, Arwen, Yola, and the others were not idiots. They could tell at a glance, and there was laughter in the team. Martial warriors on the battlefield rarely saw women once every 6 months. They usually spent their time watching dirty videos to kill time. Now that there was such amusing gossip, everyone was excited. They stopped caring about anything else. Although they had thoughts about Peggy before, her strength and wisdom were not something they could handle, which was why they could only sigh in awe. They were all excited now that they could see this cold white wolf being tamed. Moreover, the master was their respected leader. They were naturally happy to see such a result. Peggy couldn't do anything about Di Chi, but she didn't hold back against Arwen and the others. She turned and glared at them fiercely. She was well established in the team. Everyone shrank their necks when they saw that murderous look. "This is frightening. You shouldn't provoke a lady in love." Chapter 1231 Good Impression +1 +1 +1 +1. Wang Tung followed Peggy to the infirmary. He couldn't see her expression, but he knew that she must be uneasy. However, as a martial warrior stationed on the battlefield, she wasn't greatly affected. Along the way, when other martial warriors saw Wang Tung, they stopped and saluted him, sending him off with their eyes. Discussions were heard occasionally. They were all about Wang Tung. Many people didn't know Wang Tung's identity, so they kept guessing. Some people even asked Wang Tung's team members for information. The martial warriors with higher authority searched the military website directly. They got some brief information about Wang Tung. For instance, he was a baron of the empire and was at the celestial stage. These were all public information. Anyone could find it. This caused quite a huge commotion. He became a baron at such a young age and came to the battlefield to fight with the dark apparitions. He was different from the young nobles who only knew how to hide behind their families and enjoy their lives. Most importantly, his talent was astonishing. He possessed such ability before he turned 20 and even managed to ambush Devil Emperor Jarok successfully. This wasn't something a normal person could achieve. Godchild, he was a genius of the Empire. His identity, ability, and performance on the battlefield, all these factors bred respect in their hearts. His reputation in the military started to climb. Boxing OVL. COM before this. General Cameron was afraid that Wang Tang's reputation wasn't high enough. However, one war was enough for him to overtake other people who had worked for many years. Wang Tang saw the 3 seriously injured personnel after he arrived at the infirmary. They were lying on beds. Dark force floated above their wounds, seeping into the body slowly. They had injured their organs. If the attacks went deeper by an inch, they would have lost their lives. Actually, only martial warriors were able to withstand such injuries. An ordinary person without a strong physique would have already perished. Wang Tang glanced at them and acted directly. He executed the bestow of the goddess. Light force turned into rain and sprinkled on the 3 injured personnel. The dark force around their wounds dispersed. It turned into black smoke and floated away. At the same time, the wounds started to heal rapidly. The painful expression on the injured softened. They stopped frowning. The effects were amazing. Light force treatment. Arwen and the others widened their eyes in surprise. They knew that Wang Tang was a light element martial warrior, but they didn't know he had this skill. There were only a few people in the universe who knew any light force treatment. They were precious. They felt that their leader was an all-rounder. He knew everything and would always give them surprises. There was added insurance to their lives since their leader knew light force treatment. They had never felt this safe. The sense of security was real. Peggy stared at Wang Tang's back. Her gaze was filled with emotions. Di Chi wasn't surprised. He knew that Wang Tang had the light force treatment skill, so he already had a hunch about what Wang Tang wanted to do when he came over. After executing the bestow of the goddess, Wang Tang took out a jade bottle and said, "There are 3 pills inside. Take them." The soldiers took the bottles and poured the pills out. A fragrance spread out instantly. Master-level pills. They were elated and shocked when they saw the quality of the pills. What? Master-level pills? The wounded martial warrior looked over in astonishment. Smell the fragrance. This is really a master-level damn medicine. Oh my God, this reception is amazing. They received light force treatment and master-level pills. Which team is that? I want to join them. Don't stop me. It's Major Wang Tang. Leader, goodbye. You can't afford to raise me. And go to Major Wang Tang's side. The injured personnel were all envious when they smelled the fragrance. They almost betrayed their teams and rushed over to join Wang Tang. Their team leaders turned green in anger. They had promptly come to show concern to their team members, but all the limelight was stolen by Wang Tang. Their team members didn't appreciate their efforts and even wanted to leave. This was too much. They were heartbroken. They betrayed them for a single master-level pill. What happened to their friendship on the battlefield? Wang Tang chuckled slyly in his heart when he felt the bitter gazes around him. 3 master-level pills were enough to trigger this effect. It was worth it. He had numerous master-level pills, too many for him to use alone. Normally, he used Grandmaster-level pills, so these master-level pills were perfect for rewarding his teammates. Boss, this is too precious. A team member looked at the pill in his hand and exclaimed, "Eat it. It's just a pill. Your life is more important," Wang Tang replied calmly. Knocked out face, the 3 team members felt touched. They almost cried. Look at what he's saying. Their boss treated their lives dearly too. This was touching. Good impression +1 +1 +1 +1. Wang Tang gained another round of good impressions. Everyone wished they could join his team. The 3 team members swallowed the pills after seeing Wang Tang's firm attitude. They instantly felt the miraculous effect of the pill. A warm stream flowed through their bodies and gathered around their wounds, alleviating the pain. They knew that their wounds were healing. Their injuries started recuperating at an incredible speed due to the combined effect of the light force treatment and the pills. By right, they would need half a month to recover, but now they only needed 3 to 5 days. The martial warriors around them were flabbergasted when they saw the effects. Their eyes glowed brightly. What pill is this? The effect is amazing. A master-level pill would not have this effect unless it was a high-quality and rare type of healing pill. Not all healing dawn were the same. The type of spiritual herbs and their combination had great influence over its effect. There were a few thousand types of master-level healing dawn in the market. The ones with the best effects were all in the hands of grandmaster-level alchemists. They were hard to find. They couldn't sit still anymore and gathered over enthusiastically. Major Wong Tung, do you have more pills? Can you sell them to us? That's right. All of us fought the dark apparitions together. Major Wong Tung, please help us. My team members are in a poor state. Look, he's on his last breaths. He needs a pill to save his life. Major Wong Tung, don't worry, we won't take them for free. We're willing to pay any price for them. If you don't have them, you can execute a light force treatment first. The team leaders spoke one after another as they gathered closely around Wong Tung. They almost drowned him with their saliva. Chapter 1232, Give a Plum in Return for a Peach. When General Dart walked into the infirmary, he saw Wong Tung getting surrounded by people. He was stunned. What are y'all doing? General Dart. General, you're here. General, please help us. Everyone clamored around General Dart and started talking at once. General Dart took some time to understand what happened. He stared at Wong Tung strangely and asked, You know life force treatment? A little, Wong Tung replied calmly. Hurry up and treat them. It's hard to eradicate the dark force from their wounds. If they don't get treated in time, it will affect their cultivation in the future. Please help them. General Dart requested earnestly. I want to, but I can't execute it when they're surrounding me, Wong Tung replied innocently. The corners of everyone's lips twitched. This fellow was a little shameless. He wasn't this easy to talk to just now. Why did he change his attitude the moment General Dart come? Boxin OVL, COM, and he was still acting innocent. How shameless. But no one voiced their thoughts. What if Major Wong Tung bore grudges? They still needed him. Why aren't y'all moving? Didn't you hear what Major Wong Tung said? Spread out. General Dart felt helpless. Insensitive fellows. Yes. Everyone hurriedly took a few steps back. Good Lord. The older, the wiser. Wong Tung glanced at General Dart and smiled at him. Then, he executed a large-scale bestow of the goddess without any hesitation. Light rain splattered down the infirmary. All the injured were taken care of. No one was left out. The wounded felt much better after bathing in the rain. They thanked Wong Tung profusely. Thank you, Major Wong Tung. Major Wong Tung is a good man. Major Wong Tung, do you still need team members? I'm willing to join. Major Wong Tung, I'm an experienced jungle martial warrior. I'm good at fighting creeps. Please choose me. Major Wong Tung, please choose me. I can warm your bed. Wong Tung didn't expect these military martial warriors to be so funny. Jungle-style martial warrior? Are you serious? Do you play Mobile Legend? Also warm my bed? I'm a righteous man. I won't be distracted by a person's look. Are you prettier than my adjutant? Do you have a better figure than her? If you don't, shut up. General Dart was at a loss for words. He was embarrassed by his subordinates. Where's your dignity? You can throw yours away, but I still want mine. Wendell stood in the corner with a black face. Scoundrel realizing his ambition. The team member lying on the bed didn't dare to speak. After all, he had just accepted Wong Tung's light force treatment. Major Wong Tung, thank you. Let me thank you on behalf of all the wounded. General Dart was surprised when he saw everyone's condition improving. However, he didn't forget to thank Wong Tung. Please don't do that. It's nothing. Wong Tung waved his hand. This isn't nothing. No one else can do it. General Dart shook his head with a smile. You made a great contribution this time. Either way, you'll get what you deserve. I remember that the captain of the Tiger Strike Force is getting promoted. They need a powerful officer to take over his position. They'll vote for you. With General Cameron's help, you have a high chance. The Tiger Strike Force. Wang Tung was puzzled. Peggy, Di Chi, and the others were astounded. They had some insider information. F***K. I've been in the military for so many years, but I don't have the right to fight for it. It looks like you're getting real power soon. Di Chi shouted instantly. He was envious. He used to be the garrison commander of the No. 4 defense planet, so he had some military influence there. He was like the local tyrant of the defense planet. However, it was nothing on the No. 29 defense planet. Every single team leader here was a Cosmos stage martial warrior. There was nothing to compare. Does the Tiger Strike Force have a lot of power? Wang Tung asked. You don't know? General Dart was surprised. I came just recently. How would I know? Wang Tung felt speechless. General Dart was stunned. Then, he shook his head bitterly. He had forgotten that Wang Tung was a newbie. His performance during his missions and the war was just too astonishing. He explained, the Tiger Strike Force is a 1,000-man squad. They have 5,000 martial warriors, all at the celestial stage and above. The deputy regimental commanders are Cosmos stage martial warriors. On the No. 29 defense planet, the Tiger Strike Force is one of our top squads. If you can become the regimental commander of the Tiger Strike Force, you will have real power. You want to be a martial warrior with a normal military rank. Wang Tung's eyes lit up. The Tiger Strike Force seemed awesome. If he could become its commander, he would have a certain amount of influence and speaking power in the military. Many thoughts went through his mind. Wang Tung nodded and smiled. Thank you, General. There's no need to thank me. You won it with your ability and contribution. I didn't help you. General Dart waved his hand and smiled. Wang Tung chatted with General Dart for some time before leaving. No one spoke about the pills again. They knew that such effective pills meant an extra life on the battlefield. They wouldn't give it away if they had one either. However, they didn't know that when Wang Tung left, he secretly gave General Dart a bottle of pills. There were 20 master-level healing pills inside. General Dart said that Wang Tung earned everything himself, and he didn't help him, but Wang Tung wasn't naive. Standing by his side was the greatest help to him. No one would help others for no reason, especially these bosses of the military. They wouldn't take sides easily either. Thus, Wang Tung accepted his kind favor. The pills were his way of showing his appreciation. How would he use them? That was General Dart's own business. It had nothing to do with him. Also, 20 master-level pills didn't matter much to him. He could make them easily with a few furnaces. He was a grandmaster alchemist. He had the confidence to do this. The war had just ended, so General Dart had many things to deal with. After staying for some time in the infirmary, he also left. Wendell furrowed his brows as he stood in the corner. He gritted his teeth, and his gaze turned sharp. Wang Tung, it's you again. Wendell screamed in his heart. He forcefully suppressed the urge to kill Wang Tung now. Then, he operated his wristwatch and sent a message. There was only one word in the message. Kill. Chapter 1233 M2 Charismatic. 1. In the center of the main base of the No. 29 defense planet, there was a hall in a metal building. Martial warriors who were at least major generals were gathered there in their uniforms. They were of various ages, including males and females. All of them were calm, without any emotion on their faces. These people were the important figures of the No. 29 defense planet. Everyone. A voice was suddenly heard from the main seat. General Cameron was seated there as his gaze swept around indifferently. Everyone's attention was on him. The dark apparition's invasion came very suddenly. Although we were prepared for it, the result is still not optimistic. General Cameron paused a little before continuing. The 9th, 13th, and 17th front lines have fallen. The listeners' expressions underwent a huge change. After getting the status of each front line, the results were made known to General Cameron firsthand. But the others didn't know it yet. The shock in their hearts was indescribable when they heard such bad news. Having 3 front lines fall at once was something that had never happened since a decade ago. Was an all-out war going to break out again? Whenever such a situation occurred, it was a premonition of an all-out war. Everyone's expression was grave, and the atmosphere of the command hall became solemn. Besides that, 6 front lines suffered severe damage and heavy losses. General Cameron threw another bomb at them. They had already prepared for the worst, but they were still shocked by the news. What is happening? Box and OVL. COM. Are these dark apparitions crazy? Are all the frontline commanders useless? We suffered such a huge loss. We have to mobilize troops to recover the fallen front lines. We cannot let the dark apparitions occupy those 3 areas. Otherwise, it will be a huge threat to us. They couldn't sit still. They were startled and angry, and a heated discussion broke out. Knock, knock. General Cameron frowned and knocked on the table. Everyone slowly quietened down. The front lines must be recovered, but how do we do it? Who do we send? General Cameron asked. If it were up to me, I'd send the strongest squads and recover the front lines with the force of a thunderbolt. It can also serve as a deterrent and boost everyone's morale, a middle-aged lieutenant general said. I agree with General Chi Yuanju. We shouldn't go easy on these dark apparitions, or they will think we're easy to bully. Yes, that's how it should be. Give the dark apparitions a blow. Not bad, I agree too. General Chi Yuanju's words were affirmed by everyone. None of these generals were cowards, and all of them were unyielding. If the dark apparitions attacked them, they would strike back. All right, let's choose 3 squads that are the most suitable, General Cameron said. It goes without saying that the Red Scorpion, Tiger Strike Force, and Raging Bear Squad should go, General Chi Yuanju said. Okay. General Cameron pondered for a moment and nodded. But the commander of the Tiger Strike Force is going to be promoted, and the new commander has not been decided. It doesn't seem like a good time to send the Tiger Strike Force when things are changing. An elder had doubts. If you want to be the Tiger Strike Force's commander, you need to have a certain strength and ability. Recovering the front lines is just the right experience. A female major general laughed. That's not a bad idea. The elder nodded. Then who do we choose as the new commander? General Chi Yuanju asked. This is why I called you here today, General Cameron said. Now, based on the recommendations, there are 3 suitable candidates. Take a look. As soon as he finished speaking, a screen emerged above the long table. There were 3 portraits on the screen, and their detailed resumes could be seen as well. Wendell, he has executed 3,678 missions with a success rate of over 85%. Be it experience or reputation, he is both. And there's Tiger Strike Force's Vice Commander Hua Chia, who has executed 3,423 missions with a success rate of over 85%. On top of that, he cooperated well with the commander and is very familiar with the Tiger Strike Force during his time as its vice commander. We are not surprised by the first 2 candidates, but the last one, after everyone read all the information, they frowned as their eyes landed on the last candidate. This was a newcomer. Moreover, there were only 3 missions on his resume, with little to no detail about them. How could such a person appear on the list of candidates for the Tiger Strike Force's commander? Was he someone who got in through the back door? Amongst the people present, a cold light flashed in an elder's eyes when he saw Wang Tung's portrait. This was the Parker's family representative for the number 29 defense planet, Crofts, a Heaven Stage martial warrior. He was the person behind recommending Wendell for the position. He wanted Wendell to be Tiger Strike Force's commander so that he could increase the family's influence on the number 29 defense planet. Chapter 1234 Too charismatic. 2. He didn't expect to see Wang Tung's name here as Wendell's competitor. This brat arrived at the number 29 defense planet not long ago and only completed a few missions. What right did he have to compete for the commander position? Who recommended him? Fortunately, everyone was questioning his ability. He heaved a sigh of relief. There was no point in recommending him if no one felt that he was qualified for the position. He would be filtered out in the end. To him, Wang Tung's appearance was just for show. A cold smile appeared at the edge of Croft's lips. Nonsense, General Chi Yuanju shouted. This is nonsense. He has only executed 3 missions. How can he be the commander of the Tiger Strike Force? You're putting the Tiger Strike Force in danger. That's right. This is unreasonable. He's incompetent. How can a newbie be the commander of the Tiger Strike Force? Which idiot recommended him? I did. General Cameron's face turned black. He had anticipated their intense reaction, but he didn't expect them to scold him. The noises stopped abruptly. Everyone stared at General Cameron in a daze. Their minds couldn't react in time. General Cameron was the idiot? How was he an idiot? There must be some misunderstanding. Crofts was flabbergasted as well. His pupils constricted. This was out of his imagination. Was there a relationship between the two? Why did General Cameron recommend a newbie for no reason? As an experienced general, this wasn't his way of doing things. Many thoughts flashed through his mind. He had an ominous feeling. General Cameron was the commanding general of the number 29 defense planet. With his recommendation, Wong Tung's odds would increase tremendously. General Cameron, I'm not talking about you. Please listen to my my explanation. The Major General's face turned green. He looked at General Cameron carefully and tried to reclaim himself. The other people gloated as they watched him. Why did you have to be so straightforward? Look, you're suffering the implications now. General Chi Yuanju continued in embarrassment. General Cameron, why did you choose Wong Tung? Please take a look at the results of the 3 missions. General Cameron shook his head and tapped the screen in front of him lightly. More information about Wong Tung appeared below his profile picture. The details of his missions were revealed too. Come and read on our website, Wuxiao World site. Thanks, it wasn't appropriate to release these details, but he had to show some real battle exploits to convince the rest. That was why he released the information. Brought back the devil ovum. Captured a devil mind dark apparition. Killed a mid-tier devil emperor and saved the 3rd frontline with minimum cost. Everyone's expression changed as they read the new information. They were astounded and found it a little hard to believe. The results of the missions were written clearly. He brought back a devil ovum on his first mission. A devil ovum. Did they see it correctly? Everyone knew what a devil ovum was. Its appearance meant a life-or-death crisis for the entire planet. Yet Wong Tung managed to silently solve this catastrophe. The problem was, how did he bring the devil ovum back? Didn't he get enchanted or corrupted? As for the devil mind dark apparition, it was stated that this was a strange and mysterious dark apparition race. They could take over the minds of various living creatures and have been haunting humans for a long time. Nonetheless, Wong Tung captured one, and research was being carried out. This was undoubtedly a huge military contribution. Finally, he helped General Dar the 3rd frontline to kill a mid-tier devil emperor, protecting the frontline with only a small price paid. It was unbelievable that a celestial stage martial warrior could kill a mid-tier devil emperor. They had to admit that after these 3 missions, Wong Tung had enough reputation in the military. There was no doubt about his capabilities. General Cameron, is this true? General Chi Yuanju asked in disbelief. The others looked over simultaneously. They couldn't believe that one person had all these achievements under his belt. I won't ruin my reputation by making these up, General Cameron replied calmly. General Chi Yuanju took a deep breath and rubbed his forehead. This is unimaginable. Crofts' face turned black. Wong Tung exceeded his expectations again. Things were moving in a direction he couldn't control. This infuriated him. He thought that he could control Wong Tung easily once he came to the defense planet because he was just a celestial stage martial warrior with no background. Who would have thought that he already made so many great achievements secretly? But he managed to conceal his emotions well. General Cameron, I have a question. Can you help to clear my doubt? General Cameron glanced at him with a sharp gaze. He nodded and said, please say it. How did Wong Tung bring the devil ovum back? Based on what I know, an ordinary person can't resist its enchantment, Croft said with a smile. I have no other intention. I just want to be safe. Chapter 1235 Too charismatic. 3. Everyone present was smart. They knew that he didn't want Wong Tung to be the regiment commander. They knew that Croft belonged to the Parkers, just like Wendell. It seemed like he wanted to help Wendell. However, pulling Wong Tung out of the picture for Wendell's sake wasn't his only intention. The majority of the people present didn't know about the feud between Wong Tung and the Parkers. They never thought that Croft's real intention was to end Wong Tung's military journey. General Cameron glanced at him again and replied indifferently, I was concerned too, so I brought him to Mr. Veblen for inspection the moment he came back. There's no problem with him. Mr. Veblen inspected him. Looks like we were worried for nothing. Everyone was stunned. No one had any more concerns upon learning that Mr. Veblen had completed an inspection of Wang Tung. They nodded in deep thought. General Cameron continued. As for how he brought it back, he has his own methods. I can't reveal them. However, I can tell you that Major Wang Tung is a light element martial warrior. I heard that he knows a light force treatment too. General Dart received a lot of help from him and is full of praise for him. A smile appeared on General Cameron's face as he spoke. He was delighted with Wang Tung's performance. If not, he wouldn't have recommended him for the regimental commander's position. Light element martial warrior. He knows light force treatment. Dart is lucky. No wonder he praised Wang Tung so much. So that's the reason. Good riddance. I think Major Wang Tung is extremely suitable to be the commander of the Tiger Strike Force. Everyone's attitude changed when they heard that Wang Tung was a light element martial warrior. They wished they could befriend him immediately. They didn't care who the regimental commander of the Tiger Strike Force was as long as he had the capabilities. Looking at Wang Tung's portfolio, he was quite powerful. Wendell and Huachia might not have been able to assist General Dart in killing a mid-tier Devil Emperor. General Cameron felt speechless. Their attitudes changed like the flip of a book. Crofts was dumbfounded. He felt that he just dug a hole for himself. His aim was to pull Wang Tung down, but he helped him instead. He felt like vomiting blood out of frustration. Since no one has any objections, Wang Tung will be the next commander of the Tiger Strike Force, General Cameron said. Wait, Crofts shouted hurriedly. What is it? Do you have any questions? We haven't witnessed Wang Tung's strength personally. Why don't we let the three of them have a battle after he comes back? Why? Major Wang Tung can kill a mid-tier Devil Emperor. We have no doubts about his ability, General Chi Yuanju said. Come and read on our website, Wuxiao World site. Thanks, the others agreed. Crofts was exasperated. F***K. This isn't what y'all said just now. That's a good suggestion. General Cameron gave him an ambiguous gaze and nodded. Let them have a battle. Crofts remained expressionless, but he was smirking in his heart. If that brat didn't come back, there wouldn't be a need for a battle. Wang Tung didn't know what was happening in the main base. He was on his way back. Everyone was in a good mood. They were still immersed in the happiness of winning the war. Boss, you've made many contributions this time. You will be promoted to colonel soon, right? Arwen looked at Wang Tung, who was beside him, and asked, Who knows? Our boss is so powerful. I'll definitely be promoted. It will be a waste of talent if he isn't, Xiong Daki said honestly. If boss is promoted, will our team be disbanded? Arwen asked suddenly. Everyone turned quiet. This was an apparent question. If Wang Tung was promoted, he would have other subordinates. The team would be disbanded and distributed to different teams. Even if Wang Tung treasured their relationship, he could only keep a few of them. He wouldn't keep the entire team. Peggy's expression changed. She had ignored this question completely. Wang Tung was accumulating military contributions at an amazing speed, and this time, his achievement was even more impressive. He would most likely be promoted, but their team couldn't catch up with his speed. Her gaze turned dim. She lowered her head so that others couldn't see her expression. Don't think too much. Nothing is confirmed yet. I'm still a newbie, so I might not be promoted. Wang Tung broke the silence. He didn't imagine that his subordinates would miss him. Indeed, I'm too charismatic. Dichi glanced at Wang Tung silently. He knew that separation was inevitable. Every martial warrior hoped to follow a leader like Wang Tung because they could gain many benefits under him. However, they had to be worthy too. People with no value wouldn't get the opportunity, even if it was laid right in front of them. Major Wang Tung is right. Let's not think too much. Who knows what will happen in the future? Peggy was enlightened after hearing Wang Tung's words. Her sorrow disappeared instantly. She didn't know what would happen to the others, but she was Wang Tung's adjutant. There was a high chance he would bring her along. Chapter 1236, I'm too charismatic. 4 brothers, I'm sorry. Women are selfish. Peggy consoled herself. Boom! Just when the others wanted to speak, the battlecraft suddenly trembled. What happened? Peggy's expression changed. Everyone shot to their feet and took out their weapons. Was it a dark apparition's attack? Roundball, what's the matter? Wong Ting asked in his mind. He frowned. Someone's attacking us. Not dark apparitions? Wong Tung raised his eyebrows. Yes, not dark force. It should be human martial warriors. Humph. Wong Tung snorted. He stood up without any expression on his face and said, Let's see who on this number 29 defense planet can't wait to kill me. He asked Roundball to open the cabin door and flew out. Peggy and the others couldn't just sit and watch, so they hurriedly followed him. Outside, a group of martial warriors in battle armor was blocking their path. There were around 40 to 50 people. They were in the wilderness with nothing around them, without a soul in sight. This was a perfect place for an ambush. These martial warriors weren't wearing mass-produced battle armor, so their faces were hidden. Who are you? Wong Tung activated his eyes of essence to see their faces, but they were all strangers. He didn't recognize any of them. Someone who will kill you. A martial warrior replied coldly. How dare you? Arwen and the others were infuriated. These people popped out of nowhere and said they wanted to kill Wong Tung. Were they looking down on them? Attack! The other party wasted no time. The leader waved his hand and released his cultivation power at the peak of the cosmos stage. He charged toward Wong Tung. Kill! His subordinates also released a sharp killing intent and followed him closely. The majority of the martial warriors were at the peak of the celestial stage. Besides the leader who was at the peak of the cosmos stage, there were 2 other cosmos stage martial warriors hiding in the crowd. Come and read on our website, Wuxiao World site. Thanks, 3 martial warriors at the peak of the cosmos stage. Thanks for thinking so highly of me. Wong Tung scoffed. It looked like these people had an accurate grasp of his combat prowess. Although he could kill a heaven stage martial warrior, he relied on external forces. For instance, someone else would beat the heaven stage martial warrior up badly before he sneaked an attack and finished him. In summary, he had some difficulty when dealing with heaven stage martial warriors. That also meant that he didn't have the ability to kill a heaven stage martial warrior personally. The ability of 3 martial warriors at the peak of the cosmos stage was extremely close to that of a heaven stage martial warrior. They should be enough to deal with Wong Tung. Boom! The leader arrived in front of Wong Tung within a split second. He held his blade and slashed it down. The blade glow came slamming down with the fire element Ultima. Boom! Wong Tung remained calm. There was no fear on his face. A sword appeared in his hand, and he released his water element Ultima. Swoosh! The sound of water rose behind Wong Tung. Numerous towering waves tossed and turned behind him while blue sword glows intertwined and crashed towards the blade glow. Ultima 1,000 crashing ripples. 8th level. Wong Tung had collected many Ultima attributes in the battle, so his water Ultima rose to the 8th level. It was many times more powerful than before. Boom! Both parties collided, creating a loud explosion. The waves powered up the blue sword glow, and it crashed into the blade glow again and again, as if there was no end to it. Suddenly, the blade glow, which contained the fire Ultima, shattered. It was destroyed by the sword glow. How is that possible? The leader's expression changed. He was appalled. He realized that his opponent could curb his fire Ultima. Mind you, his fire Ultima was at the 7th level. It was powerful even among the Cosmos stage martial warriors. Was his opponent's water Ultima stronger than his fire Ultima? Come on, this fellow was just a celestial stage martial warrior. Tell me who sent you, and I will let you die a quicker death, Wong Tung said indifferently. He raised his sword and pointed at his enemy. What did you say? The leader was enraged. Chapter 1237 Shameless. What did you say? The leader was enraged. His gaze turned sharp. Let him die a quicker death. He was just a celestial stage martial warrior. Where did he get the courage to say such words? He was belittling them. Every Cosmos stage martial warrior had their own pride, including him. Wong Tung might be a powerful and talented martial warrior, but he wasn't afraid. Looks like I'll have to capture you to question you. Wong Tung shook his head. You're looking for death. killing intent shot out of the martial warrior's eyes. He remembered something and snorted. Brat, you took some effort to execute the tornado attack on the battlefield, right? With your current celestial stage ability, one execution is your maximum. I'm sure that you've exhausted much of your power, and you're just putting on a strong front. He gave an I see through you expression. Wang Tung's expression changed, but it only lasted for a split second before he resumed his composure. Ha ha ha, you're indeed a paper tiger. The martial warrior laughed. Looks like you did your research. That means that y'all were at the third front line and saw everything. My only enemy there is Wendell. You must be a part of the Parker's family. Wang Tung voiced out his guess expressionlessly. So what if you know? You're going to die anyway. The martial warrior stopped laughing abruptly. He didn't think that Wang Tung would guess everything correctly. He stared at him sharply. Aren't you afraid of getting found out? The military won't let you go if they learn that you attacked a military martial warrior who's just earned military exploits, Wang Tung said. Stop struggling. We made ample preparations to kill you. We placed signal disruption devices around this area, so no one will know what's happening here. After we kill you, we'll leave the number 29 defense planet. No one will be able to find us. The leader sneered. As expected, you came prepared. Wang Tung nodded in deep thought. Then he suddenly asked, Oh, have you heard of this sentence? What? The leader frowned. The antagonist dies from talking too much, you idiot. Wang Tung laughed. The leader's face turned black. He felt humiliated. He finally knew that Wang Tung was playing with him. Dying. The leader roared in anger and disappeared on the spot. He turned into a beam of light charging at Wang Tung. Boom! The crimson-red flames circled his body. Blade glow cut through the sky, and the power of Ultima exploded. He slashed the flaming blade glow at Wang Tung. Wang Tung remained quiet. Streams of water twirled around his sword. He released his water Ultima to its maximum and welcomed his opponent's attack. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions resounded in the sky. The impact of the clash of forces blasted holes of different sizes into the ground. Di-Chi, Peggy, and the other members of the team were held back. They couldn't reinforce Wang Tung. These martial warriors only wanted to kill Wang Tung. As for the rest, they just tried their best to hold them back. That would make things easier. Di-Chi was injured and had expended much of his energy on the battlefield. He could only release a small fraction of his true power. He wasn't a bug like Wang Tung, so he couldn't recover immediately. Moo! Di-Chi bellowed in anger. A green glow gathered on his sword as he tried to force his opponent back. However, the other party didn't engage him head-on. He evaded all the lethal attacks and came back instantly to block him. Di-Chi wanted to help Wang Tung, but he couldn't. The celestial stage martial warriors held him back successfully. Some distance away, behind a huge rock, Wendell was wearing armor and staring at the battle in the sky. There was a smirk at the edge of his lips. Let me see how you escape this time. Wang Tung and the leader were having a heated battle in the sky. They turned into two balls of light, one blue and one red, and collided fervently, setting off loud explosions. The longer they fought, the more flabbergasted the leader was. He only understood how powerful Wang Tung was after sharing blows with him. Despite being a celestial stage martial warrior, his ability was astonishing. It was unbelievable. He realized that he had underestimated Wang Tung. One shouldn't judge this fellow using common sense. But he still didn't think that Wang Tung could defeat him. Besides, he was just a paper tiger now. He was probably forcing himself. Let's see how long you can last. The leader shouted and increased the intensity of his attacks. Wang Tung realized that he couldn't win against his opponent with his water element alone. A few hundred rounds were his maximum. He needed to use other forces. Dragon Blood Battle Physique. Boom. Come and read on our website, Wuxia World site. Thanks, Wang Tung bellowed in his heart. 3 kinds of flame exploded inside him. They weren't divine flames. They were the 3 beast flames from the Parkers. Furious Scorching Beast, Star Phoenix Flame, Ocean Whale Flame. The 3 flames of different colors spiraled around him, turning into different fire patterns. One looked like a raging beast in flames. The other was a crimson-red flame that looked like a peacock spreading its feathers, and the last one was a blue giant whale flame pattern. He wanted to see how powerful he could be if he just used the beast flames. The three different patterns appeared on his skin, strengthening his physique and making him appear divine. The leader squinted. Fire force. How many elements did he have? He had used light force and wind force during the war. Now, he showed his fire force and water force. That was 4 forces. What is this? Wendell intently stared at the flame patterns on Wang Tung's body. They looked extremely familiar. He could recognize the execution of this battle technique and the 3 flame patterns. They were similar to his family's dragon blood battle physique. Come on, Wang Tung shouted. He swung his fist and punched it out. The flames turned into a fist mark. He secretly instilled some strength of Ultima inside, so it wasn't just scorching. It was filled with strength too. Bang! One punch was enough for the leader to know how hard Wang Tung was to deal with. This attack was even more powerful than the water element Ultima. How unlucky of me. The leader was thrown back by a single punch. His expression turned ugly. Is this all you have? Wang Tung turned his wrist, making a cracking smile. Then, he gave his opponent a smirk. It's too early to be proud. A cold glint flashed past the leader's eyes. He charged forward again. Boom, boom, boom. The two parties smashed into each other once more. The attacks went to and fro. No one seemed to be at an advantage. How can he last so long? The leader was puzzled. He could feel his forces depleting slowly. His expression turned hideous. Wasn't he supposed to be exhausted? He felt that he got tricked. Boom, boom. At this moment, 2 loud explosions sounded behind Wang Tung. A powerful force smashed over, bringing with it the scorching heat of the fire element. They were like 2 volcanoes. Be careful. Di Chi's shout came a second after. Wang Tung saw the sly smile on the martial warrior's face. Although he was wearing armor that covered his face, Wang Tung could see the smile through his eyes of essence. Boom! The next instant, 2 terrifying attacks landed on Wang Tung. The fire force turned into flames and ate him up. Wang Tung, Di Chi, and Peggy squinted. They clenched their fists uncontrollably. Wang Tung just came back from the battlefield, so he was at his weakest. If he got hit, the consequences would be unbearable. Suddenly, 2 powerful auras shot into the sky within the group of celestial stage martial warriors. They exceeded the limit of the celestial stage. 2 martial warriors at the peak of the cosmos stage. Di Chi's expression changed. He was astounded. 2 more cosmos stage martial warriors had suddenly appeared. They were hiding among the celestial stage martial warriors so that they could ambush Wang Tung. No one expected this change. How could cosmos stage martial warriors be this shameless? Why did they have to ambush a celestial stage martial warrior? Shouldn't they be ashamed of themselves? Chapter 1238. This fellow is a devil dressed in human skin. Dragon 17, you're too weak. You can't even handle a celestial stage martial warrior. You're lucky we are here together this time. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to complete your mission. The 2 cosmos stage martial warriors flew over from the crowd. The martial warrior known as Dragon 17 scoffed and frowned. If you're so capable, go and fight with him alone. Being wise after the fact doesn't make you capable. If it was up to us, we wouldn't need you. One of them chuckled. Dragon 15, this brat is shockingly strong. You really think you can handle him alone? How naive, Dragon 17 said coldly. He's just a celestial stage martial warrior. You're taking him too seriously. Dragon 15 shook his head disdainfully and looked at the other person beside him. Dragon 14, if it was you, only a few moves would have sealed the deal. Around 10 moves. He's still a bit strong. Dragon 14 was proud of himself. See, Dragon 14 agrees with me. Dragon 15 chuckled and squeezed him. It means you're really lousy. You. Dragon 17 was furious. If he had known earlier, he would have let them go first. Now that the fight was over, they were here being sarcastic. In the end, they only wanted to squeeze him out so that they could share the credit among themselves. Wang Tung was considered a great bounty in the Parker's family. Even the furious Flaming Universe Lord and Flaming Phoenix Universe Lord said it themselves that anyone who could kill him would be greatly rewarded. Otherwise, they wouldn't have taken a risk to come to the number 29 defense planet to cooperate with Crofts and kill Wong Tung. Now that Wong Tung had died, they decided to share the spoils. Dragon 14 and Dragon 15 had apparently reached a consensus to reduce Dragon 17's contribution in mission. This way, the two of them could get a greater portion of the reward. The three of them didn't care about the surroundings when they were talking. Peggy and the others heard their conversation. They wanted to rush up and fight them to death. However, there were many celestial stage martial warriors around them that held them back. They couldn't get away from them. Dragon 14, Dragon 15, Dragon 17. Dichi frowned. His mind spun quickly. He seemed to have heard such a title somewhere before. All right, the Parker's family. They had a mysterious and powerful martial warrior squad, which seemed to be named after dragons. Every squad member was powerful and had seen their fair share of blood. They were definitely not to be compared with ordinary martial warriors. As a descendant of the Cavendish family, he had naturally heard of some inside stories. In fact, every family had a similar squad that would usually do some secretive things in the dark. Dichi's expression was grim. The Parker's family was too shameless. They even sent someone to kill him after he arrived at the number 29 defense planet. Generally speaking, no matter what hatred or grievance, they wouldn't be brought to the defense planets. They were placed to fight against dark apparitions. All grievances would be resolved after leaving the defense planet. However, the Parkers didn't care about that at all. They did whatever they wanted to and didn't take such unspoken rules seriously. Swoosh! At this moment, a strange energy suddenly radiated into the surroundings and enveloped everyone in it. The sky and the earth disappeared, replaced by a strange dark yellow area. Boulders were floating in the sky, and even the ground was made of floating boulders, like a small piece of land. This is a domain. Dragon 14 and Dragon 15 looked like they had seen a ghost. Their voices raised by an octave involuntarily. It was like they had been castrated. They couldn't care less about competing for rewards and looked around quickly. Why was there suddenly a domain? Did a heaven stage martial warrior arrive? If that were the case, their plan would fail, and their lives might even be in danger. The martial warriors from the military would never spare them. Dragon 17's face was also full of horror. He felt uncomfortable, and an ominous premonition emerged in his heart. Few people had seen Wong Tung using his domain, which was why there wasn't any description of it in the Parker's family's report. The three of them never imagined that Wong Tung, a celestial stage martial warrior, could master a domain. But Peggy and the others recognized this domain. When Wong Tung snatched the devil ovum, he used it to stop the dark apparitions. So they knew that this was Wong Tung's domain. Boom! Just when all kinds of thoughts were appearing in everyone's minds, huge boulders fell from the sky with terrifying force, smashing fiercely at Dragon 14 and the others. Their pupils shrank as they tried their best to resist and launch attacks repeatedly, trying to smash the boulders into pieces. But there were too many boulders. They smashed a few of them, but the boulders on the sides had already reached them. They couldn't react in time. Boom! 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 The boulders struck the martial warriors who were wearing armor. Even Dragon 14 and the others couldn't avoid it and were constantly hit. On the other hand, Peggy and the others stood there without moving. The boulders seemed to have eyes and avoided them. They heaved a sigh of relief. Although they knew that this was Wong Tung's domain, there were so many boulders raining down. Even people with firm minds like them would feel a tingle in their scalps. It looked like an indiscriminate attack. What if it struck them? Their small bodies couldn't stand such an impact. Fortunately, that didn't happen and the boulders avoided them. It seemed like the wonders of the domain were beyond their imagination. It was impossible to understand the mysteries of the domain without truly mastering it. Dichi looked at their expressions and couldn't help but ask, "You guys don't seem to be worried at all? This is Major Wong Tung's domain. Don't you know?" Peggy asked. "I know. My foot." Dichi was a little dazed. Wong Tung had never told him about any domains. Wait, damn, he actually comprehended a domain. Dichi reacted abruptly. His mind was in shambles and a mess. Was this fellow even a celestial stage martial warrior? A celestial stage martial warrior with an enlightened domain. Are you kidding me? I don't know which senior is here. Is there a misunderstanding? Dragon 15 couldn't fight back against the barrage of boulders. He was in a pitiful state and hurriedly shouted. The person controlling the domain hadn't appeared. They didn't know who was attacking them. Dragon 15 was helpless. If he kept silent, he felt that they would be crushed to death. The one facing them was a heaven stage martial warrior. Now that they were trapped in the domain, they were like sitting ducks. Escaping here was very, very difficult. Come and read on our website, Wuxiao World site. Thanks. If they didn't admit it, they would probably die. Misunderstanding. A voice came from above with a hint of mockery. You wanted to kill me just now? This shouldn't be a misunderstanding. Why was this voice so familiar? Dragon 15 was stunned. It felt like something bad was going to happen. Dragon 14 and Dragon 17 looked up one after another, only to see a figure gradually emerging from a boulder. It was indeed Wang Teng. You. Dragon 15's eyes widened, as if he had seen something unbelievable. He couldn't say anything else except for you. This bastard wasn't dead. He even used his domain and trapped them here. Impossible. Dragon 14 couldn't believe his eyes. He earlier claimed that he could deal with Wang Teng in 10 moves. Now, he appeared in front of him like this. It was full of drama. Did you say that you could finish me off with 10 moves? Wang Teng looked at Dragon 14. Dragon 14's expression froze. Slap. His face was slapped randomly. The face hurt a bit. 10 moves? Damn it. If he knew Wang Teng had a domain, he wouldn't have boasted. He couldn't win against a martial warrior who used a domain. Not even with 1,000 moves. How is it possible for you to have a domain? Dragon 14 stared at Wang Teng, trying to see flaws in his expression. I'm sorry. I really have it. It won't do you any good if you don't believe it, Wang Teng said calmly. Dragon 14 wanted to swear. All right, I want to catch someone just now. Let's see who it is. Wang Teng stretched out his hand. A figure flew from behind and landed in front of them. The person looked miserable with a bruised nose and swollen face. It was like he had just been tortured. Wendell, it's him. Although the face was swollen, Peggy and the others could still recognize him. That person turned out to be Wendell. When Dragon 14 and the others saw Wendell, their expressions changed. Damn it, wasn't Wendell hiding in the distance? How was he caught? Are you surprised? Are you shocked? Wang Teng looked at them with a smile. This person was indeed Wendell. He was hiding in the distance and thought that Wang Teng didn't see him. In the end, he was sneaked upon and captured. Wendell was clearly not as powerful as the 3 martial warriors who were at the peak of the Cosmos stage. Besides, he never expected Wang Teng to find him and even have the time to deal with him. That was why he was caught easily without any precautions. Dragon 14 and the others. Surprised? Shocked? Why was this brat's personality so vile? When they looked at his face, they didn't know why, but they wanted to hit him badly. Wang Teng, let me go. Wendell had not fainted yet. Getting stepped on by Wang Teng, he felt extremely humiliated and struggled desperately. You were caught by me, someone with poor strength. Why should I let you go? Wendell was taken aback. Then he reacted immediately. What do you mean by that? This bastard basically called him a piece of trash. Dichi, Peggy, and the others laughed uncontrollably. Wang Teng was such a prankster. He never missed a chance to humiliate Wendell. Ha ha, Wendell, you're really capable. Dichi laughed loudly. Wendell's entire face darkened as he roared angrily. Wang Teng, I want you to die. Wang Teng had a warm smile on his face, but a cold light flashed in his eyes. He then stomped down hard on Wendell's face. Bang! A huge force slammed down on Wendell's head, deforming it. The boulder below shattered open with his head inside. Wendell let out a painful howl. You should be obedient after getting caught. Let me teach you a little lesson. Dragon 14 and the others' mouths were twitching. This fellow is so ruthless. He just stomped on him when he didn't see eye to eye with him. He didn't take Wendell seriously at all. They were after all members of the Parker's family. Did this guy really have no qualms about treating Wendell in such a manner? Wong, Tung. Wendell wasn't a coward either. Being trampled on, the shame in his heart was about to explode. He had never been treated like this before. His eyes were red, and he growled like a wounded beast. Looks like you haven't understood the situation. Wong Tung lifted his feet and stomped fiercely. Bang! Just as Wendell was trying to break free, he was squashed into the hole again. But Wong Tung didn't stop. He raised his foot again, then stomped him. Again and again and again. After repeating this more than 10 times, he finally stopped. I finally feel better. Wong Tung let out a breath slowly and looked down at the unrecognizable Wendell. By the way, what were you trying to say just now? You can continue. Everyone, this fellow is a devil dressed in human skin. Chapter 1239 Battle of Ultima. Within the meteorite shower domain, Wong Tung stood on top of a rock. There was a strange, human-looking thing beside him. The thing's head was buried in the rock while its arms were trembling. It seemed to be struggling frantically, trying to pluck its head out of the rock. However, the head was buried quite deep. This person seemed heavily injured, so he couldn't pull his head out. Everyone felt the muscles on their face twitching when they saw this scene, especially Di, Chi, and Peggy. They felt their blood turning a little cold and their heads a little numb. This was vicious. No human would be so ruthless. They felt this way even though they were Wong Tung's companions. One could imagine what Dragon 14 and the others were thinking. They felt like the victims instead. To hell with an assassination. Who was the one being assassinated here? Weren't they supposed to be the assassins? Why did they have to suffer such inhuman treatment? Also, Wendell was useless. He got caught without any warning. If Wong Tung didn't take him out to tease them, they wouldn't even know he was captured. Crack! A clear sound was heard suddenly. Wendell finally pulled his head out of the hole. His face had gotten more swollen. There was only a line left for his eyes. He raised his head and looked at Wong Tung. His body was trembling in fear or anger as he stuttered. Let me go. Why should I? You'll die if you kill me. Wendell swallowed the humiliation and replied. Are you saying I can't resist? You can kill me, but I can't do the same? Wong Tung snorted in anger. He stared at Wendell indifferently. Wendell wanted to retort. All right, stay where you are. They'll take care of you later. Wong Tung didn't give Wendell any chance to speak. He stepped Wendell's head into the stone crack again. He then looked at the assassins below and asked calmly, Are y'all going to surrender, or do you want me to beat you until you surrender? Dragon 14 and the others frowned. They felt humiliated by Wong Tung's words. Surrender or beat them until they surrender. Was there a difference? This fellow was looking down on them. The three of them exchanged glances with one another. They threw away their disagreements and reached a consensus. Let's break the domain together. I don't believe that the domain of a celestial stage martial warrior will be that strong. Dragon 14 shouted in anger and darted into the sky. He released all the fire force in his body and gathered it around his long spear. This was Wong Tung's meteorite shower domain, so all the fire force was blocked outside. He couldn't use it. He could only use his own force. Dragon 17 and Dragon 15 acted simultaneously without any hesitation. Their survival was on the line, so they wouldn't create trouble. They were both fire element martial warriors, so they released all their fire force. It flowed relentlessly out of their bodies. The three forces gathered together and congregated on Dragon 14's long spear. Wong Tung frowned slightly. They're launching a joint attack. The outline of a giant flaming lion formed around the long spear. It looked magnificent. Roar! The fire lion appeared lifelike and real. It raised its head and roared into the sky. What is this? Dichi's expression changed slightly. A tinge of astonishment flashed in his eyes as he noticed something. Is this an Ultima battle technique? An Ultima battle technique. Wong Tung hurriedly searched through the memories of the devouring nihility beast and found relevant information. Just as its name suggested, an Ultima battle technique merged the power of the Ultima inside. Different from normal battle techniques, Ultima battle techniques could only be executed after merging an Ultima inside. It wasn't as simple as how they instilled some of their Ultima in their skills in the past. This was a real merger, the kind that could trigger a change in quality. Come and read on our website, Wuxia World site. Thanks. In summary, an Ultima battle technique was a powerful skill born to release the full potential of an Ultima. This was Wang Teng's first time encountering an Ultima battle technique. Ultima battle techniques were rare. They were considered a type of secret skill, so there weren't many available on the market. They were only present in ancient legacies. Besides, their execution was difficult. One needed long hours of practice and a deep understanding of their Ultima to learn the Ultima battle techniques. It was hard to believe that his three opponents had grasped an Ultima battle technique. But they were martial warriors from the Parkers, so it was reasonable that they had one. Boom! The forces in their bodies merged into the gigantic flaming lion. Then, Dragon 14 merged the fire Ultima into the lion and executed the real Ultima battle technique. In fact, only Dragon 14 had learned the Ultima battle technique, but it required a large volume of force. Thus, the three of them had to cooperate. Wang Teng looked down at his opponents grimly. This Ultima battle technique was indeed formidable. He felt a sense of threat from its powerful fluctuations. Well, let's see if their Ultima is stronger than my domain. Wang Teng's eyes glistened. A fighting spirit burned in his heart. He raised his finger. Boom! Numerous large rocks flew towards the center and started clumping together, turning into an enormous rock ball. As its shadow cast on the ground, a terrifying pressure overwhelmed the surroundings and bore down on the people below. Dragon 14 and his comrades paused involuntarily. Their pupils constricted. This domain seemed quite powerful. It didn't look like the domain of a celestial stage martial warrior. How did this bastard manage to master it? Their confidence wavered a little. Dragon 14 gritted his teeth, and his gaze turned ruthless. This was a life-or-death situation. They had no other choice. They had to take the bet. The three of them released their forces even more frantically, as if they wanted to exhaust all their energy. They wouldn't stop until they squeezed themselves dry. Outside, their Ultima battle technique would be even stronger. But in this domain, where the fire force in their surroundings was blocked, they couldn't absorb more fire force. As a result, they couldn't release the full potential of this technique. This was the difference between a Cosmos stage martial warrior and a Heaven stage martial warrior. Just one domain was enough to suppress them. Wang Teng might be a celestial stage martial warrior, but with the domain, he was more powerful than any celestial stage martial warrior. Di Chi, Peggy, and the others felt the pressure from both parties' attacks and retreated uncontrollably. They could sense that the battle techniques executed by the combatants were frightening. If they didn't withdraw, they might die or get heavily injured by the residual impact. The martial warriors wearing armor retreated too. Many of them were injured by the large rocks, and their armors were torn and tattered. They looked miserable. Only fear remained in their hearts as they stared at the gigantic rock above them. Wang Teng was too powerful. Why did they come to assassinate him? Would the three sirs be able to defeat him? The giant rock in the sky grew larger and larger until it became a small planet. It gave off immense and terrifying pressure. The flaming lion Dragon 14 and his comrades formed was expanding too. Fire crackled around the enormous lion. It was like the king of flames. An oppressive aura shot out from its lantern-sized eyes. Dragon 14 and his comrades reached their limit. All the forces in their bodies had been driven out. Their faces were pale, and their gazes were resolute. Roaring flame lion spear. Dragon 14 stabbed a spear out. The flaming lion roared as if it was alive and soared into the sky, shaking the heavens with its power. The flaming giant lion bellowed. Scorching heat gushed towards Wang Teng as if attempting to burn everything. Wang Teng's expression didn't change. He flung his hand down, and the giant asteroid finally moved. It plummeted down with an oppressive momentum. The enormous rock shot down like a small planet, leaving a long trail of yellow light behind it. It came fast and heavy. The air around it seemed to crack under the pressure too. Boom! The next instant, both parties collided. Chapter 1240, The Loser Begs for Mercy. Wang Tung came up with an amazing scheme. One boom. Explosions echoed in the entire domain. The enormous flaming tiger slammed into the asteroid. A sharp spear glow could be seen faintly in the flaming lion. Di Chi and the others looked up without blinking. They were extremely nervous. The combined Ultima battle skill of the three martial warriors was frighteningly powerful. It was able to resist Wang Tung's domain power. This was unbelievable. Crack! A clear breaking sound broke the nervous atmosphere. Then, fissures started to appear on the asteroid like spiderwebs. They started to spread. Di Chi's expression changed. He was flabbergasted. Was it going to break? Dragon 14 and his comrades were elated. They stared intently at the giant rock above. Smash it! They screamed in anger. This was their only hope. If they couldn't destroy Wang Tung's domain, they wouldn't be able to run away. Death would be their only option. Roar! The flaming lion received hope and anguish from the three martial warriors. It roared and released all its fire force. Then it flung its head and threw itself at the enormous rock again. The spear glow-stabbed into the giant rock inch by inch. More cracks appeared one by one. Bang! The next instant, the asteroid burst apart and shattered into countless broken rocks. They flew in all directions. Ha ha, Wang Tung die! Dragon 14 laughed when he saw this scene. He pushed his long spear out. Boom! Following the destruction of the giant rock, the glow around the flaming lion dimmed and its power decreased. However, it still hurled toward Wang Tung at the same speed. Dragon 15 and Dragon 17 clenched their fists. They were overjoyed. Wang Tung, Di Chi, and the others were agitated. However, they couldn't do anything and could only watch as the flaming lion charged toward Wang Tung. Wang Tung lowered his head and stared at the flaming lion indifferently. There was a strange glimmer in his eyes. The Ultima battle technique was indeed quite powerful. The flaming lion bellowed angrily and swallowed Wang Tung and the giant rock below him in one gulp. Boom! This attack seemed to be its last task. The flaming lion exploded as the spear glow and it stabbed at Wang Tung, who was in the center. The domain around them started collapsing. Dragon 14 and the others smiled in relief. Bang! In the end, the meteorite shower domain couldn't withstand the pressure anymore and shattered, disappearing in a sky of twinkles. Ha! Dragon 14 laughed. Come and read on our website, Wuxiao World site. Thanks, however, at this moment, a dazzling blue glow started to spread out from the center of the eruption. The blue ball of light pushed back the flames forcefully and expanded. The flames hissed and extinguished the moment they touched the blue ball of light. Domain! Dragon 14 and the others stared at the expanding blue light ball as if they had seen a ghost. Their voices turned high-pitched. This was another domain. How is this possible? They weren't the only ones. Di Chi and the others were in disbelief too. Their minds went blank. They stared at the domain absent-mindedly. Swoosh! Before their minds started working again, the blue ball of light expanded and engulfed the flames formed by the explosion of the flaming tiger. Then, everyone was encased in the domain again. The scene around them changed. This time, there were no giant rocks surrounding them. They were surrounded by a blue world made with water. Balls of water scattered around them, floating in the air and giving off a magical and mystical feel. Even the sky and the ground seemed to be made of water. No matter where everyone looked, they saw water. They felt as if they were at the bottom of the ocean. Welcome to my water domain. Wang Tung appeared in the air and scathed. He looked down calmly at his opponents. They got pulled into another domain the instant they saw the sky again. The feeling of getting thrown into despair right after seeing hope almost broke them down. Why do you have two domains? Dragon 14's voice was hoarse and his face was pale. He couldn't accept this reality. It was already astonishing enough for a celestial stage martial warrior to have one domain. But Wang Tung had two. This didn't make sense. Dragon 17 and Dragon 15's faces turned white. He stared at Wang Tung in a daze. It's only two domains. Why are you so surprised? Wang Tung remained cool as a cucumber. These people were kicking up a fuss over nothing. He only showed 2 domains, yet they were already scared stiff. Would they pass away if he executed all his domains? All right, how many domains do I have? Wait, let me count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wang Tung counted in his heart as he looked through his attributes panel. Everyone, they felt that he was boasting. Boasting. He was outrightly boasting. What did he mean by only 2 domains? Dichi widened his eyes in disbelief. Was he really a talent? Why was Wang Tung able to have 2 domains at the celestial stage, but he didn't have any when he was at the cosmos stage? Chapter 1241, The Loser Begs for Mercy. Wang Tung comes up with an amazing scheme. 2. So he was actually useless, right? Dichi started to doubt himself. Peggy and the others wore complicated expressions. Thinking about it carefully, Wang Tung had more than 2 domains. He had another black and gold domain that contained spiritual power. It was more powerful than the 2 domains he just executed. That meant that Wang Tung had 3 domains. Dragon 14 and his comrades felt hopeless. They knew that they had no chance of turning the tables. They had exhausted all the forces in their bodies, so there was nothing they could do now. You should have surrendered earlier. Why make me act? Wang Tung shook his head. Silence. Dragon 14 and the others didn't know what to say. They weren't willing to accept their defeat. Who knew that you had 2 domains? This was too much. Let's not waste any more time. It's time to send you to death. Wang Tang's tone changed, turning cold and indifferent. The expressions on his opponents' faces changed. At this moment, dull blue drops of water appeared around Wang Tung. He waved his hand, and the droplets rained down. Damn it high! Dragon 15 shouted. Unfortunately, the droplets of water rained down like a shower. Space around them was sealed, so there was nowhere they could hide. Panic appeared on the faces of the martial warriors in battle armor. Some of them had some energy left, so they started to release their forces and formed a protective shield around them to block the water droplets. They wouldn't sit and wait for death. The water droplets were dull blue and looked harmless. Their speed wasn't as scary as the giant rock either. However, it made their hearts shudder. The water droplets were lethal in reality. A single touch and something scary might happen. Actually, it wasn't hard to understand this. They were in someone's domain. No attack was an ordinary attack. It seemed long, but everything happened in an instant. The dull blue droplets finally landed on their force defense shield. Hissing sounds were heard instantly. Their force shields were corroded instantly the moment they touched the dull blue water droplets. It was like concentrated sulfuric acid being poured on metal. Then the water droplets dripped on their armors. Their armors were celestial stage and above, so they could resist a celestial stage attack. Yet they were corroded instantly the moment they came into contact with the water. What's this? Screams of pain filled up the sky. They sounded tragic. The martial warriors started rolling on the ground and struggled frantically. Spare me. Come and read on our website, Wuxiao World site. Thanks, I surrender. The martial warriors screamed with all their might. Their armors were corroded, revealing their heavily decomposed body. They kept scratching the parts that were stained with the water. Their bones and flesh were visible due to the corrosion, but they couldn't control themselves from scratching. They wanted to stop the corrosion of the dull blue water, but it was useless. After some time, all the martial warriors turned into a pile of blood. They were dead. Water of Netherworld. This was a mysterious water that could corrode the bodies of Heaven Stage martial warriors. Dealing with these celestial stage martial warriors was a piece of cake. Dichi and the others felt their hair standing on end. They retreated a few hundred meters back. Although no water would land in their zone, they still felt that the distance wasn't far enough. They lacked a sense of security. What if the water dropped on them? These people died a terrible death. It looked very painful. What was this dull blue water droplet? It was terrifying. Many thoughts went through Dichi and others' minds. They were flabbergasted and couldn't regain their composure for a long time. Very soon, the screams disappeared. All the martial warriors that came into contact with the water were dead. None of them escaped. However, Dragon 14 and his comrades were still alive. Wang Tung just wanted to scare them, not kill them yet. That would be too easy. The three of them had a huge fright. They fell to the ground with trembling lips and white faces. Yucks, this is a little disgusting. Wang Tung looked down. It was horrendous. This was his first time using the water of Netherworld. He didn't expect the effect to be this great. Scary. This didn't suit his kind image. Di Chi and the others stared at him, speechlessly. Can you be a little more shameless? Cough. Wang Tung coughed awkwardly and landed from the sky. He said to Peggy and the others, "Lock the three martial warriors up and bring them back." Yes. The team reacted quickly and rushed forward. They grabbed Dragon 14 and his comrades and used the rune chains to seal their forces so that they wouldn't escape. The three of them didn't resist, allowing the team to do whatever they wanted. They didn't even dare to look at Wang Tung. They were afraid that this god of death would give them a droplet of water. Major Wang Tung, what should we do with Wendell? Peggy asked. Wendell was still beside Wang Tung. However, his head wasn't buried in the rock anymore. It was submerged in a water bubble. Martial warriors could hold their breaths in the water for a long time. The prerequisite was they mustn't be forcefully pushed into the water. Besides, this person was a master who had a profound understanding of the power of water. Chapter 1242, The Loser Begs for Mercy. Wang Tung came up with an amazing scheme. 3. Wendell was in this state. He wasn't in danger, but he didn't feel good. Strings of water were seeping in and out of his nose, mouth, ears, and even his eyes. This feeling, it was like tiny centipedes roaming around his 5 sensory organs. Just thinking about it was enough to make people tremble. Wang Tung waved his hand. The water bubble disappeared, along with the domain. Wendell fell to the ground. He clutched his throat and coughed continuously. Panting like a dog, he looked miserable. Wang Tung squatted down and patted his back. He asked in concern, "Are you all right? What do you want?" Wendell jumped in fright. He plunked on the ground and crawled backward with his arms and legs. He saw what happened a moment ago. To him, Wang Tung was a murderer who killed without batting an eyelid. Getting stuck in a water bubble was torture. He didn't understand how Wang Tung came up with such evil methods. This person didn't have any good thoughts. Wang Tung, Di Chi, and others. This fellow seemed a little crazy. Did he become stupid because of the scare? Am I so scary? Wang Tung turned to ask his team. Don't you know it yourself? Di Chi snorted. Coward. Wang Tung kicked Wendell. Wendell? He wanted to retort. Who could withstand such suffering? All right, bring him back. I want to see what the Parkers will do this time. Wang Tung scoffed. Wendell was in despair. His eyes turned lifeless. He knew that he was finished. His future was destroyed, and his family would abandon him. The hard work he put in on number 29 Defense Planet came to nothing. He shuddered at the thought. Wendell was filled with regret. He shouldn't have ambushed Wang Tung. He shouldn't have used this method to take revenge on him. He shouldn't have made Wang Tung his enemy. Everything he did, everything he was proud of, was nothing in front of Wang Tung. He had no right to be his enemy. Come and read on our website, Wuxiao World site. Thanks, he knew that he was weaker than Wang Tung, but he wasn't convinced. That was why he paid a huge price. He lost everything because of it. Unfortunately, his regret came a little late. No, he wasn't convinced. He didn't want to end his future like this. Wang Tung, let me go. I won't dare to give you trouble anymore. Wendell gave up his dignity and hugged Wang Tung's thigh as he begged for mercy. Everyone was appalled. Was this the unruly and arrogant raging wolf they knew? He was begging for mercy at Wang Tung's feet like a loser. Contempt flashed in Peggy's eyes. She was right. Wendell wasn't a reliable superior. A real warrior would never lose their dignity. They wouldn't beg for mercy like Wendell. Go away. Aren't you disgusting? Why are you hugging my leg? Wang Tung kicked Wendell away in disdain. He didn't expect this fellow to plead using this method. Didn't he find it embarrassing? Wang Tung, let me go. He'll do anything if you let me go. Wendell didn't care how others looked at him. He didn't care if Wang Tung found him disgusting either. He just wanted to survive. Wang Tung dodged hurriedly, afraid that he would hug his leg again. He wouldn't let a man hug his thigh. Wait, you could do anything? Wang Tung's eyes lit up. He touched his chin. Yes, yes. I can do anything. I can do anything as long as you forgive me this time. Wendell hurriedly nodded when he saw Wang Tung's attitude softening. He didn't care what his motive was. Cough. Get up first, Wang Tung said to him. He thought of something. Wang Tung, are you really going to let him go? Di Chi frowned. Wendell had no dignity since he hugged his leg and begged for mercy. If Wang Tung let him go, he might take revenge when he had the ability to. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Wang Tung smiled. Di Chi didn't know that he had enchantment skill. It could finally be put to use. Wendell was his first experiment subject. The Parkers, Wang Tung had an amazing scheme. Scratch that plan. Chapter 1243, A Fire and Ice Combo, doesn't seem bad. Seeing that Wang Tung had his own ideas, Di Chi didn't say anything. Besides, based on his understanding of Wang Tung, he believed that he wasn't a brainless person that would simply release a tiger back into the forest. He was probably up to something evil again. Di Chi looked at Wang Tung suspiciously and felt that the smile on Wang Tung's face was a little weird. Wendell didn't notice Wang Tung's expression, but he was ecstatic to learn that he was going to let him go. Thank you, thank you. I will never go against you again. I will ask my family to transfer me away from the number 29 defense planet. I will never show up in front of you again. Very good. You're smart. Wang Tung nodded in satisfaction. Then, can I go? Wendell asked cautiously. Wang Tung looked at him blankly with a straight face. Wendell was startled. He didn't know what Wang Tung had in his mind and asked nervously, What else do you have for me? I said I was going to let you go, but I didn't say that I was going to let you go just like that. Yes, yes. Wendell's heart thumped, but he didn't dare to refute him and nodded repeatedly. Go wait at the side. When it's time to let you go, I will do so. After Wang Tung finished speaking, he looked at his team. Keep an eye on him. If he's disobedient, break his 3 legs. 3 legs. Yes. Peggy nodded in response with a strange expression. Arwen and the others rubbed their hands in excitement as they looked at Wendell's lower body. Wendell clamped his legs subconsciously and shook his head in horror, expressing that he would never run away. He didn't dare to run. After being tortured by Wang Tung several times, he felt that he might live longer if he didn't try to escape. As a result, he stood aside obediently. Di Chi looked at Wendell and felt complicated. Wendell's strength was about the same as his, and he had always fought against him. But now, Wendell became a prisoner who gave up his dignity in order to survive. The world was indeed unpredictable. No one knew what would happen in the future. Di Chi couldn't help but think about himself. Was the gap between him and Wang Tung starting to widen? Back when Wang Tung first came to number 4 defense planet, he still needed his help to repel his pursuers from Olent Federation. Yet now, he had already been overtaken, and the gap wasn't small either. However, he didn't know that Wendell was sneaked upon because he was careless. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been caught so easily. In terms of strength, the gap between them wasn't that wide. The only difference was that Wang Tung had too many skills and trump cards, unlike anyone else. Besides, many of these trump cards were very powerful and could pose a threat to even Heaven Stage martial warriors. It made the upper limit of Wang Tung's combat power much higher. Wang Tung didn't say much when he saw that Wendell had become obedient. He glanced around and began to pick up the attribute bubbles. Constellation Force, Fire, Asterisk 1300 Constellation Force, Fire, Asterisk 1000 Celestial Realm Spirit, Asterisk 500 Roaring Flame Lion Spear, Asterisk 800 Fire Ultima, Asterisk 1200 Cosmos Realm Enlightenment, Asterisk 600 Constellation Force, Fire, Asterisk 1200 Constellation Force, Earth, Asterisk 1400 Celestial Realm Spirit, Asterisk 200 Constellation Force, Wood, Asterisk 1100. A large wave of attribute bubbles swarmed over and merged into Wang Tung's body. He realized that besides the dragons, the other martial warriors had different elements as well. Wang Tung collected a variety of Constellation Force attributes, but they were mostly of the 5 elements. They weren't that many either. Attribute bubbles dropped by dozens of Celestial Stage martial warriors were not enough to help Wang Tung currently. The only special thing was the Constellation Wind Force, which was dropped when Di Chi was fighting. Come and read on our website, Wuxiao World site. Thanks, it wasn't a lot. There were just over 3,000 points, not enough for Wang Tong to advance. There were also more than 5,000 points of the spirit attribute that merged into Wang Tong's spirit and became part of it. He then glanced at the attributes panel and stopped paying attention. The spirit attribute stayed the same as before, only becoming purer. Wang Tong felt that he was in dire need of a scripture to refine his spirit. But he understood that a scripture like that was rare and tightly regulated. It was only in the hands of those above the universe stage. That was because only martial warriors who had reached that stage would need to refine their spirit. Wang Tong got this information from the devouring nihility beast memory. Basically, starting from the universe stage, one would pay attention to the improvement of one's spirit. This was because in the later stages, it wasn't as simple as transforming one's body. The spirit and soul needed to transform as well. The body and soul had to fit together well. Otherwise, if the body was too powerful, the soul wouldn't be able to control it. Consequently, some powerful secret techniques wouldn't be able to be executed. And if the soul was too powerful, the body might not be able to hold the soul and collapse. The latter was relatively rare. After all, it was extremely difficult to increase the power of one's spirit and soul. No one could improve the power of their spirit and soul recklessly to such an extent. Even for Wang Tong, improving his spirit and soul had to be within a certain parameter and not to be exceeded. He was being held back by the celestial realm spirit. There were many disciples of powerful martial warriors who would refine their spirit under their elders' arrangements when they were just celestial stage martial warriors. They had the opportunity to experience spirit refinement in advance. However, these people were rarely seen as well. They were either well protected or just didn't appear in the eyes of ordinary people. In conclusion, Wang Tong had no chance to far from them. At least he hadn't encountered one yet. Maybe Di Chi had a scripture. After all, he was a descendant of the Cavendish family. However, Wang Tong couldn't ask him for it. Even if he had, it was the family's secret and had nothing to do with him. I wonder if there's any spirit refinement technique in the devouring nihility beast memory. Wang Tong's eyes flashed. The devouring nihility beast memory was huge, and he didn't have the time to digest it completely. There might be something unexpected in it. If it didn't work, he could just find a few descendants of the Parkers and try. For example, Andres was a good target for attributes. If his plan worked, he could plant a nail in the Parkers family, and it would be much more convenient to do things. Wang Tong stopped thinking about it and looked at the other attribute bubbles. What followed was enlightenment and talent attributes. It was a pity that these people were not very talented and had no meaning to Wang Tong. The final two attributes were Fire Ultima and Roaring Flame Lion Spear. The two attribute bubbles were from Dragon 14 and the other two. There were a total of 4,350 points of Fire Ultima attributes. Wang Tong's mastery of Fire Ultima had already reached the 8th level. With this addition, although the level remained the same, he gained a deeper understanding of it. The other attribute bubble surprised Wang Tong. Roaring Flame Lion Spear. That was Dragon 14 and the other two's Ultima battle technique. Wang Tong was quite envious of this Ultima battle technique. After all, it was enough for them to compete with the power of his domain, showcasing its power. A memory emerged in Wang Tong's mind. After a long while, he opened his eyes, and a trace of crimson light flashed in his eyes. He had a basic understanding of this battle technique. It fuses with Ultima to attack. I see. Wang Tong's gaze flickered. He then looked at his attributes panel. Roaring Flame Lion Spear. 1/1000. Specialized. 800 points of Roaring Flame Lion Spear were enough for Wang Tong to advance it to the specialized stage directly. He was satisfied with this Ultima battle technique. Although it was a spear technique, he could still use it. Wang Tong's spear talent was at the imperial level. It wasn't weak. Furthermore, he had already mastered several spear techniques and wasn't unfamiliar with spears. However, he had always used swords and rarely used spears. Now that he had a powerful spear battle technique, he didn't mind using it once in a while. He remembered that he had obtained the universe-level Ice Devil Spear battle technique from the Ice Fairy. It was a powerful battle technique as well. He had a fire element spear technique and an ice element spear technique. A fire and ice combo didn't seem not bad. Chapter 1244. By planting a nail today, he will receive many nails in the future. 1. After picking up the attribute bubbles, Wang Tung went back to the battlecraft with his team members and continued their journey to the main base. The appearance of Wendell and the assassins had wasted much of their time. If not, they would have been back at the base already. Major Wang Tung, we found this in our surroundings, Peggy walked over and said while holding a device in her hand. Signal interference device. Wang Tung recognized at the instant he saw it. This was the device that Dragon 14 mentioned. It was a round metallic device the size of a basketball. He could feel the strange fluctuations coming out of it. They had a strong interference effect on the transmission of the signals. Yes, the quality of this device isn't low. It's able to interfere with the signals sent by a heaven-level spacecraft, Peggy replied. Oh, Wang Tung was surprised. Interrupt the signal of a heaven-level spacecraft? This device was of high quality. Moreover, Peggy and the others discovered not one, but 3 of these devices. The enemy had formed a triangle with them in the center. No signals could be sent out. That meant that if Wendell and the assassins had succeeded, they would die silently without anyone knowing. No one would discover them for some time. This time interval was enough for Dragon 14 and his team to leave the number 29 defense planet quietly. Never underestimate the ability of a powerful family. They had ways and avenues to send their people out. The Parkers have put in a lot of effort to kill you, Di Chi said. These are mine now. Wang Tung smiled, then said to Peggy, keep them. He appeared unaffected, but no one knew what was on his mind. Peggy nodded and kept the devices. All right, prepare a room. I want to talk to Wendell privately. Wang Tung gave Wendell an amiable smile. Wendell shuddered instantly. This is frightening. What does this devil want? The battlecraft wasn't small, so there were many individual rooms on it. Peggy prepared a room quickly, and Wang Tung brought Wendell in. Then, he closed the door. Peggy, Di Chi, and the others were curious. They wondered why Wang Tung brought Wendell in. Was it just a simple interrogation? Was he going to do something strange? They exchanged glances and turned their heads away in unplanned unison. It was better not to know too much about their boss. The more they knew, the faster they would die. In the room, Wang Tung found a chair and sat down. Wendell sat obediently in front of him. Come and read on our website, Wuxiao World site. Thanks. Do you know why I kept you alive? Wang Tung poured himself a cup of golden fruit juice and twirled the cup slowly. He took a sip. He had snatched this fruit juice from Di Chi. He had been eyeing it for a long time. He saved Di Chi recently, so he took the chance to knock some money from him. The taste was indeed exceptional. It was different from the one he drank in the virtual universe. I don't know. Wendell hesitated. Oh, you really don't know? Wang Tung gave him an ambiguous smile. Wendell felt his head going numb. It was extremely uncomfortable. He could only reply stiffly. You want me to be your informer? You're not stupid. Wang Tung smiled. Then his voice turned cold. Not just an informer. I want you to become a nail that stabs right into the heart of the Parkers. Wendell raised his head abruptly. He stared at the young man in front of him in astonishment. What a bold fellow. He wanted to take down the Parkers. Wendell's face turned pale. He understood Wang Tung's plans. As an informer, he only needed to provide information to Wang Tung. But he wanted him to be a nail, one that stabbed the heart of the Parkers. What did this mean? Wendell wasn't stupid. He understood that Wang Tung didn't just want information. He wanted the entire family. He wished to destroy the Parkers. Wendell stared at the calm face in front of him. This was absurd. It was like an ant trying to shake the sky. This was the only thought echoing in his mind. How humorous and naive. This fellow doesn't know how frightening the Parkers family is. The assassins sent to kill Wang Tung aren't even the tip of the iceberg of the Parkers. They are nothing. What right does Wang Tung have to fight with my family? Does he think he can fight with us after killing some martial warriors? Wang Ting knew what Wendell was thinking from his expression. Anyone would feel that he was overestimating himself when he said he wanted to deal with the Parkers. They would think he had a death wish. But he didn't care. He wouldn't explain to Wendell either. You don't want to do it? Wang Tung asked calmly. If you don't, there's no reason to keep you alive. No. Wendell jumped in fright. His expression changed, and he hurriedly shook his head. Chapter 1245. By planting a nail today, he will receive many nails in the future. 2. Either way, he needed to pacify this guy first. Who knew if he would do something horrible to him? Wendell had had enough of the torture. He didn't want to experience the suffering again. He could regurgitate Wang Tung's plans to his family members after he went back and take the chance to make amends for his failure. As for being Wang Tung's informer or nail, he didn't have any interest. If his life wasn't in Wang Tung's hands, he wouldn't be willing to say another word to this maniac. But there was no choice now. He could only comply with him. Can you change the condition? You know how powerful the Parkers family is. There's no point in doing this, Wendell said. The show must go on. If he agreed immediately, Wang Ting wouldn't believe him. You're not the one who will decide if there's a point in doing this or not, Wang Tung replied calmly. But my current status in the family isn't high. It's unrealistic for me to penetrate right into the heart of the Parkers. Since I chose you, it'll raise your status. It will be higher than now. Wendell was flabbergasted. He felt that Wang Tung had gone crazy. Why did he have to say such words? Raise his status? Who did he think he was? Wendell felt that he had worked extremely hard all these years to get to this position and could be considered a leading member of his family. However, considering the overall picture, he was just a small potato. Wang Tung was an outsider and a baron of the empire. His status wasn't that high either. Wasn't he afraid of slapping his own face when he said such things? So, do you agree? Wang Tung asked. There was a strange glimmer in his eyes as he stared straight into Wendell's eyes. Wendell was stunned when he saw Wang Tung's gaze. He felt that something was amiss, but when he looked again, everything was normal. Tell me your decision. Can I even reject it? Wendell gave a bitter smile and submitted to fate. Good. Wang Tung nodded in satisfaction. Then, he smiled and asked, You won't betray me when you leave me, right? I won't. If I betray you, they'll get devoured by a dark apparition and die an ignominious death. Wendell's heart skipped a beat. He quickly made an oath, afraid that Wang Tung wouldn't believe him. You're quite tough on yourself. Wang Tung stared at him strangely. Then, he continued, Remember, from now on, I'm your master. You can only be loyal to me. Yes. Wendell swallowed the humiliation forcefully and replied while looking at the ground. The instant he finished speaking, his mind turned blank. His vision blurred for a split second. Come and read on our website, Wuxiao World site. Thanks, success. A smile crept up the edge of Wang Tung's lips. He was using the enchantment skill from the start. The effects seemed not bad. He planted the seed silently, so Wendell didn't notice anything. The seed acted like a psychological suggestion. It would sprout and grow in Wendell's mind, controlling his thoughts and turning him into Wang Tung's slave. He couldn't use the spiritual mark to carry out this plan. Those formidable martial warriors in the Parkers family could find these marks easily. Only a skill like enchantment, which wouldn't leave any traces, could escape their eyes. How would Wang Tung know that the enchantment skill was successful? That was simple. Once the seed was planted, Wang Tung would detect a faint connection. This was proof that his execution was a success. No one could fool him. You can leave. Call Dragon 14 and his comrades in. Wang Tung waved his hand. He would plant more enchantment seeds in Dragon 14 and his comrades. 2 hours later, Wang Tung and his team arrived at the main base. The battlecraft landed on the field. Then the team alighted. Before they reached the main base, Wang Tung released Wendell and the others. He activated the enchantment seed planted in them. Now, they were his slaves. It was time to start his plan. By planting a nail today, he would receive many nails in the future. Wang Tung chuckled in his heart. Di Chi and the others didn't understand what Wang Tung wanted to do. They only knew that he released the captives after talking to them. No one knew what happened in the room. Did they reach an obscure agreement? Di Chi was extremely curious, but no matter how he asked, Wang Tung just replied to him with a mysterious smile. He was aching to know, but couldn't do anything. Although Peggy and the others were curious too, they didn't ask. They would always carry out Wang Tung's orders firmly with trust. The moment Wang Tung came back, General Cameron wanted to meet him. However, they didn't meet in his office. They headed to another place. Wang Tung followed behind Adjutant Song and asked, Adjutant Song, why is General Cameron meeting me in another place? You'll know when you get there. Adjutant Song gave an ambiguous smile. There seemed to be a tinge of envy in his eyes. All right, Wang Ting knew that he wouldn't get anything out of him, so he shook his head and kept quiet. Chapter 1246. By planning a nail today, he will receive many nails in the future. 3. Soon, the two of them arrived in front of a large door. Adjutant Song knocked on it. Come in. General Cameron's voice came from inside. Adjutant Song opened the door and raised his hand to invite Wang Tung in. Wang Tung tidied his uniform and stepped inside. He glanced around him and realized that he was in a spacious hall. The white lights lit up the entire hall brightly. There was a long wooden table in the middle of the hall. Many figures were sitting properly around it. Wang Tung was stunned by this scene. What was going on? Why were there so many people? He didn't recognize anyone beside General Cameron. The people in the hall were sizing up Wang Tung too. Their gazes were all different. Curious, intense disdain. They were dumbstruck by Wang Tung's appearance. He was too young, insanely young. Was he honestly so powerful? But his aura was indeed exceptional. One could feel his confidence and composure even though he was just standing there. Major Wang Tung, please come in. We're all waiting for you. General Cameron was sitting in the host's seat. He had a small smile on his face when he looked at Wang Tung. Everyone was astounded when they saw his expression. The serious and starchy General Cameron smiled because of Wang Tung. This was unbelievable. Wang Tung didn't feel anything. He had regained his composure by now and walked calmly into the hall. Have a seat. General Cameron pointed at an empty seat at the end of the table. There were 3 seats there. A middle-aged man was already sitting on the seat to the left. The middle and right seats were empty. Come and read on our website, Wuxiao World site. Thanks. Wang Tung sat in the middle seat. The middle-aged man sat properly while facing the front. Even when Wang Tung sat down beside him, he didn't show any signs of curiosity. He continued facing straight. General Crofts, is Wendell back? General Cameron nodded at Wang Tung before turning to ask the elder sitting on the 7th seat to his right. Crofts remained expressionless, but he was raging in his heart. He knew that Wendell would attack Wang Tung. Since he came back safely, it meant that Wendell had failed. How could he not be angry? This plan was supposed to be foolproof, but look at the result. Useless. Useless. A bunch of useless idiots. He took a deep breath and got up. Please pardon me. They'll come back immediately. Looks like you're going to contact the other candidate. General Cameron nodded. Wang Tung squinted and looked at Crofts. From Crofts and General Cameron's conversation, he knew that this guy was the spokesperson for the Parkers on number 29 Defense Planet. At the same time, he was the mastermind behind sending Wendell to attack him. Crofts walked out of the hall and came back quickly. He continued to put on his poker face, but everyone could feel his suppressed emotions. Wendell dropped out. He said, "Oh." General Cameron glanced at him in shock. He gave up. Crofts was determined to get the commander's position for the Tiger Strike Force. Why did he give up so easily? Dropped out. The other people were flabbergasted too. They stared at Crofts in bewilderment, wondering what reason he had to give up this fight. The man sitting beside Wang Tung raised his head and finally revealed a hint of astonishment. His calmness was gone. As for Wang Tung, he had a strange smile at the corner of his lips. Chapter 1247. Are you sure? 3 candidates. Everyone was surprised by the sudden withdrawal of one of the candidates. The smile on Wang Tung's face disappeared within a split second. No one noticed it. General Cameron was attracted by this piece of news, so he didn't notice Wang Tung's expression either. If he did, he would guess that it had something to do with him. Crofts went back to his seat silently after announcing the news. Although this fight had nothing to do with the Parkers now, It would be impolite and inappropriate to leave immediately. Besides, Wang Tung was still one of the candidates. The other candidate was the deputy regimental commander of the Tiger Strike Force, Huichia. He was a favorable candidate. It was still not confirmed if Wang Tung would get the commander's position. Crofts had the right to vote. He could vote for Huichia and make some trouble for Wang Tung. Everyone, since Wendell has given up the chance to fight for the commander's position, we will decide between Major Wang Tung and Colonel Huichia, General Cameron said after coughing to attract everyone's attention. No one had any objections. Wang Tung scanned their surroundings. He finally knew why so many people were mobilized. It was to find the commander of the Tiger Strike Force. General Dart had told him about this matter in the past, but Wang Tung didn't think that it would happen so quickly. He thought that he had to wait for some time. Moreover, he was one of the candidates. He blinked and understood why Wendell decided to act on his way back to the main base. It was for this. Wendell knew his ability, so he had no confidence. That was why he chose to take the risk and find someone to get rid of him. If he succeeded, with the help of the Parkers, he would have an 80% chance of getting this position. Brutal. Wang Tung snorted in his heart. After experiencing all these situations, he understood how filthy and despicable these noble families were. Never take any chances with them. Wang Tung warned himself. So based on what we have decided, Major Wang Tung and Colonel Huichia will have a duel. The winner will be the commander of the Tiger Strike Force, General Cameron continued. Duel? Wang Tung was stunned. Why are we using such a method to decide the commander's position? This is like child's play. We have seen your resume. Both of you have pros and cons. That's why we agreed to let your abilities be the deciding factor, General Cameron explained. He understood what Wang Tung was thinking. Wang Tung nodded in deep thought. Since there's no objection, let's head to the arena, General Cameron said. Wang Tung and Huichia had no objections. Everyone left the spacious hall and headed to the field. The group attracted many people's attention on their way. The martial warriors around them stopped walking and saluted, sending them off with their eyes. It's hard to see these generals normally. Why are they together today? Is there something happening? Look, isn't that the deputy regimental commander of the Tiger Strike Force? It's him. I heard that the commander of the Tiger Strike Force has been promoted. Are they competing for the commander's position? The martial warriors around them discussed in low voices. They quickly found the reason behind the gathering and got excited. Hence, they followed the crowd. Soon, they arrived at the field. General Cameron and the others didn't stop the martial warriors from looking on. Watching a duel between powerful martial warriors was invigorating and could lift the morale of military martial warriors. Also, this duel would decide who would be the commander of the Tiger Strike Force. Having more martial warriors as witnesses would help the winner in controlling the Tiger Strike Force in the future. There were many arenas in one corner of the field. These were for normal duels. Wang Tung and Huichia stood opposite each other in an arena. Come and read on our website, Wuxiao World site. Thanks, a pile of martial warriors was gathered around them. They were burning with excitement. However, many of them were unfamiliar with Wang Tung, so discussions were heard continuously. That's Major Wang Tung, right? Wang Tung? Major? Who's that? I don't know him. I know. I just came back from the third front line. Major Wang Tung made a name for himself this time. F***K. Tell me more. How'd he make a name for himself? Come closer. He'll tell you secretly. What do you want to do? I'm not gay. If there's something, tell me directly. Don't whisper into my ears. Silence. Weird conversations were heard occasionally. It sounded a little inappropriate, but Wang Tung's achievements started spreading through the crowd like wildfire. Many people widened their eyes in disbelief. He helped General Dart from the third front line kill a mid-tier Devil Emperor. Was it true? Major Wang Tung seemed to be a celestial stage martial warrior. How could a celestial stage martial warrior threaten a mid-tier Devil Emperor? This sounded absurd. Emotions were ignited after the news spread. The atmosphere became even more heated. Some believed while others were in doubt. Discussions filled up the field. But as more and more people confirmed his achievements, the crowd started to believe it. There was no point in hiding such matters. No one would make a joke about this, so the reliability was quite high. The strong were always respected by the martial warriors. Everyone started to look at Wang Tung in a different light. This young major looked like a formidable character. Huo Qia stood opposite Wang Tung. He didn't know anything about Wang Tang's abilities or achievements. Hence, when he heard that he was fighting for the commander's position with a newbie who had only executed 3 missions, he got furious. He felt humiliated. He had been the deputy regimental commander of the Tiger Strike Force for a long time and made many great contributions to the military. He was also extremely familiar with the troop. By right, after the commander left, he was the best choice. He didn't expect these 2 airdrops. One was from the Parkers, so his background was powerful. He didn't hear about the background of the other person, but he was a newbie. If he could have a place in this fight, it meant that his connections were not bad either. He would stand on his hands if Wang Tung didn't have any connections. Huo Qia couldn't get over it. When Wendell gave up his chance, he was surprised because he didn't understand his decision. But at the same time, he was furious. He came and left whenever he wanted. What did he treat the Tiger Strike Force as? Huo Qia had put a lot of effort into the Tiger Strike Force, so he had strong feelings toward it. That was why he detested Wendell and Wang Tung, who treated the Tiger Strike Force as something to play with. When he heard the discussions of the people below, he was stunned. How can a martial warrior who killed a mid-tier devil emperor be a newbie? There seemed to be some misunderstanding. What did he say just now? Did he say he would stand on his hands? No, he didn't say that. Huo Qia shook his head to clear his random thoughts. Since this young man was powerful, he mustn't let down his guard. He couldn't hand over the Tiger Strike Force to another person. I don't care who you are or what background you have. The commander of the Tiger Strike Force can only be me, Huo Qia said to Wang Tung. So, Wang Tung replied calmly. So, I will defeat you. Huo Qia stared at Wang Tung intently. I'm at the 7th level of the Cosmos stage, but my combat prowess is much higher. You're only at the Celestial stage. You won't have a chance no matter what methods you use. Are you sure? Wang Tung smiled. 7th level of the Cosmos stage? He just defeated 3 martial warriors at the peak of the Cosmos stage. Furthermore, one of them possessed the Ultima. How was Huo Qia compared to them? Chapter 1248. Oh no, I used a bit too much force. Are you sure? Di Chi, Peggy, and the others also received the news that Wang Tung was dueling with Huo Qia, so they rushed over quickly. This was an important matter. How could they not watch it? The moment they arrived at the arena, they heard Huo Qia and Wang Tung's conversation. They stared at one another with strange expressions. Huo Qia hadn't understood the current situation. He didn't know Wang Tung's achievements, but they did. Honestly, a martial warrior at the 7th level of the Cosmos stage might not be able to defeat Wang Tung. However, Wang Tung had just been through a huge war at the 3rd front line and survived an assassination by Wendell. He had fought 2 hard battles, so he must be quite exhausted. Was it all right for him to compete now? They started to worry. Huo Qia frowned when he saw Wang Tung's calm expression. Was he looking down on him? Conceited. Your ability will speak for you. Huo Qia snorted. He stopped wasting time and took off his outerwear. He wasn't wearing armor, so his muscular upper body was revealed. Boom! Suddenly, an intense aura erupted from his body. He seemed like a ferocious tiger that was let out of its cage. The muscles on his body bulged out and expanded many times. His height rose too. Huo Qia was originally 59-inch. This was the height of a normal person. Yet, he had grown to more than 13 feet tall now. He was akin to a little giant. His arm alone was thicker than Wang Tung's thigh. Veins popped up on his face, and hot air was blowing out from his nose. He huffed and puffed, just like a steam locomotive. Damn, shape-shifting. Wang Tung stared with surprise. He didn't expect that Huo Qia was also a martial warrior who focused on cultivating his body. This is interesting. It's here. It's here. That's it. What? What's that? It's Huo Qia's strongest battle technique, Savage Elephant Form. You don't know this? Your news source is too outdated. Savage Elephant Form. It looks really powerful. Of course it is. Huo Qia has never been defeated by anyone of the same stage. Others will be thrashed by him once he starts using savage elephant form. It is said that Huochia defeated martial warriors at the peak of the Cosmos stage using savage elephant form. The opponent was even beaten into a pulp and almost cried. Major Wang Teng is done for. He's just a celestial stage martial warrior. I heard that Major Wang Teng relied on a sneak attack to defeat the mid-tier Devil Emperor using his ultimate move. Something like that definitely requires a charge-up time. In a duel like this, Huochia wouldn't let him have the time to prepare such an attack. He's probably finished. Many people knew Huochia well and were even familiar with his famous battle technique. Seeing that Huochia was using his strongest battle technique as soon as he went up, they couldn't help but mourn for Wang Teng. They all looked down on him and believed that he had no chance of winning. Any normal person would make a similar judgment. After all, the difference between a 7th-level Cosmos stage martial warrior and one who was at the peak of the celestial stage was too huge. On the other side, the few powerful generals were discussing the duel as well. Huochia is really strong. He's cultivated his savage elephant form to a high level. General Qi Yuanju nodded in approval. Savage elephant form cultivates the body. Huochia has immersed himself in this technique for several years and has already trained his body to extremes. Even martial warriors who have just advanced to the heaven stage would have to spend effort in breaking his defenses. This Wang Teng, the man who spoke, was an old man. He was also a major general. He shook his head and didn't think much of Wang Teng. General Yukari is right. After all, Wang Teng is just a celestial stage martial warrior. A female martial warrior commented, "General Crofts, what do you think?" General Qi Yuanju suddenly turned his head and asked Crofts. "They'll just stand and watch." Crofts' face was void of emotion. He was uncertain about Wang Teng's strength now. He had sent dozens of celestial stage martial warriors and 3-peak Cosmos stage martial warriors to kill him, but they all failed. Coupled with the report that was provided previously by the family, he wasn't sure of his true strength. Everyone, bang! At this moment, a loud noise came from the arena. Huochia stomped hard and disappeared from his spot, charging at Wang Teng. "Here we go." Everyone was invigorated and looked over intently. In that instant, Huochia was like a colossal mammoth as he came crashing over, generating a huge impact. Wang Teng, who stood in front of him, had the strongest feeling. Huochia's aura was surging toward him. It wasn't just a simple aura that emerged from his powerful body. There was an overpowering battle intent in it. Huochia had been through countless battles, which was why he could accumulate his battle intent to such a terrifying level. If ordinary martial warriors faced such him, their bodies would become stiff, and they might even shake controllably. However, it wasn't enough to affect Wang Teng. Since his time on Earth till now, he had been through many battles as well and had already accumulated countless battlefield awareness attribute bubbles, even perfecting them. For a person with perfected battlefield awareness, battle intent was nothing to be afraid of. Wanda was thinking about another problem. Should I use Dragon Blood Battle Physique or Ancient God's Body? How about both? Both battle techniques were powerful, but he had never used them together. Huochia specialized in physical strength, and he was a 7th-level Cosmos stage martial warrior as well. His body was extremely strong. This was the first time that Wang Teng had encountered someone like him. He was a little excited. "We'll just use both together." Wang Teng made a decision. "Where are you looking?" Just at this moment, a fierce roar was heard. Huochia had already closed the gap and rushed in front of Wang Teng. He then stomped down 5 meters away and leaped into the sky. The huge body cast a shadow that shrouded Wang Teng. He clenched his right fist, and a yellow fist condensed and mercilessly blasted down toward Wang Teng's head. Bang! There was a sonic boom. Wang Teng raised his head, and the terrifying wind blew his hair to the back. Come and read on our website, Wuxiao World site. Thanks, however. His eyes were unwavering, and his face was calm as before, without showing any signs of panic. Ancient God's Body, activate. Dragon Blood Battle Physique, activate. Almost instantly, Wang Teng activated the 2 physiques. There was a loud roar. Flames swept out of Wang Tung's body and coiled around him like a green dragon. The emerald glazed flame. And on the body of the green dragon were 3 special flames that covered it like they were its scales. Star Phoenix Flame, Scorching Beast Flame, Ocean Whale Flame. The onlookers were stunned. The green dragon let out a bellow as it soared into the sky. It then swooped down and merged into Wang Tung's body. Wang Tung's figure then slowly emerged. There were dragon-like flame patterns on his whole body, including his face. The patterns covered his clothes and lower body as well. There was only one exception. There was a mysterious mark between his eyebrows. The patterns formed by the emerald glazed flame were different. The mark between the eyebrows was golden, which was extremely striking. Croft's eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost. Why was the battle technique displayed by Wang Tung so similar to their family's dragon blood battle physique? He couldn't be sure. Although it looked similar, there were some differences, especially the golden mark between Wang Tung's eyes. Their family's dragon blood battle physique didn't have that. The duel below didn't stop, no matter how shocked Crofts was. It might seem long, but all these changes only happened in the blink of an eye. Before Huochia could land his fist, he noticed Wang Tung's changes and the horrifying aura that erupted from his body. His expression changed suddenly, and his pupils shrank. It was as if he had seen something unbelievable. However, there was no turning back. He couldn't stop. He howled in anger and mobilized all the strength in his body to gather on his fist before slamming it down. A green flame flashed in Wang Tung's eyes as he gazed directly at the fist. His own right fist suddenly erupted into flames, condensing into a green flaming fist. There was a little golden light on the flaming fist, along with red and blue intertwined in it. He then punched out. Boom! The green flame collided with the yellow fist that blasted down from above. There was a huge explosion, and terrifying force swept across the surroundings, causing the defensive cover of the arena to shake continuously. It seemed as though it might not be able to withstand the powerful force of the impact and would shatter. Everyone gasped and widened their eyes. Oh my God! General Cameron and the others were also shocked and couldn't believe their eyes. Boom! The yellow fist couldn't withstand the force from the green, flaming fist and shattered. There was an explosion. A figure flew out and slammed hard on the defensive cover. The body then rolled down and hit the hard arena ground with a loud bang. Silence. There was dead silence all around. Everyone stared blankly at the figure that flew out. Their brains couldn't work for a while. It was Huochia. He was sent flying into the air, and he was sent flying just by pure strength. This wasn't right. Didn't they say that he was strong and frighteningly powerful? That was it. Who was the Cosmos Stage martial warrior? They even suspected that Huochia and Wang Tung had swapped bodies and looked different. Otherwise, how was Wang Tung, a celestial stage martial warrior, able to have such terrifying power? Thud! Footsteps were heard. Surrounded by green flames, a figure walked out from the aftermath. It was like the fire god had descended. Oh no, I used a bit too much force. Wang Tung looked at Huochia on the ground. Everyone, this sentence wasn't offensive, but it was extremely insulting. Everyone was speechless. He used a bit too much force? Did he misunderstand the meaning of those words? So, what do you think of Wang Tung's ability? General Cameron smiled as he asked the people beside him. Chi Yuanju, Yukari, and the other generals were speechless. The muscles on their faces twitched uncontrollably. Just a moment ago, they were saying that Wang Tung had no chance and he wasn't Huochia's match. Look at the result. Slap. This was a tight slap in their faces. The generals felt their faces turning red. They wished they could retract their words. Croft's face was black. He glared at the young figure in the arena in astonishment. Why was this young brat so strong? He couldn't accept this reality. He finally understood why Dragon 14 failed in his mission. With his ability, it was possible for him to resist a martial warrior at the peak of the Cosmos Stage. Wang Tung couldn't remain alive. It would be a catastrophe for the Parkers if he went on to become a Heaven Stage or a Universe Stage martial warrior.